Chapter 4053. Above the Holy Land. The origin world was in ruins. The heavenly Tao was damaged, and all the demon-devouring clan members were greatly affected. Now, under the massacre of the Chaos Realm army, most of them died tragically. Only a small number of them escaped to the Holy Land to seek protection. However, the Holy Land was facing an unprecedented crisis. The Chaos Realm experts, led by Feng Qin, surrounded the Holy Land. Many of the generals were on the verge of death, and even the Sacred Lord was struggling to resist. Boom! After Feng Qin slashed out with his peerless sword and split the Holy Land in half, no one in the Holy Land was his match. The Sacred Lord didn't even have the courage to attack. At this point, the demon-devouring clan was about to be destroyed. The Sacred Lord looked at Feng Qin with a resentful gaze and said coldly, "The Patriarch will not let you off for what you have done today." The demon-devouring clan's patriarch was the last hope of the demon-devouring clan. The Sacred Lord had been praying for the patriarch to return and save the origin world. Kill! Under Feng Qin's order, the great venerables took the lead and cut off the earth meridians under the Holy Land to prevent them from escaping. At the same time, they released their strongest power and crazily slaughtered the people of the Holy Land. Feng Qin stared at the Sacred Lord and slashed out with his sword. The Sacred Lord raised his hand to block, but his arm was instantly severed. Pucci! Blood spurted out from the Sacred Lord's body. He was already at the end of his life and couldn't resist Feng Qin's attack at all. He could only watch as his compatriots of the Holy Land were killed. "Patriarch, please return." In the end, the Sacred Lord's eyes turned scarlet as he fell into a state of madness. He gritted his teeth and placed his severed arm on the altar. Immediately, a huge change happened to the altar. Monstrous demonic aura formed a terrifying vortex that frantically absorbed the Sacred Lord's blood. At the same time, the cracks on the altar grew bigger and bigger. Feng Qin could even sense a trace of an unknown terrifying aura from the cracks. Not good. Feng Qin cursed inwardly. The terrifying aura that he had never heard of before most likely came from the World Gap. If the clan leader of the devouring demon clan was really summoned back, things would be troublesome. Therefore, Feng Qin acted decisively. He executed his ultimate sword art, pushing his peak 13th order true Saint Realm strength to destroy the altar with a single slash. Rumble! Wherever the sword light passed, the altar turned into ruins. The Holy Lord on the altar was on the verge of death, lying in the ruins, only to see the crack in the sky above the ruins grew bigger and bigger. In the end, a terrifying sound penetrated the void. "You're courting death by touching my devouring devil clan." His voice was like a thunderclap, causing everyone in the chaotic realm to tremble. Was the head of the devouring demon clan about to return? Feng Qin was greatly shaken. He madly urged his power to destroy the crack. Patriarch the Holy Lord, who was on the verge of death, let out an emotional cry. As long as the clan leader returned, the devouring demon's tribe would not perish. Boom! A beam of light that penetrated the world surged out from the world gap through the altar's rift. Instantly, the entire world trembled. Everyone stopped fighting and stared blankly at the sky above the Holy Land. Whoosh! Whoosh! The beam of light condensed into a huge palm. It carried a power that caused the world to tremble as it whizzed toward Feng Qin. "Be careful!" the great sage shouted. The Holy Lord was overjoyed when he saw the palm. On the battlefield of the Ghost Manor, the Netherworld army was about to attack when Yao Ming suddenly discovered this power. He was so frightened that his body trembled. He immediately ordered a retreat. However, it was too late. Anyone who posed a threat to the devouring demon clan suffered a terrifying attack at the same time. Wherever the huge palm passed, not a single blade of grass remained. Ah! Yao Ming and the others screamed miserably. In the blink of an eye, they were killed by the huge palm. At this point, the Netherworld army was completely dead. Because of Yao Ming's death, the netherworld passageway collapsed, and the netherworld space shattered. As for the primitive powerhouses in the life-forbidden zone, their hearts trembled when they sensed this terrifying power. They saw the power of an autarch through the void. Had that old fellow returned? The primitive powerhouses immediately ordered their clans to evacuate from the origin world as quickly as possible. Clearly, they also knew how terrifying the Devouring Demon Clan's patriarch was. In an instant, the Devouring Demon Clan, which was originally on the verge of extinction, suddenly turned the situation around. When the huge palm arrived above the sacred land and blasted toward Fangchen, the Holy Lord clenched his fists and screamed in his heart, "Die!" Everyone in the sacred land screamed crazily. However, when the huge palm blasted onto Fangchen, everyone was stunned. His body was enveloped by a layer of golden light. His entire body seemed to be imprisoned in the void. He was motionless and allowed the huge palm to attack him. However, a strange thing happened. The moment the huge palm came into contact with the golden light, it did not stop. It passed through the golden light and blasted onto the mountain peak behind Fangchen. Dong! The earth shook and the mountains shook. The origin world was destroyed. Crash! When the huge palm dissipated, Fangchen regained his mobility. The golden light around him disappeared and he was unharmed. This scene completely stunned everyone. What a powerful treasure! Fangchen could not help but sigh. He played with a golden token in his hand. This was something he had obtained from the Void Realm Treasure Vault. In a critical moment, as long as he infused his power into it, it would emit a layer of golden light and shroud him. In the process of being shrouded, his body would not be able to move. However, the golden light would allow his body to merge with the heavens and earth, making him immune to all attacks. Of course, if the Devouring Demon Clan's patriarch had come personally, he would not be immune to the true supreme power. Unfortunately, he could not return. He could only attack through the cracks of the altar. Naturally, he was immune to the attack. The only regrettable thing was that this thing could only be used once. However, it was enough. He had helped Fangchen block the most violent power. Next, it was time for the Devouring Demon Clan to be completely destroyed. A surprised voice came from the cracks in the void. Then, the Devouring Demon Clan's patriarch's threatening voice came. The Devouring Demon Clan is my clan. If you dare to hurt them, I will not let you off. From the situation just now, Fangchen also received a signal. The altar had been destroyed. The Devouring Demon Clan would not be able to return for a long time. Old thing, come back if you dare, Fangchen said disdainfully. At this moment, in the vast world gap, an elder's anger soared into the sky. His body was surrounded by violent energy, and the rift in front of him was gradually vanishing. Damn it, why is this happening? Originally, he had found a weak point in the world gap's realm wall and thought that he could return to the origin world. However, an accident finally happened, causing him to be unable to return. It was not easy for him to use the altar to return, but it was destroyed by the people of the Chaos Realm. My clan, if you are destroyed, I will definitely kill everyone in the Chaos Realm. Chapter 4054. When the supreme power of the Devouring Demon Patriarch dissipated, everyone was stunned. Their hearts were still filled with endless fear. Imagine what the consequences would be if the Supreme Being's strength were to land on his body. It was simply unimaginable. After a short silence, everyone began to worry. If the Devouring Demon Patriarch could really return, the chaotic realm would be in danger. However, Fangchen was not too worried about this. He had studied the world gap in detail. It was too dangerous and too vast. Even Supremes would get lost in it, and it would be difficult for them to return. The Devouring Demon Patriarch was only able to use the supreme power under the guidance of the Sacred Land altar to stop Fangchen from slaughtering his tribe. His true body could not return at all. How could this be? The Sacred Lord, who was lying limp on the ground, fell into a state of despair. Even the Patriarch's supreme power could not cause any harm to Fangchen. How strong was this guy? Could it be that he had already stepped into the Supremes? Everyone's eyes were on the golden token in Fangchen's hand. Even Fangchen himself could not help but sigh. The expert who refined such a token was definitely a top almighty in the chaotic realm. After activating it, one would be immune to everything for a few seconds. Don't underestimate this. If you were to fight with an enemy and they used their trump card, you would be seriously injured even if you did not die. If you used this token, you would be immune to this attack. As long as you could withstand this strongest attack, you would be able to suppress everything. It was a pity that this token could only be used once. It could not be used a second time. Fangchen put it away. The aura around him rippled, and the ultimate power circled around him. He took a step forward and arrived above the ruins. The altar had been completely shattered, and the sacred lord was lying weakly on the ground. His body was covered in blood. His eyes were filled with shock, but there was nothing he could do. No, he cried out miserably. He wanted to save his tribe and lead the Patriarch back, but he could not do it. Patriarch! One after another, his clansmen died before his eyes. The entire origin world was collapsing. He could even feel his life slipping away. This meant that the origin world's heavenly energy was weakening. Once the energy of the heavenly Tao vanished completely, the origin world would collapse completely and return to darkness and nothingness. At that time, everyone here would die. Boom! Fangchen slashed out with his sword, turning the Holy Land into ruins. All of the generals died, leaving behind only the Holy Master, who was still struggling at death's door. You! The sacred leader raised his head with difficulty and glared at Fangchen. He wished he could tear him to pieces. Back then, when your devouring demon clan massacred my brethren in the chaotic realm, did you think that there would be such an outcome? Fangchen asked coldly. At this moment, all the teams gathered in front of the sacred ground. Lung Xian, the fisherman, and the others were excited. Fangchen had accomplished a feat that had not been accomplished for many generations. Without the support of the devouring demon clan's patriarch, the sacred leader alone could not do anything to Fangchen, who had stepped into the 13th level Saint Realm. Fangchen's 13th level Saint Realm cultivation had broken the historical record by condensing 10,000 strands of ultimate force. He was invincible below the Supremes. Let it all end. Fangchen said indifferently. In the next instant, he raised his sword and slashed down. The sacred leader did not have time to dodge and turned into ashes. With the death of the sacred leader, the origin world shook and began to collapse. Let's go. Fangchen's figure flashed and left the origin world with his mighty army. Chaotic realm, chaotic battlefield. This was the region closest to the origin world. At this moment, many top experts of the chaotic realm were closely watching the origin world's collapse. Boom! With the collapse of the origin world, the heavenly energy of the chaotic realm began to invade, guiding and absorbing the heavenly energy of the broken origin world. It also began to expand its territory, as if to annex the origin world. Annexation, expansion. Fangchen's eyes burned with passion. This was a trend of development in a space. Lung Xian and the others were excited, and their faces were full of smiles. It's finally over. When the origin world completely collapsed and turned into nothingness, the chaotic realm's territory had expanded by half, and it had devoured the origin world's providence and heavenly energy. Dong! The heavenly Tao of the chaotic realm became more complete. Strands of heaven and earth's spiritual qi once again dispersed into nature, rapidly changing the cultivation environment of the cultivators. At this rate, the chaotic realm would be completely repaired, and the heavenly Tao would be complete. The complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization would also reappear. As for martial cultivation, it would also become more and more prosperous. It wouldn't be long before a supreme being expert would be born. Ha ha ha! I finally feel the aura of the ancient civilization. The fisherman was the most excited. The chaotic realm was his hometown, and it had almost been destroyed during the Age of Chaos. Now, not only had the crisis been resolved, but the chaotic realm had also been completely repaired. Lang Xian's eyes glistened with tears as Supremacy, Fu Jian's figure appeared in her mind. Did you see that? The chaotic realm has succeeded. The others were also shouting excitedly. As the heaven and earth spiritual qi skyrocketed, the power of the heavenly Tao was changing every corner of the chaotic realm. Even the God's Fall battlefield was gradually changing. However, no one knew that in a corner of the world gap, the patriarch of the Fiend Devourer clan was roaring ferociously. He wished he could return to the origin world and kill everyone in the chaotic realm. However, he could not do it. Although he had reached that level, he was still lacking something in the end. He could not break through the barrier of the world gap. My race, damn it! The destruction of the origin world and the complete extinction of the Fiend Devourer clan was a huge blow to the patriarch. His body was trembling as he fell into a state of rage. Rumble! The patriarch used his strongest strength and began to attack the surrounding void crazily. Stars were shot down one after another. Even so, he could not vent the anger in his heart. After an unknown amount of time, a luxurious spaceship suddenly flew out from one of the planets that he had destroyed. Humph! A cold snort sounded from the spacecraft. Clearly, it was very angry at his actions. The cold snort was accompanied by a blinding green light. Before the devouring demon clan leader could react, the green light had already sunk into his forehead. In the next moment, the patriarch was imprisoned in the void and turned into a walking corpse. Then he was sucked away by a beam of light shot out from the spacecraft. Swoosh! The luxurious spacecraft instantly disappeared into the world gap. One could vaguely hear the conversation inside the spacecraft. I've finally gathered 9. This time I'll definitely succeed. With brother strength, you'll definitely succeed. Chapter 4055. Ancient Chaos, the sacred land of the human race. In an elegant courtyard, there was a stone table. Fong Chen was quietly painting. Every time the brush in his hand moved, it would leave a beautiful scene on the white paper. Fong Shi, Fong Han, Fong Yin, and Fong Yin stood quietly in front of the stone table, carefully watching their father painting. There was a joyful smile on their faces. They could not remember how long it had been since they were so comfortable with their father and mother. Whoosh! Seeing more and more scenes on the white paper, the smile on Fong Chen's face grew wider and wider. In the end, the speed of his brush became faster and faster. Even Fong Shi and the others could not keep up with the rhythm. After an hour, Fong Chen suddenly put down the brush, and a beautiful scene appeared on the white paper. In that scene, there were 2 figures leaning on each other, going through ups and downs, and finally walking together. Seeing this scene, Star and Moon was stunned. Memories surfaced in her mind, as if she had returned to the era when she fought together with Fong Chen. As for Fong Shi and his siblings, Fong Yun and Fong Han did not feel much. Fong she felt the most. She was born in the Milky Way. Over the years, she had witnessed the process of her father's struggle. Outsiders could not understand the hardships. Fortunately, now his father had reached the peak of the martial way and had become the leader of the human race. He had led the beings of the Chaos Realm to destroy their greatest enemy, the devouring demon clan. He had also annexed the origin world, allowing the dilapidated Chaos Realm to expand. Today's Chaos Realm was definitely a sacred land for martial arts cultivation. It would not be long before the prosperity of martial arts would surpass that of the ancient civilization. This was a new beginning and the beginning of an era. It belonged to Fong Chen's era. Brother Chen. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. When she saw Fong Chen stop painting, she walked to his side and plunged into his arms. She whispered, "It's been hard on you all these years." No one knew what pain Fong Chen had experienced in the Source Realm. It's all over. The Chaos Realm has returned to normal, Feng Qin said with a smile. Today's Chaos Realm was peaceful and martial arts flourished. Everything was on the right track. The fishermen and the others could not wait to go into seclusion to seek a breakthrough. As for Feng Qin, as the leader of the human race and the absolute strongest, he chose to completely relax and spend some time with his family. In the past few days, when he had time, he painted all of his experiences over the years. With his arm around Xingyu's shoulder, Feng Qin felt extremely happy. Cough! Feng, she coughed awkwardly and pulled her 2 younger brothers out of the courtyard. Father will go cultivate first. Feng Han and Feng Yun struggled. Sister, what are you doing? I have some questions. That's right. It wasn't easy for us to be with Father for such a long time. Why are you pulling us away? Bang, bang, bang. Feng, she hit their foreheads hard. Although Feng, she was not young in terms of age. As a cultivator, age was nothing. She still maintained her youthful appearance, like a woman in her 20s or 30s. She said angrily, "You 2 idiots. Can't you let Father and Mother be alone? Besides, don't you 2 plan to take care of your own family matters?" When it came to family matters, Yun's Feng and Yun's Feng Yun's head swelled. They slipped away quickly. Happy times were always short-lived. Just like that, he put everything aside and seriously accompanied his wife. After about 3 years, one day, something alarmed Feng Qin. Or rather, it alarmed the entire Chaos Realm. On this day, Lung Xian hurried over and happened to see Feng Qin and Star and Moon being intimate. She blushed and turned around. "There's something I need to take care of." Feng Qin couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lung Xian. Although she was a senior, was it appropriate for her to appear at every critical moment? Of course! He could only mutter these words in his heart. He knew Lung Xian's personality very well. Ever since the Chaos Realm returned to its original state and resolved the crisis of the Origin World's Fiend Devourer clan, Lung Xian had been engrossed in cultivation. She wanted to step into the Chaos Supremacy Realm and enter the World Gap to find Supreme Fu Jian. Back then, everyone believed that Supreme Fu Jian was dead. Even Lung Xian thought so in the beginning. But later, various signs indicated that Supreme Fu Jian might not be dead but had entered the World Gap. This gave Lung Xian a new goal to pursue. She looked hurried today, as if she was a little depressed. Furthermore, she needed Feng Qin to personally handle it. It should be something very important. Feng Qin looked at his wife, Star and Moon, apologetically. The latter understood and said gently, "Go and deal with it first." Whoosh! Feng Qin leaped to Lung Xian's side and asked, "What's the matter?" Lung Xian glanced at him and then at Star and Moon. She said, "Your wife is very good." With that said, she turned around and left. Feng Qin had no choice but to follow her. Soon, Feng Qin followed Lung Xian to the Chaos battlefield. At a glance, he saw a black mass. Countless people had already gathered here. Fishermen, Supremacy, and company had long arrived. "Greetings, Lord Leader." Everyone bowed when they saw Feng Qin arrive. What happened? Feng Qin realized the seriousness of the problem and hurriedly asked. Lung Xian walked to the edge of the Chaos battlefield and pointed at a place. "Look here." Feng Qin took a step forward and looked around seriously. Soon, his expression changed drastically as he gasped. This was a spatial realm wall that was connected to the World Gap. At first glance, he didn't discover anything, but after taking a closer look, Feng Qin's heart trembled. There was clearly a force attacking this realm wall. Furthermore, it was man-made. Is someone trying to break through the realm wall? Feng Qin asked in a deep voice. Not long ago, when I was patrolling the Chaos Realm, I sensed a strange aura, but I couldn't capture it. Not long ago, I finally discovered that the strange aura came from here. After I came here to investigate, I discovered this situation, said the Supremacy. Lung Xian added, in the World Gap, Someone has found the location of our chaos realm. They want to break through the realm wall and force their way in. Everyone's expressions changed drastically when they heard that. The world gap had always been extremely mysterious in everyone's hearts. But now, someone had actually found the location of the chaos realm in the vast world gap. Scarlet Cloud World. Fong Qin immediately thought of the young master of the Scarlet Cloud World that he had killed previously. I thought of a legend. Fisherman pondered for a moment, his expression solemn. Illusion and reality. Oh, everyone was surprised. What did these words mean? Chapter 4056. Illusion and reality? These words stunned everyone. They didn't know what he was talking about. After all, the person who had cultivated for the longest time was none other than the fisherman. As for the supremacy, due to his special status as a member of a branch of the reincarnation lineage, he knew a little. As for the others, even Leng Xian, they didn't know what these words meant. A long time ago, our Chaos Realm was actually invaded by other foreign factions. However, at that time, the Chaos Realm was at its peak. We easily destroyed the foreign factions, said the fisherman in a deep voice. Back then, the top experts studied it in depth. They even didn't hesitate to enter the World Gap. The World Gap had always been an extremely mysterious existence. Later on, after generations of hard work, we finally learned some secrets. The fisherman paused for a moment. Clearly, even he couldn't imagine what he was going to say next. The chaos realm we live in is actually an illusion. The world in the world gap is real. What? Everyone exclaimed. If the chaos realm we live in is an illusion, then what are we? Are we also existences of nothingness? The supremacy shook his head and explained, the so-called illusion and reality are actually opposite. This is the same as the opposition between life and death. Where there is life, there is death. The so-called illusion isn't a true illusion. It's a reflection of the world's origins. Even Fong Qin was confused. Supremacy, what's going on? Asked Fong Qin. The supremacy said in a deep voice, do you know why so many supremacy experts in our chaos realm entered the world gap in the end? Apart from those who died in battle, the rest had basically entered the world gap. Once they entered the world gap, it was very difficult for them to return. However, they still resolutely entered. Why was that? Why? Asked Fong Chen. There are two reasons. The first is to pursue a higher level of the martial Tao. Only by reaching the peak can we protect our chaos realm. The other reason is that they want to explore the world gap and see what kind of world is outside our chaos realm, said the supremacy. Any progress? Asked Fong Qin. The fisherman nodded. A long time ago, there was only a single space between the heavens and earth, and it was called the primordial world. After that, the primordial world began to develop and multiply until one day, a very important matter occurred, causing the primordial world to shatter and giving birth to the 3,000 worlds of the great Tao. The chaos realm is one of them. Fong Qin was a little surprised. Could it be that the other spaces in the world gap were artificially created like the origin world? The primordial world exploded and disintegrated into countless small worlds. They are known as the 3,000 worlds of the great Tao. The Scarlet Cloud World was one of them. However, due to the world gap being too dangerous and vast, no one has ever been able to cross the world gap. Therefore, there is almost no communication between the two worlds. This led everyone to believe that the primal chaos realm was the beginning of the world. But what does this have to do with illusion and reality? In fact, when Fong Qin had stepped into the 13th Order Sage realm and came into contact with the world gap, he had already vaguely guessed that there were other forces in the outside world. However, he hadn't expected that the initial primordial world would explode and form the 3,000 worlds of the great Tao. The 3,000 realms of the great Tao does not include the primal chaos realm, said the great monarch. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Then, what was the primal chaos realm? Was it really illusory? That's because the primal chaos realm is the reflection of the primordial world. You can understand it as a miniature version of the primordial world, said the great sovereign. When the primordial world exploded, the core of the origin stone gradually expanded and finally formed the primal chaos realm. That's how we came to be. The primal chaos realm was also called the origin world. Normally speaking, the origin world was a place that all cultivators in the 3,000 worlds of the great Tao dreamed of. This was because the heavenly Tao laws here were closer to the primordial world, making it easier to reach the peak of the martial Tao. However, the primal chaos realm had experienced a low point and became what it was now. Fortunately, after generations of hard work, it had finally returned to normal. According to the great sovereign's speculation, the primal chaos realm would become the original origin world in at most 30,000 years. Now, Feng Qin finally understood why so many Supremes had left. They knew that they might die after entering the world gap, but they still left. They wanted to break through the shackles and step into a higher level of the martial Tao. Only then could they awaken the origin world. Moreover, they had to hide the location of the origin world as much as possible. Otherwise, once the powerhouses of the 3,000 worlds of the great Tao found out, they would definitely destroy their home. The primal chaos realm we are in is known as the origin world. It's also known as the reflection of the primordial world. Therefore, the 3,000 worlds of the great Tao have always believed that we are illusory and they are real. This is because they believe that one day they will annex the origin world and restore the power of the primordial world. At this point, the great sovereign sighed. Although the fiend-devouring clan didn't discover that the primal chaos realm was the origin world, their clan leader clearly knew about the uniqueness of the primal chaos realm. Therefore, he spared no expense to create the origin world. One had to know. Creating a world in the world gap required heaven-defying means and countless resources. So we've been discovered. Feng Qin pointed at the weak point of the realm wall and said in a deep voice, "The fiend-devouring clan of the origin world was easy to deal with. However, the people of the 3,000 worlds of the great Tao could destroy the primal chaos realm with a single finger, right? Not necessarily." The great sovereign shook his head. Previously, the people from the Scarlet Cloud world accidentally wandered into the world gap. Perhaps they also accidentally discovered this place. The origin world was hidden very deeply in the world gap and was very inconspicuous. Ordinary people wouldn't come here at all. Then what do we do now? Lung Xian's heart trembled after learning so many secrets. No matter what, we can't let anyone step into the origin world. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable, said the great sovereign in a deep voice. Fisherman glanced at the great sovereign and asked, "Is there any useful news from the reincarnation lineage?" The great sovereign shook his head. Although the bloodline of the Jialua clan flowed in his body, he had actually taken the initiative to withdraw from the Jialua clan during the Battle of Godfall. This was because at that time he had begged the Jialua clan to help the primal chaos realm but had been rejected. The reason given by the Jialua clan was that they couldn't affect the interests of their clan. Now, the great sovereign rarely mentioned the Jialua clan. He only silently guarded the end of the reincarnation road, using his life to protect the living beings of the primal chaos realm. Whoosh! Feng Qin took a deep breath. He had thought that the crisis had been completely resolved after dealing with the fiend-devouring clan. Who knew that there was such a secret? Primordial world, origin world, reality, and illusion. The series of secrets caused his heart to tremble. Chapter 4057. Original Realm. It was the reflection of the shattered primordial world. This series of secrets caused Feng Qin and the others to be incomparably astonished. However, after their astonishment, their expressions turned serious. If what the great sage and the fisherman said was true, the chaos realm was the reflection of the primordial world, which was also recognized as the original realm by the 3,000 realms of the great Tao, then they would definitely encounter greater danger than the fiend-devouring clan. Fang Qin even wondered if the fiend-devouring clan's patriarch had discovered something when he wanted to annex the Chaos Realm. There were also primitive clans who had always maintained a neutral attitude. After the fiend-devouring clan was destroyed, they had completely returned to the World Gap. Were they also plotting against the original realm? In short, all the dangers seemed to be approaching. Boom! Just as everyone was pondering, a deafening roar came from the weak realm wall. Everyone's hearts trembled as their gazes focused on the weak point of the realm wall. What should we do? The fisherman's eyes flickered as he said coldly, "We absolutely can't let them in. Otherwise, once the original realm is exposed, we will be destroyed." Although the Chaos Realm was the original realm, a reflection of the primordial world, it had experienced hundreds of millions of cycles of reincarnation and was already in ruins. Now, even Supremes could not appear, let alone others. With the Chaos Realm's current strength, it was impossible for them to resist the experts of the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao. Therefore, no matter what, the location of the original realm could not be exposed. "Let's work together and set up a large array to strengthen the realm wall and prevent outsiders from entering," said the great sage. However, Fang Qin shook his head. The more they prevented it, the greater the risk of being exposed. It was better to let them in and then kill them together. That way, no one would know the location of the original realm. "But what if the realm they are in uses the aura of their clans to find this place?" asked Lung Xian. "There's no need to worry about that. Unless the distance is very close, it's very difficult to move in the World Gap, let alone use the interest to search," said the fisherman. Although he had never been to the World Gap, he had lived the longest among everyone present and had heard a lot about the World Gap. "However, there's another problem. What if the people outside the realm wall are too strong?" asked Lung Xian suddenly. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. That's right. In the entire Chaos Realm, the strongest expert was only the Lord Leader, Fang Qin. However, he wasn't a Supreme Stage expert. At most, he was invincible under the Supreme Stage. If the other party had a Supreme Realm expert, it would be a huge disaster for the Chaos Realm. Therefore, he absolutely could not let his guard down. Fang Qin arrived at the realm wall. He touched it with his hand and carefully sensed it. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. A plan appeared in his mind. He swept his gaze past everyone and said, "Since it has come to this, there's no other way. I'll set up a heaven refining formation before this realm wall shatters. If I succeed, I'm confident that I'll be able to trap and exalt realm expert." Of course, it was too difficult to just trap them and kill them. However, as long as they could trap him, there were other ways. Moreover, they needed to take a huge gamble, gambling that there were no Supreme Stage powerhouses outside the realm wall. Normally speaking, only Supreme Stage powerhouses dared to enter the World Gap. However, since the development of the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao, they had already multiplied to the extreme. There were countless top clans with special abilities that allowed them to travel in the World Gap. The Chaos Realm couldn't compare to them at all. For example, the young master of the Scarlet Cloud Realm had not reached the Supreme Stage, but he could travel in the World Gap. This was all because of the treasures bestowed by his clan. "What materials do you need?" the great sage asked. Time was of the essence. He needed to gather everyone in the Chaos Realm to help find the materials. Fang Qin took out a list from his chest and handed it to the great sage and the others. After reading it, everyone nodded and patted their chests. Although these materials were rare, they could still find them with their strength. "All right, you guys go and look for them. I'll stand guard here," Fang Qin said. Then he sat down cross-legged and raised his hands. Waves of ultimate power spread out from his body, condensing into pillars of light that drilled into the weak realm wall. With the support of the ultimate power, the weak realm wall began to become stronger, and the people outside were greatly obstructed. At this moment, countless array formation runes appeared in Fang Qin's mind. As these runes revolved in a disorderly manner, a clear array formation appeared in his mind. This array was called the Heaven Refining Array, and it was passed down from Supreme Fu Jian. When he received Supreme Fu Jian's inheritance, he also received the Heaven Refining Array at the same time. However, he had never been confident enough to set up such a powerful array. Heaven Refining Array. As the name implied, it could refine the heavens. One could imagine how powerful it was. Now, Fang Qin had not only become a 13th level Saint Realm expert, but also the leader of the human race. He could communicate with the Chaos Realm's heavenly Tao. Therefore, when he set up the Heaven Refining Array, he had a greater chance of success. Soon, the fishermen and the others came back one after another, holding the materials needed to set up the array. Let's begin. Fang Chen did not waste time and directly began to smelt the materials. After a while, the materials were completely smelted. At this time, he ran the chant of the Heaven Refining Array in his mind. The smelted materials merged with each other and condensed into 99 array bases, which shot into the ground. Whoosh! When all 99 formation bases were set up, Fang Qin began to communicate with the heavenly way of the chaotic realm and release the power of the heavenly way. When the power of the heavenly way came into contact with the 99 formation bases, ripples gradually appeared in the void. When these ripples intertwined, the refining heaven formation gradually took shape. Of course, this was only the beginning. In the following time, Fang Qin used a large amount of his ultimate power and racked his brains to make all the powers in the formation fit perfectly. "Is this the Heaven Refining Array?" the fisherman exclaimed. The array's aura was already so terrifying before it was completed. It was too shocking. The eyes of the Supreme Monarch glittered. He was lucky enough to see Supreme Fu Jian setting it up once, but he was still shocked when he saw it again. Lung Xian's eyes were filled with tears. She had been following Supreme Fu Jian's footsteps for a long time. Now that she sensed the aura of the Heaven Refining Array, she could not help but vent all the emotions that had been hidden in her heart for countless years. Buzz! As the forces of the array merged perfectly, the Heaven Refining Array was finally completed. Whoosh! Fang Chen's forehead was covered in sweat. When the Heaven Refining Array closed, he heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the ground. He had used too much of his ultimate force to set up the array, so he needed to recover. It worked. Everyone was overjoyed. With the Heaven Refining Array, the Chaos Realm could take a gamble. They hoped that it would work. Chapter 4058. The Heaven Refining Array was successfully set up. Fang Chen had fishermen and the other experts guard an array base to ensure its safety. After a few more tests, he felt that it was about time. At this moment, he swept his gaze across everyone. He could tell that everyone's expressions were somewhat solemn. After all, in the eyes of many experts in the 3,000 great Tao realms, the origin realm was very important. The cultivation environment here was once the closest to the primordial world. Therefore, countless people wanted to find the origin realm. The origin realm had been underestimated previously. Now, with the efforts of Fang Chen and the others, it had successfully annexed the origin realm and strengthened. Moreover, the heavenly Tao was becoming more and more perfect. The concentration of heaven and earth spiritual energy was also increasing. This place had become a holy land for cultivation. However, there was still a gap between it and the origin realm. However, everyone believed that at this rate, the Chaos Realm would one day become a holy land for cultivation that everyone in the 3,000 great Tao realms coveted. The more this was the case, the heavier everyone's hearts and the heavier the responsibility on their shoulders. They thought of the countless ancestors who had resolutely entered the world gap after stepping into the supremacy realm to seek a higher-level cultivation method. Their goal was to strengthen the origin realm. Whoosh! Fang Qin took a deep breath, looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, are you ready?" The Chaos Realm had just entered an era of peace. Now that they had encountered such a thing, no one could accept it. However, what was in front of them was the truth. Just as Feng Qin said, only by letting them in and then annihilating them would the Chaos Realm suffer the least loss. The world gap was so big and dangerous. It was too difficult to find the origin realm. Perhaps the people outside the realm wall were like the young master of the Scarlet Cloud realm and came here by accident? Furthermore, with the existence of the sky-linking formation, even utmost exalted level experts would be temporarily trapped. All right, let's begin. Feng Qin shouted and immediately took the initiative to break through the realm wall. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Everyone felt a terrifying primordial airflow surging in from the crack in the realm wall. In an instant, the hearts of all the living beings in the Chaos Realm trembled. This power was simply too powerful. It was simply capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Of course, in the blink of an eye, a huge spaceship came in from the boundary wall. Soon, the shattered world wall gradually recovered, blocking the terrifying airflow in the world gap. Feng Chen and the others hid in the heaven refining formation and observed the spaceships that were let in. The spaceship was huge, and there were countless rare treasures engraved with terrifying runes. The spaceship floated in the air, and a few young people walked out from the deck. Ha ha ha! After roaming the world gap for 3,000 years, I've finally found a habitable planet, said the gray-robed man with an unconcealable smile. Be careful. Don't be careless, the purple-robed man reminded. The last time we accidentally entered that place, it was full of zombies. We almost couldn't get out. The 3,000 realms of the great Tao had different martial arts civilizations, and the cultivators who lived in each realm were different. There were very few places like the original realm where the human race was respected. What are you afraid of? Although our worship is not a high-grade worship, it can still withstand a blow from a heavenly sovereign. Quick, take a look. What kind of place is this? The men on the deck couldn't wait to see what the world they had accidentally entered was like. However, as soon as they walked out of the worship, they felt that something was wrong. There's the aura of an array? Oh no! The purple-robed man screamed, and then he attacked with lightning speed. A terrifying blast of air instantly activated the heaven refining formation. In the next moment, the heaven refining formation was fully activated. The fishermen and the other powerhouses guarded the formation base, while Feng Qin stood at the center of the formation and looked at them. Who are you? Asked Feng Qin. Are you a native of this world? Asked the gray-robed man. After sensing Feng Qin's aura, the corners of the purple-robed man's mouth curled up, and he revealed a mocking smile. A mere Saint Realm cultivator dares to show off in front of us? You're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple-robed man flicked his sleeve, and a vast power condensed into a thunder dragon, which rushed toward Feng Qin at lightning speed. Normally speaking, with his cultivation at the exalted realm, dealing with a saint stage expert was as easy as crushing an ant. However, the next scene stunned him. Feng Qin used his ultimate power to dodge the purple-robed man's attack and controlled the heaven refining formation to completely seal the chaos battlefield. Supreme Realm? Everyone's heart trembled. Was this the power of a Supreme Realm expert? Just the aura released made them feel terrified. Moreover, several Supreme Realm experts had come at once. Interesting, a Saint Realm expert is actually so strong. The purple-robed man was stunned, and then he said disdainfully, If I'm not wrong, you're the strongest person here, right? The martial arts civilization in this place is too backward. There's not even a Supreme Realm expert here, and we're worried for nothing. Do you think you can trap us with this broken array? 3 men, 3 Supreme Realm experts, plus the Supreme Realm expert who was controlling the worship. There are 4 of them. It was an extremely luxurious lineup. For the current chaotic realm, it was definitely a disaster. Fortunately, after experiencing the crisis of the devouring demons tribe, the chaotic realm had its own countermeasures. The heaven refining formation was a good example. No matter who you are, don't think you can behave atrociously in my hometown." As soon as he finished speaking, Fan Qin used his powerful power to control the heaven refining formation. When all the runes merged, the heaven refining formation was completely sealed, and not even a fly could fly out. What kind of array is this? The smiles on the three men's faces gradually disappeared, and it was replaced by solemn expressions. "Kid, you've successfully angered us. You'll never know the power of a Supreme Realm expert. You're dead, and so are your tribe." Boom! 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 Deafening sounds resounded through the sky, and the three Supreme Realm experts began to attack the heaven refining formation. After a long while, an angry roar came from within the formation. D***, this array is definitely not left by an ordinary Supreme Realm expert, the gray-robed man said in a low voice. "Could it be that there's an earthly Supreme hidden here?" The purple-robed man's face darkened. There were 3 levels of earthly Supreme Realm experts. They were human Supreme Realm, earthly Supreme Realm, and heavenly Supreme Realm experts. The few of them had just stepped into the earthly Supreme Realm. Any earthly Supreme could destroy them with a flick of a finger. Therefore, after knowing the power of the array, the 3 men's faces turned solemn. At this moment, Fan Qin was analyzing the combat power of the 3 men, and he was trying to figure out how to deal with them. Chapter 4059. Inside the heaven refining array. The 3 Supremes' faces were filled with anger. The faction they belonged to was extremely powerful. They had paid a huge price to obtain this battleship. The world gap was too dangerous. Even Supremes had to be submissive and not be rash. They could use the battleship to travel through the world gap at will. Apart from the extremely dangerous places, the battleship could reach them. However, it was very difficult to determine one's location in the world gap unless one had the coordinates of a certain location. Due to a mistake a few years ago, they lost their coordinates and got lost in the world gap. They had been traveling in the battleship, hoping that one day they would encounter a region with living beings. After going through so much trouble, they finally discovered the Chaos Realm. How could they miss such an opportunity? They quickly broke through the realm wall. However, when they crossed the realm wall and entered the Chaos Realm, they realized that the barbaric natives here were actually using an array formation to obstruct them. They were simply courting death. Courting death. The gray-robed man's expression was gloomy. He narrowed his eyes, and there was a snake head mark on his forehead. The moment the snake head mark appeared, the entire heaven refining array was filled with a terrifying cold aura. At the same time, a snake head mark also appeared on the forehead of the purple-robed man beside him. Although the other person didn't have a snake head mark on his forehead, there are snake patterns on his body, giving off a terrifying feeling. Oh! Fan Qin, who was controlling the array formation, frowned slightly as he sensed a terrifying cold aura. At the same time, he saw the snake head marks on the gray-robed man and the purple-robed man's foreheads, as well as the snake patterns on the last person's body. Where did they come from? The snake head imprint gave Fan Qin a bone-chilling feeling. He was quickly calculating how he could deal with the 3 supreme beings. Boom! Just as he was thinking, the man covered in snake patterns leaped and crossed the heaven refining array. He arrived at a certain array base and clenched his fists before throwing a punch. Suddenly, in the primal chaos battlefield, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. A terrifying power burst forth like a flood. The one guarding the array base was a fisherman. Uft! Without any room to react, the fisherman's body was sent flying. He spat out blood and his face was pale. He was on the verge of death. However, even so, the fisherman still insisted on controlling the array base. How dare a weak ant block me? The snake-tattooed man disdainfully threw out another punch. However, this time, Fan Qin made a move. He used the heaven refining formation to change space. His body changed rapidly. Sometimes he would appear in front of the snake-tattooed man, and sometimes he would appear behind him. For a moment, the snake-tattooed man was unable to track down Fang Qin. Rumble! Fang Qin punched out again and again, but the refining heaven array offset a small part of the power. The remaining power was forcibly resisted by Fang Qin. Wang! The 10,000 strands of ultimate strength in his body burst out like a flood. Not only did it block the power of the snake-tattooed man's fist, it even forced him back. The snake-tattooed man's expression changed when he felt the power of the ultimate power. He instantly retreated to the side of the purple-robed man and the gray-robed man. His body staggered. What happened? The two of them asked. The snake-tattooed man steadied himself and took a deep breath. He said in a low voice, "Although the person controlling the array has not stepped into the supremacy realm, he possesses a terrifying power." He was not in the supremacy realm, but he was stronger than the supremacy realm. This was Fang Qin's terrifying deterrence. In the history of the primordial world, there had never been a monstrous genius who had condensed 10,000 strands of ultimate strength. Fang Qin was the first. One had to know that the most monstrous genius before him had only condensed 9,999 strands of ultimate strength. Although it was only one strand, it was like an insurmountable gap. 10,000 strands of ultimate strength was a qualitative change. Boom! Fang Qin, who was in the 13th level Saint realm, held a long sword in his hand and looked down at the three of them. His body emitted surging battle intent. This was the primordial world as territory. He would not allow anyone to cause trouble here. Moreover, after experiencing the fierce battle with the Devouring Demon Clan and the battle with the Devouring Demon Clan's patriarch, Fang Qin's foundation was even more solid. His cultivation base had improved, and he was infinitely close to the supremacy realm. He could be said to be the strongest person below the supremacy realm. Although the snake-tattooed man was a supremacy realm expert, he had only just entered the supremacy realm. He had to resist the power of the refining heaven array while fighting against the most monstrous genius since ancient times. In a hurry, he was defeated. If I'm not wrong, this world should be a barren land. The martial arts civilization here is very backward. The person just now should be the strongest person in this world. The gray-robed man said in a low voice. The purple-robed man nodded and said, "Be careful. To be able to dominate this world as a Saint Realm expert, he must be extraordinary. Don't fail miserably." The snake-tattooed man nodded and attacked again. Rumble! The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Fang Qin went all out and directly displayed his strongest power, fighting fiercely with the snake-tattooed man. In the beginning, he still had the upper hand, but as the snake-tattooed man adapted to the battle environment, he began to suppress him. In the end, it was difficult for him to move. However, this stalemate lasted for a quarter of an hour, and then there was a change. During one of the attacks, Fang Qin found the snake-tattooed man's Achilles heel. It was at his abdomen, where the snake patterns were densest. Fang Qin pretended to attack, but in fact, when the snake-tattooed man was defending with all his strength, he directly turned around and quietly appeared behind the snake-tattooed man. When the snake-tattooed man reacted and turned around abruptly, Fang Qin was already prepared and stabbed his sword into the snake-tattooed man's abdomen. Ah! A miserable scream came from his mouth. The power of the long sword penetrated the snake-tattooed man's abdomen and directly crushed the surrounding snake patterns. The next moment, one could clearly see that a terrible black mist emerged from the snake-tattooed man's abdomen, and he fell to the ground in pain. Bang! Fang Qin struck out with his palm and hit his head, sending him flying. Boom! The latter's body fell heavily to the ground and directly fell unconscious. Not good. Seeing this, the gray-robed man and the purple-robed man screamed. One of them protected the snake-tattooed man, while the other activated the snakehead mark and attacked Fang Qin. Swoosh! The snakehead mark released beams of laser light, as if it could cut the world apart. Fang Qin did not meet force with force. Instead, he used the refining heaven array to constantly move his body and finally withdrew from the refining heaven array. Whoosh! Fang Chen's forehead was full of sweat. This was the first time he really fought against a Supreme Being expert. The snake-tattooed man was obviously not as strong as the two with the snakehead mark. Moreover, he underestimated his opponent and was extremely disdainful of him, which gave him the opportunity to attack. However, Fang Chen's expression was extremely solemn because he knew that there would be a tough battle ahead. Chapter 4060. Although the three Supremes were at the same realm, the snake-tattooed man's strength was clearly weaker than the other two snake-headed men. Defeating the snake-tattooed man didn't make them have any intention of retreating. Instead, they completely infuriated the snake-headed man. The gray-robed man and the purple-robed man looked at each other. Immediately, they attacked together. The snake head imprint on their foreheads emitted beams of powerful light that seemed to be able to cut through the world. Even the refining heaven array, which had an extremely strong defense, was cut open. Fortunately, Fang Chen repaired the gap as quickly as possible. At that moment, Fang Chen stood outside the heaven refining array, quickly thinking about how to deal with it. The heaven refining array could greatly suppress the strength of the two Supremes, but it could only be used as a support. If he wanted to defeat them, he could only rely on himself. In a head-on battle, he was definitely no match for them. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the heaven refining array. The ground shook, and no one could hold on any longer. The fisherman spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he was on the verge of collapsing. At this critical moment, Fang Chen couldn't care less. He directly jumped into the heaven refining array and faced the two of them head-on. Kill! The purple-robed man smiled disdainfully. A mere saint stage warrior dared to challenge them. He was simply courting death. This world is really too weak. It's the weakest world I've ever seen. The strongest expert doesn't even have a supremacy. One had to know that in the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao, there were Supremes in every world. In fact, Supremes died in the world gap all the time. It's over. The two Supremes attacked together. Fang Chen couldn't dodge. He gritted his teeth and guided the ultimate power to surround the two of them before exploding. Rumble! The ultimate power was incomparably vast. It was the purest power in the world. It was extremely powerful. When it self-destructed, the power was too strong. The two Supremes were caught off guard and were blasted to the ground. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their internal organs were damaged. Their combat strength decreased sharply. Lunatic, he's simply a lunatic. Humph, you'll die even if you do that. The two coldly snorted and quickly stood up. Although their combat strength had been greatly reduced, detonating their ultimate strength was no different from playing with fire. It wouldn't be long before he died. Pucci! After exploding 100 strands of his ultimate strength, Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. He thought that his source would be injured, but what happened next left Fang Chen utterly shocked. Because the missing 100 wisps of ultimate force were separated from the rest of the ultimate force and quickly reformed. In just a breath's time, the number of ultimate force increased to 10,000 again. This, Fang Chen felt like he was dreaming. This was ultimate power. Since when was it so easy to condense ultimate power? Could it be because he had condensed 10,000 strands of ultimate force and broke the historical record, resulting in a qualitative leap that allowed him to quickly condense the missing ultimate power? He wanted to test out his speculation. This time he unleashed 500 streams of his ultimate force and detonated them in front of the two Nine Heavens Supremes. The force of the explosion skyrocketed, tearing the clothes of the two Nine Heavens Supremes into pieces. Luckily, they had the flesh of the Nine Heavens Supremes, allowing them to survive. Otherwise, they would have been blasted into pieces. Cough, cough. The two fell to the ground and coughed out blood. There was a trace of horror in their eyes. Do you want to perish together?" The two quickly retreated. They knew that Fang Chen had gone mad, and they couldn't give him the chance to perish together. However, they would never have thought that Fang Chen would continue to test his guess again and again. 500 strands, 1,000 strands, 2,000 strands, 3,000 strands. The final explosion directly reached 5,000 strands. Boom! This explosion had seriously injured the two Supremes. They had lost their fighting strength and fell limply to the ground, unable to move. Their eyes were filled with fear. They couldn't believe how a sage realm martial artist had done it. However, Fang Chen didn't play with fire like they had imagined. On the contrary, his aura weakened at the moment of the explosion. Then he quickly recovered and became stronger. It was unbelievable. Buzz! At this time, Fang Chen was very excited. He was forced into a desperate situation, and he didn't expect to discover the mystery of ultimate power. However, after his experiment, the number of ultimate power explosion was at most 5,000 strands, which was half. Otherwise, he would really die. The more ultimate power exploded, the slower the speed of condensation. However, it was worth it to be able to seriously injure the two Supremes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chen sat cross-legged and began to heal. The ultimate power in his body rapidly condensed. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 strands of ultimate power reappeared and his injuries were completely healed. He slowly got up and walked to the two Supremes. "Are you a demon?" The purple-robed man finally couldn't help but ask. "How could this be? Your power self-detonated and injured us, but you are safe and sound?" The gray-robed man couldn't understand. This was against nature, and it was impossible. However, they saw it with their own eyes today. It was too terrifying. "Who are you?" The snake-tattooed man who was defeated before asked in a trembling voice. "You seem to have forgotten your identity." Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "From now on, you are captives of my chaotic realm." After hearing the word captives, the three of them were dejected and their hearts were full of grievances. However, they had no combat strength and couldn't resist. "Kid, do you know who we are?" After struggling for a moment, the purple-robed man said in a deep voice, "Your realm is very weak. The strongest person is not even a Supremes. I advise you to let us go. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble and die." "That's right. The force behind us is not something you can provoke. If you let us go, from now on, we will have nothing to do with each other. You can continue to be a local tyrant here without any worries," the gray-robed man also said. In response, Fang Chen smiled contemptuously. When they entered the chaotic realm, they had completely cut off all contact with the outside world. Even the worship had been sealed by Fang Chen's heaven-defying means. Yet they still dared to negotiate terms here. If he let them go, it would bring a huge disaster to the chaotic realm. After all, if the powerhouses of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path knew about the original realm, they would go crazy. Therefore, no matter what, they had to die. "Are these the last words you want to say?" Fang Chen asked. Chapter 4061. Fang Chen had paid the price of exploding 5,000 strands of ultimate power to severely injure the three of them and seal the worship. This way, the chaotic realm would be completely sealed off and cut off from the outside world. However, Fang Chen didn't want the two of them to die like this. He wanted to get some useful information from them. After all, there were too many cultivators in the 3,000 realms. If news of the original realm leaked out, it would definitely bring them a bloody disaster. Therefore, the best strategy was to learn some information and then take countermeasures. "Are these your last words?" Fang Chen's face was gloomy and filled with cold, murderous intent. He walked step by step toward the gray-robed man and the purple-robed man. The two of them seemed to feel Fang Chen's murderous intent. Their hearts trembled and they were filled with fear. They kept retreating and even threatened Fang Chen with the power behind them. "Boy, you can reach such a level at such a young age. In the future, you will definitely step into the Supreme Realm and stand on the highest stage of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. I hope you don't make a mistake. Yes, we were just passing by and accidentally broke into your territory. As long as you let us go, we will never invade your territory again." Fong Qin shook his head. Obviously, only the dead could keep secrets. The power behind us is not something you can provoke. Think carefully. Yes, we are from the White Emperor Palace, the most powerful force in the White Cloud Realm. If you kill us, it will bring a devastating disaster to your realm. Hearing this, Fong Chen was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at the two of them again. The person who broke into the chaotic realm was from the Scarlet Cloud Realm. Now, these two were from the White Cloud Realm. They both belonged to the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The White Cloud Realm, the White Emperor Palace? Seeing the hesitation on Fong Chen's face, the purple-robed man was secretly delighted. He thought that Fong Chen was a little scared. He continued, "Yes, you may not know the power of the White Emperor Palace, but I can tell you without exaggeration that the White Cloud Realm is considered a top realm in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The strongest cultivator, the White Emperor, was an unparalleled supreme realm cultivator 1,000,000 years ago. Now he can destroy all life with a thought. If you let us go, the White Emperor Palace will owe you a favor," the gray-robed man said. Countless experts coveted the favor of the White Emperor Palace. "Why should I believe your words?" Fong Chen was not in a hurry. He looked at the two of them playfully and asked, With a thought, a white crescent moon mark appeared on the purple-robed man's forehead. "This is the white moon mark of an expert from the White Emperor Palace." The gray-robed man also released his own white moon imprint. Compared to the snake head imprint, the white moon imprint vaguely contained an extremely terrifying power. So strong, Fong Qin could not help but sigh. Just a mark was enough to make him feel fear. One could imagine just how strong the White Emperor Palace was. Just how strong was the mysterious White Emperor of the White Cloud World. Then what was the snake head mark from before? Even though he was a little shocked, Fong Qin remained calm and collected. After the two of them explained, Fong Qin finally understood. After the primordial world shattered, the entire world returned to chaos. After suffering a huge blow, it became a world gap. The 3,000 realms of the great Tao existed in countless corners of the world gap. As the world gap was too dangerous, ordinary people didn't dare to rashly enter it. This also caused the experts of the 3,000 realms of the great Tao to almost never interact with each other. In this way, a type of interstellar merchant was born. Of course, with merchants, there were bandits. The snake head mark came from the famous Hydra organization in the World Gap. The experts in this organization had undergone strict training and had battleships that could travel freely in the World Gap. Of course, they had to pay a huge price. Although the gray-robed man and the purple-robed man were experts from the White Emperor Palace of the White Cloud Realm, their strength wasn't enough for them to survive in the World Gap. Therefore, they chose to join the Hydra organization and become its members. They accepted some missions and paid a sufficient price to obtain a battleship. They began to travel in the World Gap. The man with the snake head mark from before had a lower status than them. He was considered a beginner. As for them who had snake head marks, their status in the organization was rather high. The World Gap was so dangerous. So why did countless people want to take the risk? The answer was self-evident. The World Gap was formed after the primordial world collapsed. Countless opportunities were hidden in it. As long as one could obtain one of them, they could become the strongest or even the lord of a world. After stepping into the supremacy realm, it was almost impossible to improve further. Therefore, many people were willing to take the risk. I see. Fong Chen nodded. He didn't expect there to be such complicated matters in the World Gap outside the Chaos Realm. It was no wonder the predecessors of the Chaos Realm stepped into the World Gap one after another. Even the fiend-devouring clan's patriarch had entered. At their level, they only had a chance to break through in the world gap. In order to pursue the peak of the martial Tao, they were willing to pay any price, even if they might lose their lives. As he gained a deeper understanding of the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao and the World Gap, Feng Qin began to understand the supremacies who entered the World Gap. They could also live in their own territories for the rest of their lives. However, many people didn't like a mediocre life. They would rather take risks. If Feng Qin had a choice, he would also choose to enter the World Gap. However, before that, he had to settle all the matters in the Chaos Realm. At the very least, he had to have no worries. At this stage, the Chaos Realm had just annexed the damaged Origin Realm and destroyed the fiend-devouring clan. The heavenly Tao had been repaired, and the Chaos Realm was gradually recovering. It wouldn't be long before it became the Origin Realm that everyone in the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao envied. Of course, this required a process. After returning to reality, Feng Qin looked at the gray-robed man and the purple-robed man and continued interrogating them. However, he didn't obtain any important clues from the interrogation. He could only give up. "How is it? Have you thought it through? As long as you let us go, I can give you whatever you want." The gray-robed man looked at Feng Qin and chuckled. "Your world's martial Tao civilization is too backward. I can give you the cultivation mystic techniques of the White Cloud Realm to increase your overall strength." White Emperor Palace's mystic techniques weren't taught to outsiders. Even across the endless void, as long as they dared to teach others without permission, they wouldn't be able to escape White Emperor's grasp. However, they had many cultivation techniques from other factions in the White Cloud Realm. They were already strong enough for the Chaos Realm. "I really want the cultivation techniques, but I don't want to let you go. What should I do?" Feng Qin pursed his lips. "What do you mean?" the purple-robed man asked with a frown. Chapter 4062. The cultivation technique of the White Cloud Realm was a secret technique that could make even the Supreme Realm envious. Even Feng Qin was very tempted, but he would never joke about the lives of the people in the chaotic realm. This was his hometown, and his family, friends, and brothers were all here. Although the chaotic realm had swallowed the source realm and the heavenly Tao was gradually becoming complete, it was still in the period of recovery, and its overall combat power was too weak to fight against forces like the White Cloud Realm. Therefore, no matter what, he would not let these people leave alive. Only the dead could keep secrets forever. "What do you mean?" The gray-robed man and the purple-robed man's faces were gloomy, and they were extremely angry. They were from the White Emperor Palace, and they were also interstellar bandits of the Hydra organization. With these two identities, most people would give them face, but the guy in front of them not only wanted to monopolize the cultivation technique of the White Cloud Realm, but also wanted to kill them. He was simply courting death. In fact, including the snake-tattooed man, the three of them seemed to be compromising on the surface, but in fact they were stalling for time, secretly trying to communicate with the battleship trapped by the formation. As long as the battleship could rush out and return to their control, they would be in an invincible position and crush this realm. Don't waste your efforts. Although your battleship is strong, its core power is trapped by my formation, and you can't control it at all. Feng Qin squinted and smiled, as if he was mocking the three of them. Hearing this, the three of their faces suddenly changed, and they immediately stared at Feng Qin with burning eyes. "What do you want?" Feng Qin walked step by step in front of the three of them, stretched out his hand, and said, "Hand over the cultivation technique of the White Cloud Realm, and I can leave you a complete corpse. Don't even think about it." Boom! However, as soon as the purple-robed man finished speaking, Feng Qin blasted out a palm, and suddenly the two of them felt the earth tremble, and then there was a miserable cry, and the snake-tattooed man lost all signs of life. "Third brother!" The purple-robed man roared angrily, but it was useless. The snake-tattooed man was completely dead. The gray-robed man was also completely furious, almost crazy. He endured the injuries in his body and climbed up, wanting to fight to the death with Fong Qin, but the latter slapped him away. "Right now, you are not qualified to negotiate with me," Fong Qin said coldly. He did not hesitate to explode 5,000 rays of ultimate strength in order to severely injure the two of them. If he did not deal with them in time and let them recover, it would inevitably lead to a bloody storm. Therefore, before that, he planned to kill them after obtaining the White Cloud Realm's secret techniques. "In your dreams." The gray-robed man clenched his teeth and roared angrily as he charged toward Fong Qin. At the same time, he forcefully circulated the power within his body and detonated it as he neared Fong Qin. The self-destruction of an honorable was enough to destroy the entire Chaos Realm if it wasn't controlled. However, Fong Qin was already prepared. He directly activated the refining heaven formation and communicated with the power of the heavenly way, forcibly suppressing the explosive power of the gray-robed man. Even so, Fong Qin was still hit by the terrifying shockwave and smashed into the ground far away. Pain spread throughout his body. Fong Qin curled his lips and stood up, his face covered in dirt. Fortunately, he had the protection of his ultimate power, so he only suffered some superficial wounds. Fortunately, there is the refining heaven formation. Fong Qin looked at the devastated Chaos Realm battlefield and couldn't help but sigh. If it wasn't for the refining heaven formation left behind by the ancestors of the Chaos Realm, it would have been very difficult to survive this crisis. The refining heaven formation was said to be able to refine the heavens. Although honorables were strong, they were not above the heavenly way. Therefore, they were unable to break through the refining heaven formation. Of course, there was a more important reason. The three people from the White Cloud Realm were not good at array Dao and were unfamiliar with the refining heaven formation. They naturally couldn't break through it with just their strength. Crack! The gray-robed man tried his best, but failed to severely injure Fong Qin. His life gradually disappeared as his body exploded into pieces of flesh. Watching his two brothers die in front of him, the purple-robed man felt extreme pain in his heart. He closed his eyes, unwilling to accept this. Even White Emperor Palace wouldn't know if they died in such a barren land. They would only think that they were lost in the world gap. This way they would have died in vain. No one would avenge them, and the Hydra organization wouldn't look for them. This organization had always been very lax. It was relatively common for members of the organization to disappear. "I can't accept this." Before he died, the purple-robed man tried to use the battleship to send a message, but he failed. Fong Qin was swift and decisive as he killed him. Of course, before completely killing him, Fong Qin used the power of the heavenly way. As the realm lord, he forcefully restrained the gray-robed man's essence soul. Through his essence soul, he saw many cultivation techniques and secret techniques of the White Cloud Realm. Although some of them were incomplete and blurry, he couldn't see them clearly. However, those slightly lower-level cultivation methods were all clearly seen without missing a single word. White Emperor Palace won't let you off. The purple-robed man let out a final angry roar. His essence soul shattered and he died completely. Buzz! Fong Qin sat cross-legged. The essence soul in his mind was trembling, as he had just received a huge amount of information. He couldn't recover from it. Therefore, he hurriedly began to meditate. 7 days later, Fong Qin opened his eyes again. The cultivation techniques and secret techniques of the White Cloud Realm that he had obtained from the purple-robed man's essence soul had been sorted out. Just by looking at a little, Fong Qin's heart was shaken. As expected of the cultivation techniques and secret techniques of the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao, they were far from what the chaotic realm could compare to. From this point alone, one could see to what extent the original realm had declined in the past. It had almost been destroyed. Fong Qin got up. His injuries had healed and he was in high spirits. After he finished dealing with the 3 corpses, he put their space rings into his bag. Then his gaze fell on the depths of the refining heaven formation. on the battleship that was sealed by the formation. After dealing with the three Supremes, the crisis had not been completely resolved. There were still people on the battleship. He had to find a way to kill everyone on the battleship and take control of the battleship. Only then would the crisis be resolved. However, after facing the three Nine Heavens Supremes on his own, Fang Qin was confident that he could defeat them. At this time on the battleship, the person controlling the battleship from White Emperor Palace was uneasy. The battleship was sealed, and all communications signals with the outside world were cut off. He also couldn't contact the purple-robed man and the others. What's going on? Where have we mistakenly entered? The person controlling the battleship muttered to himself. Boom! However, at this moment, a deafening sound rang out. Then, a thought emerged and floated above the battleship. How dare you trespass into my territory? You are courting death. Fang Chen's thought issued a cold voice. Chapter 4063. Strictly speaking, the person controlling the battleship didn't belong to the Overlord faction of the White Emperor Palace in the White Cloud Realm. This was because he was lost in the world gap and happened to encounter the purple-robed man and company when they passed by. After that, he became a captive and began to control the battleship to serve the purple-robed man and company. Now he couldn't sense the auras of the purple-robed man and company. His expression changed drastically. He wanted to control the battleship to leave, but he heard a clap of thunder. Who is it? The person controlling the battleship raised his head and looked around, but he didn't discover anything. Swoosh! A phantom was projected on the battleship and looked at the person controlling the battleship. This is my territory. You are courting death by trespassing. Fang Chen's cold voice echoed in the battleship. Where are they? Asked the person controlling the battleship. Dead, said Fang Chen. Hearing this, the person controlling the battleship trembled and retreated. He tried to control the battleship to rush out of the seal, but he failed in the end. He looked at Fang Chen in fear. Even the purple-robed man and company weren't a match for this person. He didn't even have the courage to attack. I'll give you a chance to live, said Fang Chen. Speak, the person controlling the battleship hurriedly asked as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Be my servant and sign a master-servant contract with me. I can spare your life, said Fang Chen. In the beginning, he wanted to kill him, but on second thought, he might need this battleship in the future when he headed to the World Gap. There was no harm in keeping this person alive, as long as his essence soul was controlled and he signed a master-servant contract. He wouldn't be able to snitch. The person controlling the battleship hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. After all, compared to death, at least he could survive. Furthermore, Fang Chen's conditions were considered generous. Open your mind, said Fang Chen. He formed a seal with both hands as wisps of strange aura constantly emanated from his body. Finally, a wisp of ultimate power floated out and drilled into the mind of the person controlling the battleship. His primordial spirit was enveloped by the strange aura and ultimate power, forming a cocoon. Soon his eyes became dull, and he lost his consciousness like a walking corpse. Next, Fang Chen began to brand his own mark. With the help of the ultimate power, the master-servant contract he had signed was even more binding. As long as the person controlling the battleship had the slightest bit of ill intent, they would explode and die. After everything was done, the person controlling the warship returned to normal. He knelt on one knee and respectfully bowed to Fang Chen. Greetings, master. Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction. I don't care what you were called before. From now on, you'll be called Ada. Ada thanks master for the name. There was no resistance at all. From the bottom of his heart, he recognized Fang Chen as his master and began to explain everything about the worship to him. 6 hours later, Fang Chen basically understood the basic information of the worship, as well as the conventional control methods. Well, from now on, erase all the marks about the White Emperor Palace and the Hydra organization on the worship. If you need anything, Just send me a message." After that, Feng Qin turned and left. The chaos battlefield was safe for a short period of time because of the refining heaven array. While Ada was erasing the marks, he began to study the cultivation methods and secret arts he had obtained from the three supremes, the sacred land of the human race. Feng Qin copied all the cultivation methods and secret techniques onto a piece of paper and distributed them to the various experts. Lung Xian and the others showed a rare look of joy when they saw this. Good, this is great. The reason why the development of the chaotic realm is lagging behind is that the cultivation methods and secret arts of the ancient civilization have disappeared, causing a gap in our cultivation methods. Now that we have these advanced cultivation methods and secret arts, I believe that it won't be long before the real supremes after the Dharma-ending age appear in the chaotic realm. Dazun was very excited. He immediately took a book to the end of the reincarnation road and began to study it seriously. Lung Xian and the other experts also chose cultivation methods and secret arts suitable for themselves and began to break through to the supremes. Everyone, act according to your ability, Feng Qin exhorted. After all, these were the top cultivation methods and secret arts of the White Emperor Palace. Some of them were not suitable for the people of the chaotic realm to cultivate. If they forced themselves to cultivate them, the consequences would be unimaginable. After that, Feng Qin returned to the primordial chaos human races, Holy Land. He hurried his brothers and Star and Moon over and told them in detail what had happened on the chaos battlefield. He also told them to improve their strength as soon as possible. In the following time, the chaotic realm entered a period of peace. All the top experts were participating in the cultivation methods and secret arts. The heavenly path of the chaotic realm was becoming more and more perfect, and the spirit chi of heaven and earth was getting thicker and thicker. The aura of the 5 elements had been completely restored and even surpassed before. No matter how one looked at it, it gave people a feeling of prosperity. Everyone sighed. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before they could see the true appearance of the original realm. Of course, under the calm, there were hidden undercurrents. They didn't forget the scene when they were almost wiped out by the devouring demons. Everyone was preparing for danger in times of peace, and everyone was striving to improve their strength. In a secret chamber in the holy land of the human race, half a month later, Feng Qin comprehended a cultivation method and secret art. It was related to the primordial spirit. Long ago, his primordial spirit had already reached the limit of the Emperor realm and couldn't be improved any further. But after comprehending this secret art, he was enlightened. It turned out that the primordial spirit could be cultivated in this way. He changed his previous train of thought and felt enlightened. His entire person seemed to have been sublimated. In the meantime, the most shocking thing was the pure-blooded beast cub. This guy chose a demonic beast cultivation method, and after cultivating it for a period of time, its bloodline actually changed. Its blood gradually turned golden. This made everyone think of a possibility. The pure-blooded beast cub's bloodline seemed to have evolved into the royal bloodline. It was very likely to become the most powerful emperor in the history of the demon race. After learning this news, the 5 tyrants of Mount Cheong were unhappy. In the past, the 5 of them could join forces to trample on the pure-blooded beast cub. But now, the pure-blooded beast cub's bloodline had evolved. They were a little worried that it would surpass them. We definitely can't let that guy surpass us. As the heaven-devouring divine, Rat, the little mouse took the lead in training. The ant queen, pangolin, seahorse, and the old faker were also in seclusion. A few months later, Ada sent a message to Feng Qin. All traces of White Emperor Palace and Hydra on the battleship had been erased. From this moment on, this battleship belonged only to Feng Qin. After receiving the news, Feng Qin went to the battleship immediately. Under Ada's guidance, he left his mark on the battleship. On the warship, there was a sword-shaped symbol. From now on, I'll call you Chaos Ship, said Feng Qin. Chapter 4064. The development of the Chaos Realm was moving in a very good direction. Everyone was cultivating step by step. Those top experts who had obtained the secret techniques of the White Cloud Realm were all cultivating in seclusion. After all, the Saint Realm and the Supreme Realm were two completely different levels. Countless Saint Realm martial artists dreamed of stepping into the Supreme Realm, and were even willing to give up their lives for it. In the blink of an eye, dozens of years had passed. During this period, the Chaos Realm had been very peaceful, and there were no more foreign forces. At dawn, a ray of light had just passed through the horizon and illuminated the whole earth. Suddenly, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. At the same time, all the living beings in the Chaos Realm entered a state of sluggishness. The whole world seemed to have been sealed, and no one could move. Even the newborn babies stopped crying, and the primal Chaos Realm quieted down. However, there was one person who was not affected by this powerful vibration. The moment he heard this sound, he rushed into the sky with his fastest speed. His pitch-black eyes looked at the distant horizon. When Feng Qin saw the chaos battlefield, his heart was shocked. After dozens of years of integration, the broken source world was finally completely swallowed by the Chaos Realm. At this moment, the heavenly Tao had reached a perfect level. The sound just now was the sound of the perfect collision of the heavenly Tao, and it could affect all living beings in the world. This was why the shocking scene just now had occurred. However, Feng Qin was different. He was the leader of the human race, the realm lord of the Chaos Realm, and a sovereign realm expert. He had long been connected with the heavenly Tao, so he was not affected. He witnessed the complete transformation of the heavenly Tao, and the area of the chaos battlefield instantly skyrocketed and directly swallowed the broken source world. Buzz! This sound that penetrated the hearts of all living beings only lasted for a breath of time and then disappeared. Then, everyone in every corner of the Chaos Realm returned to normal. However, they had no idea what had just happened. Life went on as usual. Only Lung Xian and other top experts vaguely felt something. They came out of their seclusion and rushed over from all directions, and soon came in front of Feng Qin. "Leader, what happened?" The Supreme Sovereign was the first to arrive and asked with a serious face. The shock that came from the depths of his soul just now actually made him feel a trace of fear. From now on, there will no longer be an origin world in this world. Feng Qin's gaze swept across the crowd as he grinned. As soon as he said those words, the tense atmosphere immediately vanished and was replaced with excitement. Really, everyone's faces were filled with joy. They all looked in the direction of the primal chaos battlefield. If they didn't look, they wouldn't have known, but when they did, they were shocked. The primal chaos battlefield had indeed expanded. Wonderful! The heavenly Tao is perfect, and the primal chaos realm is expanding. The rise of the primal chaos realm is just around the corner, the great sovereign said. A rare smile appeared on Lung Xian's flawless face. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as if she was very happy. The current chaos realm could be considered a truly perfect chaos realm. Everyone chatted for a long time. Suddenly, Feng Qin said, "The heavenly Tao has transformed to perfection, and the primal chaos realm has completely devoured the origin world. It's obvious that a large amount of special energy will appear between the clashes. I hope you can seize this opportunity. I'll head back first." The Supreme Sovereign was the first to leave. He couldn't wait to go into seclusion. The others did the same. How could they miss such a good opportunity? In the blink of an eye, Feng Qin was left alone. He looked at the boundless chaos realm, and his heart was filled with emotion. Who would have thought that a young man from the ancient sword continent's divine Wind Nation, a land of pills, could walk step by step to the top of the primal chaos realm? Brother Qin, Star, and Moon had been here for a long time, but she didn't want to disturb Lung Xian and the other experts when they were here. She could only come after they left. Fang Chen turned and looked at Star and Moon, his eyes full of tenderness. Is the heavenly Tao perfect? Star and Moon asked. Fang Chen nodded. It's perfect. The origin world is already history. I'm afraid the devouring demons would never have dreamed that the space they worked so hard to create would become a wedding dress for us. Star and Moon leaned on Fang Chen's chest and said softly, the battle 10 years ago had a great impact on the Chaos Realm. The people around us are all doing their best to cultivate. Even their two sons, Fang Yun and Fang Han, who didn't like to cultivate, were still in seclusion. As for their sister, Fang Shi, she had already vaguely comprehended a higher level of power, and her strength had improved by leaps and bounds. That's good. I can't protect the Chaos Realm forever. Our hometown is very special. Once it's exposed, it'll be the greatest crisis in history, Fang Chen said. Every time he thought of this, Fang Chen's expression became very solemn. He really wanted to stay in the Chaos Realm and accompany his family, living a carefree life. However, when he thought of Supreme Fu Jian and the other mighty figures of the human race who didn't hesitate to enter the world gap in order to break through to a higher realm, they didn't complain even if they lost their lives. In their hearts, even though the peak of the martial Tao was their dream, what they were most worried about deep in their hearts was their hometown. At the end of the day, they were all born and raised in the Chaos Realm. They had deep feelings for this place and didn't want to see it destroyed. Therefore, they could only continue to become stronger. Fang Chen even asked himself if he would follow in the footsteps of the mighty figures and enter the world gap to fight. However, he hesitated. At the very least, he wouldn't leave in the short term. He wanted to accompany his wife, children, and friends to make up for the debt he owed them all these years. Of course, during this period, he would also think of a way to see if he could obtain some information about the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao from the Chaos Battleship. The more he knew, the more helpful it would be for the defense of the Chaos Realm. Brother Chen, accompany me around, Star and Moon said. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He lowered his head to look at Star and Moon. His expression gradually blurred as he kissed her. Time always passed unconsciously. Ever since the damaged origin world was completely annexed, the Chaos Realm was temporarily free of danger. Fang Chen could finally relax and focus on accompanying Star and Moon. The couple started from the ancient Sword Continent's divine Wind Nation and walked step by step through the places they had experienced before. During this period, wherever they passed, they left behind legends of immortals. 100 years later, on the eve of the Holy Land Genius Battle, Fang Chen returned to the human race's Holy Land from the vast Chaos Realm with his wife, Star, and Moon. He wanted to see for himself how many geniuses the special environment of the Chaos Realm had produced in the past 100 years. Chapter 4065. In 100 years, there were many geniuses in the chaotic world. The 10 palace lords of the human sacred land were extremely busy. They had been searching for good seedlings all over the world. As for Lung Xian and the others, they were still in seclusion. Currently, their most important thing was to break through to the Supreme Realm. They didn't care about such trivial matters. As the name suggested, the genius battle covered all the geniuses in the chaotic world. Fang Chen had a rough understanding. There were more than 1,000 geniuses who had signed up this time. They were the elites of the elites from all over the world. Today, the genius battle had officially begun. Fang Chen sat at the head of the table. The 10 palace lords sat on both sides. The square below was filled with people. When Fang Chen appeared, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Everyone wanted to see what kind of person this legendary leader was. Leader, can we start? The 10 palace lords asked. Fang Chen nodded. Don't worry about me. Just follow the normal procedure. I'm just here to take a look. The Void Ancestor stood up and started to host the genius battle. He was the main person in charge this time. Soon, he finished reading the rules of the competition. Then it was time for the geniuses to fight. In the crowd, there was an inconspicuous young man. He wore a purple shirt and had a bright smile on his face. He looked at Feng Chen with respect. Sir Leader from our Star River universe. His name was Lin Zhan. He came from the universe. When he was young, his family had been killed by his enemies. When he was escaping, he met someone from a powerful force. He saw his talent and joined the sect. He started his journey. In just 30 years, he became the strongest person among the younger generation in the universe. Then he went to the ancient sacred chaos world and started to explore. It wasn't until this genius battle that he had the chance to see all the geniuses in the chaotic world. He sighed. The world was too big. He needed to work harder. When the people around heard this, they frowned slightly. They seemed unhappy. The genius battle depends on yourself. You can't just rely on connections. This person thought that Lin Zhan was trying to curry favor. Hence, he mocked him. Lin Zhan turned his head and glanced at him. He shook his head and didn't say anything. In a world where the strong were respected, the fist was the absolute truth. This was the truth that he had figured out over the years. Sometimes 100 sentences of nonsense were not as good as a single punch. What's with your attitude? The person beside Lin Zhan couldn't stand Lin Zhan's attitude. He said coldly, I have cultivated for so many years, and no one has ever dared to treat me with such an attitude. Apologize to me immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Apologize? Lin Zhan wanted to laugh. Why? Because I'm stronger than you. The person beside Lin Zhan looked down at him and threatened him. See you in the competition then. After speaking, Lin Zhan turned his head and ignored the people around him. He focused on the competition. Rumble. The battles in the plaza continued one after another. Occasionally, there would be a dazzling battle that would make the 10 palace masters nod their heads and applaud. Lord Leader, how is it? Void Primogenitor asked with a smile. Currently, there aren't any particularly outstanding seedlings. Feng Chen said. With his current status, his standards were naturally very high. Very few people could catch his eye. However, once he thought highly of someone, that person's future would be glorious. Oh, right, Lord Leader, among the geniuses this time. One of them is from the Milky Way universe. Void Primogenitor suddenly remembered. Huh. Hearing this, Feng Chen was a little stunned. He didn't expect that after so many years, another genius would appear in the Milky Way universe. It's that guy called Lin Zhan. Void Primogenitor pointed at him to Feng Chen. The latter started to size up Lin Zhan seriously. Not bad. Feng Chen nodded. Lin Zhan's foundation was more solid, but his overall strength seemed to be weaker. However, just as he was about to shift his gaze away, he suddenly discovered something. The aura of the Azure universe. Immediately after, Feng Chen secretly used his primordial spirit power at the Tao manifestation realm and silently probed Lin Zhan. The latter came from the Milky Way universe, but had the aura of the Azure universe. It was a little special. One had to know that the Azure universe was built by Feng Chen. In order for the universe to develop, he left behind countless inheritances. However, he didn't expect that one of the most important inheritances would be obtained by someone from the Milky Way universe. This is a little interesting. After a long while, Feng Chen grinned. This guy from the Milky Way universe actually obtained the inheritance that he left behind in the Azure universe. No wonder he felt a sense of déjà vu when he first saw him. Lin Zhan, are you willing to be my disciple and become my third disciple? In the crowd, Lin Zhan vaguely felt that someone was secretly spying on him. However, he couldn't find out who it was. He didn't look around either. After all, this was the sacred land of the human race. There were many strong cultivators here. Even if he looked around, he wouldn't be able to find anyone. However, at this moment, an unfamiliar voice reverberated in his mind. Lin Zhan was stunned. There was an almighty who wanted to accept him as his third disciple? Who was this person? Just as Lin Zhan was puzzled, Feng Chen revealed his identity. You and I both came from the Milky Way universe. Moreover, you also obtained the inheritance that I left behind in the Azure universe. We can be considered to be fated. Are you willing to be my disciple? As soon as this was said, Lin Zhan was stunned. The leader wanted to accept him as his disciple? He couldn't accept this exciting news. It was as if he was in a dream. He felt that everything around him was illusory. Is this real? Lin Zhan wanted to raise his head and look at the leader. However, he realized that he couldn't move his body. I am willing. Lin Zhan suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, All right, from now on, you will be my third disciple. Your eldest senior brother will be Tian Xan. Your second senior brother will be Kong Jiao. After the genius battle ends, we will hold the apprenticeship ceremony. After sending the voice transmission, Feng Chen closed his eyes and started to cultivate. Below, Lin Zhan was so excited that he almost jumped up. He had become the Lord Leader's disciple in a daze. Moreover, his senior brothers were actually Tian Xian and Kong Jiao, two famous peak-level experts. This was simply too shocking. The person beside Lin Zhan was a little angry when he saw how excited Lin Zhan was. Lad, you'd better be quiet. Don't disturb my preparation. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Zhan turned his head and looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. Humph, just pray that we don't meet. Otherwise, you are dead meat, the person beside Lin Zhan threatened. Lin Zhan ignored him. He was still immersed in the joy of becoming the leader's disciple. At the same time, the mystery in his heart was finally solved. The inheritance that he had obtained in the Azure universe was actually left behind by the leader. No wonder his cultivation level improved so rapidly after obtaining the inheritance. Qin Shi whispered. Chapter 4066. After cultivating for so many years, from the ancient sword continent's divine wind nation to the current peak of the chaotic world, no one knew what Feng Chen had experienced. Sometimes he had almost died, but he had survived. No matter what, he would never give up. This kind of tenacity was why he could cultivate to such a level. Countless geniuses had gathered at the chaotic world genius battle. Feng Chen had only come to watch the battle casually. He wanted to see what kind of changes the chaotic world had brought to the people in the past 100 years. However, he didn't expect to meet a cultivator from the Star River universe here. He also happened to receive the inheritance that he had left in the Shuri universe. It could only be said that fate had long been decided. With his strength, he could see that Lin Zhan was extraordinary at a glance. Therefore, he directly accepted him as a disciple. In addition to the 3 disciples he had accepted before, Lin Zhan was his 4th disciple. His first disciple, Tian Xan, was now famous in the chaotic world. His second disciple, Kong Jiao, although his talent was average, his tenacity was the strongest among the disciples. As for his third disciple, she was also the only female disciple under Feng Chen. Her name was Qin Yu. Back then, during the human race's Holy Land Genius Battle, she had defeated Luo Xiao and became the disciple of the human race's leader. When this news spread out, it shocked the entire human race. However, no one knew that Qin Yu's body contained an extremely strong white tiger bloodline. If she reached the atavism level in time, she would become a super expert comparable to the white tiger. As a master, he was not competent at all. After accepting a disciple, he threw Qin Yu into the Northern Sea and let her train in the sacrificial ground left behind by Supreme Master Fujian. A few decades ago, when Feng Chen accompanied his wife, Star and Moon, to travel the chaotic world, he had gone there once. He found that Qin Yu's cultivation was going smoothly, and her white tiger bloodline was recovering day by day. He didn't disturb her and quietly left. Now, Feng Chen sat on the highest bronze throne with a smile on his face. Leader, do you have anyone you like? Fire Dome Palace Master asked. He vaguely remembered that the leader had accepted a disciple in the last genius battle. He didn't know how it would be this time. This batch of geniuses is much more talented than the previous batch. It seems like the day of the Chaos Realm's rise is coming. Primogenitor Nihility smiled. The other palace masters nodded as well. Ever since they had devoured the damaged origin world and recovered all the lost heavenly fate, the heavenly Tao of the chaotic world had transformed to a perfect state. As time passed, the characteristics of the chaotic world became more and more obvious. The former original realm was recovering, and the talents of the warriors were naturally improving, just as everyone was discussing. There was a sudden clamor in the square. Fang Qin lowered his head to take a look. It turned out that the person fighting was Lin Zhan. However, those shouts weren't for Lin Zhan. They were for his opponent, a dark-skinned fatty. Booming the time it takes for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, the two of them fought fiercely together. Lin Zhan was at a disadvantage right from the start. He had been suppressed by the tanned fatty and was struggling to hold on. Primogenitor Nihility frowned and shook his head. This little brat from the Star River universe is far inferior to the Lord Chancellor. You can't blame him. He is already very strong, but his opponent is even stronger, Palace Master Cheong said. The Fire Dome Palace Master said, that dark-skinned fatty comes from the Primal Chaos Desert. He's the #1 genius there. At such a young age, he's comprehended all the highest level skills in the Primal Chaos Desert. He's seen as the person with the highest chance of entering the Primal Chaos realm. The 10 Palace Masters all had high hopes for the dark-skinned fatty. After all, the potential that he had displayed was enough to suppress Lin Zhan in all aspects. However, Fang Qin didn't care about all this. A temporary failure didn't mean anything. Lin Zhan had started out late, and the cultivation conditions in the universe were also worse. However, the dark-skinned fatty was different. He was a prodigy from the desert Primal Chaos and enjoyed all the cultivation resources in the entire Primal Chaos. As a result, the gap between the two of them was naturally much larger. Many people judged a hero based on success or failure. However, with Fang Chen's mindset, he looked at long-term potential and didn't want to squeeze out one's potential in a short period of time. After an hour of intense battle, Lin Zhan was defeated by the dark-skinned fatty as expected. However, it wasn't a crushing defeat. This was out of everyone's expectations. After his defeat, Lin Zhan walked back to his original position. He secretly glanced at the leader on the bronze throne and realized that the leader was smiling at him apologetically. How dare someone like you participate in the Battle of Geniuses? Those who had mocked Lin Zhan before started to mock him again. However, Lin Zhan directly ignored them. Outside the sacred ground, a towering tree was rushing towards the sacred ground at a speed that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. If one looked carefully, they would be shocked to discover that there were 4 harmless animals sitting on the tree branches. They were a rat, an ant, a pangolin, and a seahorse. However, the top experts in the chaotic world knew that these weren't ordinary beasts. They were the legendary 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain. They were the leader's life and death brothers. Beside them was a young man sitting cross-legged. He was surrounded by a terrifying aura. He was Luo Xiao. After 100 years of cultivation, his strength was no longer the same as before. When they heard that the Battle of Geniuses had begun, the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain decided to bring him to take a look. At the same time, they wanted to test his progress in the past 100 years. Luo Xiao, don't lose face for us, said the little mouse. Although Qinyu is the leader's disciple, her foundation isn't as good as yours. With the 5 of us teaching you, it shouldn't be a problem for you to defeat her, said the Ant Queen. Let's go see how the geniuses in this Battle of Geniuses are. Let's see if there's anyone who can make our eyes shine, said the pangolin calmly. The seahorse was a bit curious. I wonder if the leader will accept a disciple this time. When they were about to reach the sacred ground, they coincidentally bumped into Tian Xian and Kong, Zhou's 9th brother. Greetings, martial uncles. Tian Xin and Kong Jiu were very respectful when they saw the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain. They hurriedly cupped their fists and greeted them. "Why did the 2 of you come back?" asked the little mouse. "Martial uncles, we received a message from Master. He asked us to come back and see junior brother," said Tian Xin. Hearing this, the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain were stunned. What? Leader accepted another disciple? Qin Yu was a girl. This time the leader asked Tian Xin and Kong Jiu to come back and see junior brother. That meant that he had accepted another disciple. Let's go and see what kind of person leader's disciple is. The little mouse couldn't wait any longer and hurriedly urged Tian Xin and Kong Jiu. "Martial uncles, please go first." The senior and junior brothers gestured for the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain to enter the sacred ground first. Chapter 4067. The genius battle proceeded in an orderly manner. Occasionally, some amazing talents would appear. Some of them even attracted the attention of the 10 palace lords. They personally came out to take them in as disciples. Even if they were slightly better, the other almighties would fight to take them in as disciples. In short, the entire process of the genius battle was very successful. However, there was still a small interlude. When Lin Zhan appeared, he defeated a genius with lightning speed. The latter wasn't convinced and burned his blood essence to severely injure Lin Zhan. However, Lin Zhan forcefully cut off one of his arms. Next, the warrior who mocked Lin Zhan didn't let go of such a good opportunity. He stood on the side of justice and accused Lin Zhan of maliciously injuring others. He also said that he would teach Lin Zhan a lesson. "He has already lost. You even cut off his arm. You are simply too vicious," the warrior who mocked Lin Zhan said coldly. Instantly, everyone was criticizing Lin Zhan. After all, the warrior who mocked Lin Zhan was extremely powerful. He had been famous for a long time and had many followers. "I didn't break the rules," Lin Zhan said coldly. "Humph! Do you think you are very powerful? Do you know that there is always someone better than you?" The warrior who mocked Lin Zhan scolded angrily. "Today let me teach you a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, the warrior who mocked Lin Zhan attacked directly. The moment he attacked, he unleashed the terrifying power of yin and yang. It condensed into a yin-yang fish and attacked Lin Zhan rapidly. However, Lin Zhan kept dodging with ease and counterattacked from time to time. Damn it! Seeing this, the warrior who mocked Lin Zhan became even more furious. He lost his sense of propriety and only focused on attacking. His moves were full of loopholes. Fan Chen, who was on the spectator stand, nodded in satisfaction. Strictly speaking, Lin Zhan's strength was similar to his opponent's. However, he could skillfully make use of his opponent's carelessness and underestimate. He kept provoking his opponent. This way, the opponent was completely enraged and full of loopholes. Unknowingly, Lin Zhan was already in an invincible position. Moreover, Lin Zhan still had a trump card. That was his inheritance. Lin Zhan is not bad. The hot-tempered Fire Dome Palace Lord couldn't help but praise Lin Zhan. The Void Primogenitor glanced at Fang Chen. "My lord, how is it?" "Not bad." Fang Chen's comment was like a thunderclap in the ears of the 10 palace masters. One had to know that up until now, there were many people who were stronger than Lin Zhan. However, the Lord Leader had never commented on any of them. Just these 2 words were enough to show how much the Lord Leader valued Lin Zhan. Boom! After an intense battle, Lin Zhan cleverly defeated the martial artist who mocked him. "You lost." Lin Zhan grinned. "You." The cultivator who mocked Lin Zhan crawled up from the ground and stared at Lin Zhan with bloodshot eyes. He wanted to tear Lin Zhan into pieces. "Do you only know how to use such despicable means? In a competition, we only care about the outcome. We don't care about the process," Lin Zhan said. "If this was the battlefield, you would already be a dead man. You have no right to speak to me here." Boom! The martialists who mocked Lin Zhan still wanted to attack, but were stopped by Void Ancestor. Enough. Void Ancestor stood up and scanned the crowd. On the battlefield, the enemy won't talk nonsense with you. As long as they find a chance, they will give you a fatal blow. Hearing this, the cultivator who mocked Lin Zhan lowered his head. Lin Zhan won this battle, Void Ancestor announced. At this moment, waves of energy came from the void. Immediately after, everyone realized that 5 strange-looking fellows had appeared out of thin air. Everyone was shocked, and they exclaimed, "The 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain." They were legendary strong martial artists from the Chaos world. They had followed the Lord Leader and fought everywhere. Now, they had become famous, strong martial artists. The last time they appeared was more than 100 years ago. They had taken in a disciple called Luo Shao, that is the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain. They actually came. Look, Luo Shao is here too. Many people were curious. Under the guidance of the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain, how strong had Luo Shao become? Boss, we are here. The 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain were still casual as they greeted Feng Qin. Tian Xian and Kong Jiu had also come together to greet their master. Congratulations, master. You have another disciple under your command. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Huh? What do you mean? Tian Xian and Kong Jiu are the Lord Leader's disciples. What did they say just now? Could it be that the Lord Leader thinks highly of one of us? In an instant, everyone was guessing. Their expressions were different. Only Lin Zhan was relatively calm. Master, who is 4th junior brother. Kong Jiu was a little impatient. Lin Zhan greets the 2 senior brothers and the 5 uncle masters. Amidst the noise, Lin Zhan took a step forward and knelt on one knee. Lin Zhan, are you crazy? Someone shouted and asked Lin Zhan to come back quickly. Today was such a grand occasion. If he ruined it and made the Lord Leader angry, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, no one expected Feng Qin to flick his finger. Instantly, a gentle force helped Lin Zhan up. Moreover, a mark was injected into Lin Zhan's body. From today onwards, Lin Zhan will be my 4th disciple. Feng Qin's announcement stunned everyone. Tian Xian and Kong Jiu smiled and came to Lin Zhan's side. They congratulated their junior brother. Ha ha ha, this is great. Congratulations, junior brother. At the same time, the 2 of them took out 2 items from their pockets and passed them to Lin Zhan. This is our greeting gift. When Lin Zhan was hesitating, the little mouse said, "Kid, just accept it. This is nothing." As he spoke, the old faker swayed and plucked a tree branch. He said, "You are boss's disciple, which means you are our martial nephew. We didn't bring any greeting gift. Just accept this tree branch." Everyone was in an uproar. This was the legendary divine tree. Just a tree branch was enough to increase one's cultivation by 100 years. It was definitely something that the cultivation world dreamed of. This guy's luck is too good, right? From the initial shock and jealousy to the current envy, everyone was simply stunned. The 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain casually gave out a tree branch from the divine tree. Tian Xian and Kong Jiu even gave out rare treasures. This was too enviable. Under everyone's envious gazes, Lin Zhan accepted the gifts one by one. Chapter 4068. With Feng Qin's announcement, the genius battle came to an end. Many people looked at Lin Zhan with envy and jealousy. To be honest, all the cultivators who participated in the genius battle and even the entire Chaos realm treated Feng Qin as their idol and motivation. It was their goal. No one didn't want to become the leader's disciple. Even if it was just an in-name disciple or just a little guidance, it would be a great honor. One must know that Tian Xian and Kong Jiu's achievements were so great that no one could catch up to them. Many people thought that as long as they joined the leader's faction, their future would be immeasurable. The competition that gathered all the geniuses in the entire Chaos realm was actually snatched away by an ordinary-looking and inconspicuous fellow. Many people were filled with unwillingness and dissatisfaction, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. All right, all of you can disperse. Void Ancestor stood up and said. After a while, only Feng Chen and the others were left in the square. Lin Zhan stood beside Tian Xin and Kong Jiu. He was familiarizing himself with his two senior brothers. The 5 tyrants of Cheong Mountain were explaining some combat techniques to Luo Xiao. As for Feng Chen, he was connected to the world. With just a thought, he arrived at the North Sea. Buzz. With a thought, he entered the North Sea and came to the North Sea. He saw Qin Yu, who was cultivating at the altar. After 100 years of training, Qin Yu was no longer the young girl from before. At this moment, her cheeks were covered with the marks of time. Her body was filled with boundless power, especially the white tiger bloodline in her body. It was gradually being activated, and her strength was getting stronger. Buzz. Suddenly, Feng Chen appeared and waved his hand. Immediately, the turbulent forbidden land of the North Sea seemed to be frozen in time and space. Qin Yu, who was cultivating, suddenly trembled and opened his eyes. He saw his master, Feng Chen. Master, why are you here? 100 years had turned the young girl into a peerless woman. However, in front of Feng Chen, she was still just a disciple. Qin Yu knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Feng Chen. Get up. Feng Chen sized up Qin Yu and sensed that a portion of the white tiger bloodline in her body had been activated. You've improved quite well in the past 100 years. Let's go, I'll bring you back. Before Qin Yu could react, the world was spinning. When she stabilized her body, she was surprised to find that she had appeared in the Holy Land Square, and there were familiar people around her. The 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain, Luo Xiao and his 2 senior martial brothers. Junior sister Qin Yu, we haven't seen each other for over 100 years. Seeing Qin Yu, Tian Xin and Kong Jiu couldn't wait to greet him. Qin Yu also cupped his fists and said, Qin Yu greets the 2 senior apprentice brothers. Ha ha ha, junior sister Qin Yu. Master has accepted another disciple. Come, let me introduce him to you. This is our little junior brother, Lin Zhan. Kong Jiu pulled Lin Zhan over and introduced him to Qin Yu. Lin Zhan greets 3rd senior sister. Lin Zhan hurriedly bowed to Qin Yu. I didn't expect Master to take in another disciple. That's great. Qin Yu grinned. Qin Yu, how's your cultivation in the past 100 years? The little mouse chuckled. Luo Xiao has improved a lot. He wants to spar with you. He wants to see if Boss is better at teaching disciples, or if we, the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain, are better at teaching disciples, the An Emperor said. Luo Xiao looked at Qin Yu with burning eyes. His entire body was filled with battle intent. Qin Yu, do you dare to spar with me? In the battle 100 years ago, although Luo Xiao was stronger than Qin Yu, everyone knew that Qin Yu was the final victor. She had successfully become the disciple of the leader of the human race. However, to outsiders, Luo Xiao was also not bad. He had been accepted as a disciple by the leader's brothers, the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain. In the past 100 years, Luo Xiao had been cultivating bitterly. He hoped that one day he could prove that he was the most outstanding. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Go on. Fight to your heart's content. Let Master see your improvement in the past 100 years. Feng Chen nodded and said, after getting Master's permission, Qin Yu said heroically, why wouldn't I dare? As they spoke, the 2 of them walked to the center of the square. Feng Chen personally set up restrictions to prevent their battle from being interrupted. The 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain urged Luo Xiao to do his best and not worry too much. After all, they were here. If anything happened, they would be able to stop the battle immediately. Hence, they didn't have to worry about hurting others. 3rd senior sister, you can do it. Lin Zhan cheered Qin Yu on. Tian Xin and Kong Jiu also nodded heavily. We believe that junior sister will definitely win. The leader's lineage only had 4 disciples. Tian Xin and Kongjio didn't need to be mentioned. They had relied on their own efforts to make a name for themselves in the Chaos Realm. As for the third disciple, Qinyu, ever since she was accepted as a disciple, she was thrown into the forbidden land of the North Sea to cultivate. This battle was a chance to let the world know about her, Qinyu. Boom! Qinyu and Luo Xiao fought fiercely. The 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain watched with interest as they chatted with Fang Qin. Boss, unknowingly, you have already accepted for disciples. Thinking about how the 5 brothers had followed their boss to conquer the world, from a small place until now, the brothers couldn't help but sigh. They also knew that their boss couldn't stay in the Chaos Realm forever. He would definitely go to a bigger stage, the 3,000 worlds of the Great Tao. Hence, they cherished the time they had now. You guys. Fang Qin shook his head. He knew his brothers too well. They had all fought life and death with him. Let's watch the battle first. Just as the brothers were talking, Qinyu and Luo Xiao had already used all their trump cards and started to fight fiercely. At first glance, Luo Xiao had the advantage in terms of strength. This was also in line with his characteristics. His physical body was very special, and the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain had also carried out demonic training for him. Now his physical strength had already reached a terrifying level. In comparison, Qinyu's physical body seemed a little weak. However, in terms of bloodline, Qinyu clearly had the advantage. This was under the condition that the White Tiger bloodline hadn't fully awakened. The 2 of them fought back and forth, and it was abnormally fierce. No one could do anything to the other. As expected of third junior sister, what a powerful bloodline. Tian Xin couldn't help but praise. Nonsense. Is there a weak disciple that Master has accepted? Kang Jiu said proudly. Lin Zhan, who was at the side, clenched his fists tightly. He swore in his heart that he would definitely work hard in his cultivation and not let his master down. At the same time, he turned his head to look at Tian Xin and Kang Jiu. Finally, his gaze returned to Qinyu, who was on the battlefield. One day, I will be like senior brother and senior sister and make Master feel proud. Chapter 4069. One had to admit that Luo Xiao's strength had improved by leaps and bounds under the guidance of the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain. The 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain were full of smiles after seeing Luo Xiao's performance. After teaching for nearly 100 years, the 5 of them had taught this disciple all their trump cards. They hoped that he could break through himself and reach a new level in the future. Of course, although the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain were usually unruly, they were not inferior in teaching disciples. After watching the battle for a while, Fang Qin praised the 5 brothers. You guys are good. Fang Qin grinned and said, I didn't expect you guys to be better than me in teaching disciples. Speaking of this, he touched his nose a little guiltily. Boss, is that how you teach disciples? You threw them into the North Sea to train for 100 years as soon as you took them in, and then challenged them as soon as they came out. The little mouse couldn't help but complain. The Ant Emperor and the others were seriously analyzing Luo Xiao's moves and attack methods and where the flaws were. After the battle, they would explain to him one by one and let him correct them. Not bad. You guys are indeed qualified teachers. Fang Qin nodded and said in approval, Have you guys ever thought of starting a sect to spread your teachings? No one knew how big the primordial world was. Even if Fang Chen's battle strength was comparable to the Supreme's, he still didn't understand the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao. Starting a sect to spread their teachings was every cultivator's dream. But the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain had never thought of it. Hearing their boss's question, they suddenly fell into deep thought. Soon, the usually calm seahorse spoke first. I think boss's suggestion is good. Starting a sect to spread our teachings will not only pass down our teachings from generation to generation, but also greatly increase the battle strength of the primordial world. It's a win-win situation. Yes, I agree too, the pangolin said. I'm fine with it. Anyway, there's no plant cultivator in the primordial world who can reach my level. I'm lonely at the top. Before the old faker finished speaking, he was beaten up by the other 4 brothers. Will you die if you don't act? Beat him up. He's always acting in front of us. You old faker, you can only fool young people who are inexperienced. If it wasn't for Boss taking you in back then, I'm afraid you would have already become a burning match for others. Being ridiculed by his 4 brothers, the old faker was not to be outdone. You have the nerve to criticize me? Among the few of you, which one of you became the strongest in the demon clan? In comparison, the old faker had already become the number 1 plant. At least in the chaos realm, he was the undisputed number 1. However, even though Little Mouse and the other 3 were extremely powerful, and it was difficult for them to find a match in the entire chaotic realm, there was a powerful opponent right before them, a pure-blooded beast cub. When that guy went crazy, he could take on 4 people at once. All right, let's watch the competition. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles as he watched his brothers bicker. It was as if he had returned to his youth. However, he still stopped his brothers from bickering. Everyone's attention returned to the battlefield. In the beginning, Luo Xiao clearly had the absolute advantage. On the other hand, Qin Yu's attacking style was slightly immature. However, as time went by, Qin Yu gradually adapted to such a high-intensity confrontation and was now able to stand up to Luo Xiao. At this time, Luo Xiao was a little anxious. He felt the changes in Qin Yu's body. The more he fought, the braver he became. I can't wait any longer. Luo Xiao used his trump card. He formed a seal with both hands, and above his head, a violent aura emerged. At the same time, the 5 phantoms of his masters condensed. Rat phantoms, ant queen phantoms, seahorse phantoms, pangolin phantoms, and a towering divine tree phantoms. When these 5 phantoms appeared, even Fang Qin was a little surprised. The 5 brothers beside him were grinning from ear to ear. Boss, how is it? The 5 of us have studied for 100 years to come up with this trump card. Boom! The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. When Luo Xiao used his trump card, it was obvious that Qin Yu was unable to resist. However, at the critical moment, the white tiger bloodline in her body was completely activated under the strong pressure. Boom! 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 A violent force emerged from Qin Yu's body. Above her head, a white tiger phantoms condensed. Roar! The huge white tiger phantoms roared angrily at the 5 phantoms above Luo Xiao's head. At the same time, they rushed over and fought fiercely with the 5 phantoms. Both Luo Xiao and Qin Yu were motionless. They were fighting with their minds. White tiger bloodline. The 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain exclaimed as they felt the strong, white tiger bloodline. As demonic beasts, they naturally knew about the ancient super-divine beast White Tiger. However, they did not expect Qin Yu to have such a pure and strong White Tiger bloodline. Now, they finally understood why their boss accepted Qin Yu as his disciple. As expected of our boss, the little mouse curled its lips. Boom! The White Tiger phantoms tore apart the 5 phantoms. It was also heavily injured and collapsed. A violent force swept across the entire square. However, Fang Chun waved his hand and dispersed the force. Dong! 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 Everyone was shocked. However, the square had completely calmed down. Luo Xiao and Qin Yu both fell to the ground with a trace of blood at the corner of their mouths. Obviously, the battle of the projections had injured both of them. Crash! Fang Chun waved his hand again. 2 ultimate forces entered Qin Yu and Luo Xiao's body. Immediately, their injuries were healed. Their faces were filled with shock. All right, let's end it here. Fang Qin said. Qin Yu got up and came to Fang Chun with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, master. I've embarrassed you. Luo Xiao, who was standing at the side, did not say a word. He had cultivated hard for 100 years, and even used his trump card, the 5 great projections. However, the final result was that both of them were injured. He could not accept this result. "Luo Xiao, you're already very good," the little mouse said. "Qi knew that girl has the pure bloodline of the ancient super divine beast white tiger. Under your strong suppression, it was completely activated. You can't win against her." "Not bad, not bad. Although you didn't win, you didn't lose either. I think you'll gain a lot from this battle." Fang Chen patted Qi Yu's shoulder gently and said with a smile, "There's no need to care about winning or losing in a sparring session. Strictly speaking, you and Luo Xiao are of the same lineage. There's no need to determine the winner." The 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain nodded. They were brothers with Fang Chen. Naturally, the disciples of both sides could be considered to be of the same lineage. "Not bad. With such a strong opponent, you can continue to push yourself forward," the little mouse said. Hearing this, Luo Xiao's wrinkled face relaxed. He walked in front of Qi Yu and said with a smile, "Thank you for giving me a stronger motivation. Qi Yu, I will continue to work hard. There will be a day when I will defeat you." Chapter 4070. "Boss, please give him some pointers," the little mouse suggested. After all, Fang Chen's attainments in martial arts had reached a level that was difficult for ordinary people to understand. His pointers would definitely have a huge effect on the younger generation. Sure enough, after hearing his master's words, Luo Xiao also looked at Fang Chen with a face full of expectation. "Qi Yu, the reason why you were able to fight with Luo Xiao was entirely because of the white tiger bloodline." Fang Chen looked at his third disciple and said with a smile, "However, this is also your advantage. You have the pure bloodline of the ancient super divine beast, the white tiger. Your future achievements are limitless. You must make good use of it. However, you can't completely rely on it. You must walk a path that belongs to you. Later, I will give you some files about the ancient divine beast, the white tiger." After briefly explaining Qi Yu's problem, Fang Chen turned his head to look at Luo Xiao. In fact, if it wasn't for the appearance of Qi Yu, who had the white tiger bloodline, Luo Xiao would definitely be the most suitable disciple candidate. After 100 years of teaching by his 5 brothers, Luo Xiao was able to grow to such an extent. Needless to say, his talent was definitely 1 in a million, especially when he displayed the 5 great projections at the end. Although the process of combining them was a bit rough, overall, it still made Fang Chen's eyes light up. This was the trump card that his 5 good brothers had researched, and it was indeed very strong. Your 5 masters are different demonic beasts. Their divine abilities are different. Your trump card condensed the phantoms of your 5 masters. However, there are some flaws in the process of fusion. Fang Chen commented, "There is a special relationship between their races. Although you can forcefully combine them if you use a different method, first combine them in pairs, then combine them together. This way, the speed will be faster and the power will be stronger." The fusion speed of the 5 great phantoms represented their attack power. Moreover, a battle between experts was ever-changing. If one could save the fusion time, they would definitely be able to defeat the enemy first. In the following time, Fang Chen explained in detail the pros and cons of this trump card to Luo Xiao and the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain. He even personally demonstrated it. He would let the 5 brothers work together to cast it while he tried to resolve it and find the flaws in it. Needless to say, after a few hours of research, Fang Chen really found a lot of loopholes in it and perfected them one by one. Fang Chen didn't stop commenting until night fell. At this moment, Luo Xiao had already entered a state of epiphany. The 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain nodded continuously, feeling that they had gained a lot. "Thank you for your guidance, boss." He had originally intended to give pointers to Luo Xiao, but he had not expected that the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain would benefit from it as well. They glanced at their disciple and simply sat beside Luo Xiao, surrounding him and beginning to cultivate. It could be considered as protecting him. "Let's go." Seeing this, Fang Chen quietly left with his 4 disciples. He was not worried at all that someone would dare to cause trouble here. This was the human race's holy land, where the top experts of the human race gathered. No one in the world dared to come here, and no one could come here. After returning to his own courtyard, Fang Qin sat on the stone bench. The 4 disciples stood in a row and watched him attentively. "If you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to ask me," said Fang Qin. It wouldn't be long before he left the Chaos Realm and headed to the World Gap. He didn't know how long it would take for him to return. Before leaving, he planned to seriously teach his 4 disciples. At the very least, they would be able to grow quickly after he left. "Master, I have a question." As the eldest senior brother, Tianxin was the first to ask. Kang Jiu and Qin Yu also asked many questions. Only Lin Zhan listened attentively. He felt that he had benefited greatly. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. During this period, Fang Qin had been teaching his 4 disciples. As for Lung Xian and the other experts, they were also in seclusion. The huge Chaos Realm was prosperous. The heavenly Tao had completed its transformation. The brand new Chaos Realm already had a hint of the original realm. The heaven and earth spiritual energy recovered, and more cultivators appeared. Geniuses appeared one after another, causing the overall strength of the Chaos Realm to increase by leaps and bounds. Seeing this, Fang Qin was very happy. One day, Fang Qin was giving a public lecture on the Saint Island when his communication jade pendant suddenly flickered. Then his expression changed. He left everyone behind and disappeared from the Saint Island in a flash. In the next moment, he arrived at the battleship on the Chaos battlefield. "What's the matter?" Fang Qin asked hurriedly when he saw Ada on the battleship. Just now, Ada sent him a message saying that something had happened and asked him to hurry over. "Master, I sensed a trace of the Hydra organization's aura," said Ada hearing this. Fang Qin's expression changed drastically. He frowned and said, "What's going on? Weren't the Hydra and White Emperor palaces, marks, all wiped off this battleship?" Logically speaking, the White Cloud Realm was so far away from the Chaos Realm. It was impossible to find the Chaos Realm. As for the Hydra organization, members could die at any time. It was impossible for them to send out elites to take revenge because of the death of a member. Then, what was going on with the Hydra organization's aura that Ada sensed? "Master, you don't have to worry. I used to be a member of the Hydra organization. I'm extremely sensitive to the Hydra organization's aura. The aura I sensed just now disappeared in a flash. It should be a member of the Hydra organization who was driving a battleship through the World Gap. He accidentally passed by this place and was captured by me through the realm wall," said Ada. However, Fang Qin didn't relax. This was a matter of great importance. He couldn't be careless. If it was really as Ada said, it would be fine. However, if something else happened and the Chaos Realm was exposed to the experts of the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao, all living beings in the Chaos Realm would be in danger. He was quickly thinking about how to deal with it. "Can I still return if I pilot this battleship into the World Gap?" asked Fang Qin. Ada nodded. "If I pilot a battleship, I can freely travel through the World Gap. As long as I have the coordinates, I won't get lost." The experts who were lost in the World Gap were very likely to encounter space-time storms or have their battleships destroyed. "All right, pilot the battleship now and accompany me into the World Gap to take a look," said Fang Qin. He wanted to go in and see what was going on. "Master, the battleship needs energy to activate, but we don't have enough energy now," said Ada previously. They had a large number of energy crystals. However, after 100 years, apart from erasing the marks, Ada had also been repairing the damage on the battleship, causing them to lose a large number of energy crystals. "I'll find the energy crystals. You're in charge of inspecting the battleship. We'll set off in a day." After Fang Qin said that, he left silently. Primordial Sword Supremacy Source. Chapter 4071. A day later, Fong Chen once again arrived at the battleship on the Chaos battlefield. Ada had already finished adjusting the battleship and was waiting for Fong Chen. "Master, are the energy crystals ready?" Ada asked. Fong Chen nodded, and through the interspatial ring to Ada, there was a mountain of energy crystals inside. Ada immediately went to work and placed the energy crystals into the card slot. Rumble. The battleship activated and passed through the heaven refining formation. Then it passed through the realm wall and disappeared. Buzz! In an instant, Fong Chen felt his vision turn white. Then he felt the battleship shaking. Ada's voice came from the side. "Master, you will feel dizzy when you enter the world gap for the first time. However, you will soon get used to it. Don't leave the battleship easily. It's very easy to get lost in the world gap. It's very dangerous. A gust of wind might be a spatial annihilation storm that can destroy the body of a supreme stage expert." Hearing this, Fong Chen was stunned. However, he had already learned a lot about the situation in the world gap from the great monarchs. He had a rough understanding of it. Dong! 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 After the battleship shook violently for a few seconds, it returned to normal. Fong Chen looked through the battleship's window and realized that he seemed to be in the void. Everything seemed to be still. Planets floated past his eyes. From time to time, he could see some black holes spreading and devouring the planets. At a glance, he couldn't see the end. It was like a long river of time, making him feel very small. Is this the world gap? Fong Chen couldn't help but ask. Why did he feel like he was in the outer space of his hometown, Earth? However, he soon realized that the two weren't on the same level at all. Every planet here represented a civilization, but there were also some barren planets. Although the lightning seemed gentle, it was actually capable of threatening utmost exalts. Boom! While he was immersed in his thoughts, a huge beast suddenly leapt out from the ground. However, a gust of wind blew past and destroyed it instantly. Fong Chen was completely stunned. That was a supreme stage demonic beast, but it was annihilated by the wind. No wonder the great sage said that the world gap was extremely dangerous. Supreme stage experts would most likely die if they entered. It was too terrifying. At the same time, he also realized the role of the battleship. Phew! Fong Chen took a deep breath and tried his best to calm the shock in his heart. Beside him, Odd explained in detail, "Master, the world gap is huge. Those top experts can't finish traversing it in their entire lives. Although the 3,000 great realms of the Great Tao are all in the world gap, they are too far apart. Therefore, very few people travel between the realms. Only true top experts would be famous in the world gap. Of course, experts of that level were too rare. Only by personally entering the world gap would one realize how insignificant one was." At that moment, Fong Chen had a deep understanding of this. However, he quickly calmed down and began to look around. The planet behind him was the primal chaos realm. It looked very beautiful, but there were some faintly discernible cracks around it. Fong Chen guessed that this was caused by the changes in the original realm. "Master, look." At that moment, Ada suddenly exclaimed. Fong Chen looked in the direction of his voice and suddenly realized that there was a small vortex in the place where the fiend beasts had been annihilated. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. He could vaguely see a battleship. The Hydra organization? Seeing this, Fong Chen's heart jumped to his throat. The primal chaos realm was very remote. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find it at all. He couldn't let people from other organizations discover the primal chaos realm. Otherwise, it would definitely be a disaster. What should we do? Fong Chen asked. Ada comforted him. Don't panic. Although it seems very close, it's actually very far. Even an advanced battleship will take at least a month to reach us. The premise is that they have an interstellar map and won't get lost in the world gap. Interstellar maps were very precious. Ordinary people couldn't buy them at all. Just like that, Fong Chen and piloted the battleship and waited patiently in the world gap outside the primal chaos realm. However, as time went by, the battleship really came toward them. Fang Qin couldn't wait anymore. He asked Ada if the battleship had any means of attack. Yes, as long as there are enough energy crystals, the cannons on the battleship can attack from a distance. Immediately, Ada started to control the battleship and launched an attack on the incoming battleship of the Hydra organization. Boom! The cannonball accurately hit the battleship in the distance. However, there seemed to be a protective shield on the battleship that blocked the cannonball's attack. At the same time, it emitted a terrifying aura. Oh no! Ada cursed inwardly. He braced himself and continued to attack the battleship. After a while, the battleship approached, and a sound wave was transmitted into Fang Chen's ears. Stupid ants! How dare you attack the great Tiandao monarch? You're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice came from the battleship again. You only have one choice. Hand over the battleship and all your wealth and become my slaves. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. Fang Chen's face turned pale. He was guessing how many people were on the battleship. Master, there are clear ripples on the battleship, Ada exclaimed. What do you mean? Fang Chen asked. Clear ripples are exclusive to the core members of the Hydra organization. Generally speaking, the core members are extremely powerful. Even a supreme might not be their match. Da's heart sank in an instant. When he saw the clear ripples, he knew that he would definitely die. Buzz! He obediently put away the cannons on the battleship and surrendered. Fang Chen didn't make a move. He saw a man coming out of the battleship and jumping onto his battleship at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Clang! The iron gate of the battleship was opened. The man with the scar smiled eerily and came to the control room. He looked at Fang Chen and awed greedily. Who are you? Why are you here? The man with the scar asked. We're traveling in the universe and passed by this place by accident, Fang Chen said. What's the planet behind you? The man with the scar asked. While Fang Chen was speaking, he had been observing the strength of the man with the scar. When he noticed that the latter was just a newly advanced supreme, he wanted to kill him. Humph! You're lucky to have met my master, the Tiandao monarch. The man with the scar sneered and prepared to take control of the battleship and plunder the wealth of the two. Soon, Fang Chen and Ada were brought to the Tiandao monarch's battleship. At this moment, Fang Chen realized that although the Tiandao monarch was powerful, he was obviously sick and seriously injured at this moment. He realized that this was an excellent opportunity. Chapter 4072. There were clear ripples covering the warship. This proved that the Heavenly Saber King was definitely a core member of the Hydra organization. This was also the reason why Fang Chen and Ada did not act rashly. They were secretly observing to see if there was an opportunity. Indeed, when Fang Chen stepped onto the Heavenly Saber King's warship, he felt that his chance had come. He scanned the entire warship and found that there was only the Heavenly Saber King and the man with the scar. The rest were robots. Most importantly, although the Heavenly Saber Monarch was a core member of the Nine-Headed Snake organization, he looked like a sickly person at the moment. Only the man with the scars on his face could barely be considered a supreme-level powerhouse. Under such circumstances, Fang Chen would not let go of this opportunity. He would not allow himself to be taken advantage of. Of course, he would not act rashly. Humph, you dare to roam the universe when you haven't even reached the Supreme Being realm. The sickly Heavenly Saber King sat cross-legged on the ground and raised his head to look at Fang Chen. His face was pale. From his eyes, one could tell that he was indeed injured. Moreover, his injuries were not light. Honorable Heavenly Saber King, we are all members of the Hydra organization. Can you give us some face? Ada said while kneeling on one knee and cupping his fist. Humph, what qualifications do you have to plead with me? The Heavenly Saber King snorted coldly. If he had not been seriously injured when passing through the black hole, he would have slapped these two people to death. Master, we can leave this supreme being to help us. As for that weak guy, we can just kill him, said the man with the scar. The heavenly Saber King shook his head. Forget it. Leave them. We have already found the place of that person's inheritance. As your master's injuries are too serious, I can't enter personally. These two can be the vanguard to scout the way. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Who exactly was the inheritance that the heavenly Saber King mentioned? His heart tightened. Could it be that the person he mentioned was an expert from the Chaos Realm? However, Fang Chen looked calm on the surface. He carefully stared at the heavenly Saber King, looking for an opportunity to make a move. Of course, he wouldn't foolishly make a move. Instead, he wanted to ensure that his side had the absolute strength to crush the other side. Only then would he make a move with lightning speed. Master, the man with the scar called out softly. At that moment, a dazzling light flashed on Tiandao Monarch's forehead. Then his eyes lit up with excitement. He stood up and walked out of the battleship's deck. He pointed at the boundary wall of the Chaos Realm and grinned. I didn't expect it to be here. A long time ago, the Heavenly Saber Sovereign had sensed that person's inheritance. However, due to the great distance, it was very difficult to detect its exact location. He had spent a total of 3 years before arriving in the vicinity. Unexpectedly, it was at the border of this nameless planet's realm wall. The Heavenly Saber Sovereign flicked his finger through the world gap. Immediately, a blinding beam of light shot out and struck a certain realm wall in the Chaos Realm. At that instant, the Chaos Realm began to tremble violently. Lang Xian and the other experts came out from their seclusion and stared in the direction of the Chaos battlefield with stern expressions. Could it be that there are experts invading our Chaos Realm? Didn't he go to the World Gap to investigate? At the mention of Fang Qin, everyone's expressions changed. Combined with the intense tremors that had just happened, they had an ominous premonition. 5/16" inform everyone to be on alert, said Lung Xian. At this moment, in the World Gap, Fang Qin, who was standing on the clear ripple warship, was shocked. The legacy that the Heavenly Saber King was searching for was actually hidden in the Chaos Realm's boundary. Whose legacy was it? Fang Qin began to search his memories. In the history of the Chaos Realm, there didn't seem to be a top saber Dao expert. He fell into deep thought. Ha, the heavens are helping me. Heavenly Saber King laughed out loud when he saw the ripples on the Chaos Realm's boundary. The man with the scar asked with a chuckle, Master, how do we open that person's legacy? I have a mark that belongs to him. As long as I fuse the mark into this planet's boundary, it will naturally open, said Heavenly Saber King. In that case, let me do it for you. As soon as he said that, the man with the scar suddenly attacked. A sharp dagger suddenly appeared in his hand as he stabbed Heavenly Saber King from behind. Uft! After being stabbed, Heavenly Saber King's old injuries were triggered. His body staggered as he angrily struck out with his palm at the man with the scar. However, the latter was already prepared. In addition, Heavenly Saber King's injuries were too severe. After their palms collided, Heavenly Saber King's body was sent flying with a bang. Dong! Heavenly Saber King fell to the ground. The man with the scar took advantage of the situation and continuously brandished his dagger, stabbing Heavenly Saber King more than 10 times. He only stopped when Heavenly Saber King was on the verge of death and had no combat strength left. Why? Heavenly Saber King's voice was hoarse, filled with indignation and anger. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that his own disciple would attack him. Old Fartga, you wiped out my entire family back then, and even pretended to take me in as your disciple. Do you want me to be grateful? The man with the scar revealed his true colors as he looked at Heavenly Saber King ferociously. I once swore that I would kill you with my own hands. After enduring humiliation for so many years, I finally got my chance. As he spoke, the man with the scar walked over to Heavenly Saber King. He held the dagger in his hand and forcefully dug out the mark on Heavenly Saber King's forehead. Arg! Heavenly Saber King screamed miserably. His expression was ferocious, and he was extremely furious. However, he was slapped to the ground by the man with the scar, unable to move. Fong Qin exchanged glances with Ada unexpectedly. This master and disciple actually had an internal conflict. This way, it would be easier for Fong Qin to escape danger. However, in order to know who the inheritance of that person that Heavenly Saber King spoke of was, Fong Qin decided not to make a move for now. Furthermore, the man with the scar had injured Heavenly Saber King so severely without any fear. He probably still had a backup plan. It was best to be careful. You just kill me. Heavenly Saber King howled in pain. Don't worry. You will definitely die, but not now. When I get the inheritance, you can die. I hope you are not lying to me. Otherwise, I will make you beg for death. The man with the scar flashed and instantly appeared at the boundary wall of the primal chaos realm. He held the mark in his hand, preparing to open the inheritance. At this moment, Fong Qin felt somewhat nervous. He was afraid that the man with the scar would break the boundary wall and enter the primal chaos realm. Heavenly Saber King, who is the inheritance that you speak of? Fong Qin asked. Chapter 4073. Although the man with the scar was a supreme being, Fong Qin could sense that he had just entered the supreme being realm. He might not even be stronger than the two from the White Emperor Palace. In the blink of an eye, Fong Qin thought of a way to deal with him. He also wanted to know what the inheritance of the mysterious expert that the Sky Saber Monarch had mentioned was. He even suspected that the mysterious expert might be a sage from the primal chaos realm. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the man with the scar arrived at the boundary wall. Holding a weapon, he slashed at the boundary wall and used the mark to enter. As long as you kill him, the Sky Saber Monarch let out a miserable cry. He had been traveling the universe and encountered a great enemy, causing him to be severely injured. He thought that he could regain his peak strength after obtaining the inheritance, but now he was plotted against by the disciple he was most proud of. His heart was filled with hatred. At this moment, he only wanted the man with the scar to die. He has already entered the relic? Fong Qin asked coldly. Ha ha ha. He can't enter. The Sky Saber Monarch was a little deranged. The inheritance of that expert wasn't something that ordinary people could obtain. Even with his mark, one couldn't enter because to enter the relic, one needed a drop of blood. You have blood? Fong Qin asked. The Sky Saber Monarch nodded, his eyes filled with killing intent. If you kill him, I'll give you my blood. Otherwise, even if I die, I'll destroy the blood. Deal. Soon, Fong Qin reached an agreement with the Sky Saber Monarch. He let Ada take control of the battleship and tried to erase the mark of the Hydra organization while he chased after the man. When he arrived at the boundary wall, he suddenly realized that the mark was flickering. At a glance, there was only endless darkness. He didn't hesitate to enter the darkness. Buzz! Fong Qin felt his vision turn dark. Then he realized that he had arrived in an independent space. The surrounding space was vaguely wriggling. It was obvious that this was the center of the boundary wall. In front, the man with the scar was standing in front of the palace. Rumble! A deafening sound was heard. No matter how hard the man with the scar attacked, he couldn't break through the palace's defense. Damn it! The man with the scar gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to turn around and kill his master. However, at this moment, he discovered Fong Qin's aura. He turned his head abruptly, and his eyes locked onto Fong Qin. You're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, the man unleashed the power of a supreme being and fought fiercely with Fong Qin. The latter easily dodged his killing move, which surprised him. Interesting. No wonder he dared to enter the world gap. The corners of the man's mouth curled up, revealing a strange smile. If I'm not wrong, you should be someone from the boundary wall. Come here obediently and accept your death. Otherwise, I'll destroy this boundary." Hearing this, Fong Chen's face darkened. "You want to destroy my hometown? Have you asked for my permission?" In the next instant, Fong Chen activated the ultimate power in his body. The gray energy circled around his body. He clenched his fists and fought fiercely with the man with the scar. The more he fought, the braver he became. His combat strength wasn't inferior to the man with the scar. After a fierce battle, the man with the scar also felt that Fong Chen was difficult to deal with. After a collision, the man with the scar took a few steps back and stabilized his body. He said coldly, "Kid, are you really going to force me?" It was obvious that the Heavenly Saber Sovereign hated him and had sent this guy to obstruct him. "So what if I force you?" Fong Chen said. "Do you believe that I won't destroy this boundary wall now?" The man with the scar threatened. How could Fong Chen give him the chance? In any case, this was the space within the boundary wall. The man with the scar would need some time to leave. During this time, Fong Chen could do many things. Condense. Fong Chen shouted and fought fiercely with the man with the scar again. However, the man with the scar didn't seem to be willing to be entangled with Fong Chen. He was focused on the inheritance in the palace. After all, the Heavenly Saber Sovereign wasn't dead yet. With him around, there might be some trouble. Furthermore, the more he fought with Fong Chen, the more he felt that the other party was unfathomable. It gave him a very strange feeling. The other party was clearly not at the Supreme Realm, but he wasn't inferior to him at all. Such powerful strength made him think of many things. Generally speaking, only a top faction in the 3,000 great Dao realms could produce such a monstrous genius. Furthermore, to dare send such a genius into the world gap was enough to show the boldness of this faction. He was a little worried. If such a huge commotion attracted the faction behind Fong Chen, he would be doomed. Thus, before he knew of Fong Chen's strength, the man with the scar was still somewhat fearful. He wanted to suppress Fong Chen as quickly as possible. However, as time passed, he was shocked to discover that he had unknowingly fallen into a disadvantageous position. He became even more anxious. If this continued, he would be defeated. How can this be? The man with the scar was stunned. He had plotted against the Heavenly Saber Sovereign, but he didn't expect that it would be ruined by a brat who was still wet behind the ears. Boom! After a collision, the man with the scar clearly felt ultimate power invading his body, causing his organs to churn. His body couldn't take it anymore. Fortunately, he had used up a large amount of supreme power in time to barely stabilize his body. Stop! At this moment, he had no choice but to stop. If he continued to fight, even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. At that time, it would affect his chances of obtaining the mysterious expert's inheritance. There were no absolute allies or enemies in the world. Everything was for the sake of benefits. We can work together. The man with the scar took a step back. Let's explore the inheritance together and accept it together. How about that? Seeing that Fong Chen didn't say anything, the man with the scar continued. After I obtain the inheritance, I will travel through the world gap at the fastest speed and leave this place. I will never be able to return. It won't affect your life or the space behind you at all. As for the Heavenly Saber Sovereign, you don't have to worry. I have long wanted to kill that old fart. After I obtain the inheritance, I will personally kill him and refine him into a suicide warrior for you. A high-level supreme, death-sworn, was definitely tempting enough. The man with the scar had already shown enough sincerity. He believed that if Fong Chen was smart, he would definitely not refuse. However, he had underestimated Fong Chen's determination to protect his hometown. The latter shrugged and said, "But I don't want to share the inheritance with you." The moment these words came out, the man with the scar's expression changed. He said in a deep voice, "Why? You want to keep it for yourself?" It wasn't easy for him to use the Heavenly Saber Sovereign to obtain the inheritance. How could he give it to someone else? He had already made a lot of concessions by cooperating with him. It was impossible for him to withdraw completely. Chapter 4074. Monopolize it? The inheritance of this mysterious expert existed within the boundary wall of the Chaos Realm. Needless to say, he was definitely an almighty ancestor of the Chaos Realm. It was only natural for Fong Qin to obtain this inheritance. What was the meaning of monopolizing it? On the other hand, the saber-scarred man had casually barged into the Chaos Realm's realm wall. This was definitely a provocation to the Chaos Realm. When he made his choice, the outcome was already determined. Fong Qin wouldn't let him leave alive. This concerned the fate of the entire Chaos Realm. After all, this was the origin realm after the primordial world shattered. If the experts of the 3,000 great Tao realms knew about this, all living beings in the Chaos Realm would probably die. Boom! Fong Qin didn't waste any time. He continued to increase his strength in his attacks. Terrifying ultimate force spread and surged around him. In a short while, he completely blocked off the saber-scarred man's escape route. At the same time, his shocking attacks followed. One had to know that although the saber-scarred man was a supremacy expert, he had just entered the supremacy realm. Compared to the two people from White Emperor Palace, he was still far inferior. With Fong Chen's current strength, he could completely crush him. Damn it! After an intense battle, the saber-scarred man retreated step by step. He roared angrily and roared into the sky. He fell into a state of madness. His eyes were scarlet as he stared fixedly at Fong Qin. He roared hysterically, "Humph! Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, a saber phantom suddenly shot out from the saber-scarred man's body. Following that, he circulated all his strength and injected it into the saber phantom. In the next moment, the saber phantom began to expand. Following that, a deafening roar sounded from within. Die. The saber-scarred man laughed maniacally. He was prepared to drag all the living beings in the Chaos Realm to their deaths. However, Fong Qin was already prepared. He pierced through the man's head with his sword. Then, at a speed invisible to the naked eye, he grabbed the expanding saber phantom. With a whoosh, his figure flashed and appeared in the world gap. Boom! Just at this moment, the saber image exploded, causing a huge tremor. On the warship, Ada and the heavenly saber sovereign's expressions changed. The warship shook violently, but it quickly stabilized. The two of them looked out the window and saw a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. However, it was quickly swallowed up by the black hole. Master! Ada cried out in surprise and hurriedly contacted Fong Qin. Heavenly Saber King shook his head. It's useless. My disciple made his saber soul swell and explode. This power is enough to destroy a world. Your master is too weak. Furthermore, he naively believes that the explosion in the world gap won't affect his homeworld. He's too stupid. At this moment, the heavenly saber sovereign's eyes darted around, thinking about how to control the warship and escape from this place. He knew very well what the consequences of such an explosion in the world gap would be. The reason why the world gap was dangerous was because of the omnipresent power of the black hole. Such a powerful explosion could definitely attract a black hole. As long as a black hole arrived, no one could withstand its terrifying power. Fong Qin was no exception. Therefore, in the eyes of the Sky Saber Monarch, Fong Qin was already a dead man. No, my master won't die. Ada shook his head in disbelief. The Heavenly Saber Monarch wanted to say something, but before he could say anything, he was stunned. This was because he saw a tall figure appear from the remnant aura of the black hole. How is this possible? The Heavenly Saber Monarch exclaimed, unable to accept the scene before him. How did he resist the devouring of the black hole? Whoosh! The energy fluctuations in Fong Chen's body were huge. The scene just now was too dangerous. Fortunately, he had used the Chaos Realm's heavenly Tao power at the critical moment to barely pull his body back from being devoured by the black hole. At the same time he sighed, as expected of the former origin realm. Even though it was riddled with holes, the power of the heavenly Tao was still unimaginable. If this had happened in another realm, Fang Qin would most likely have met with a disaster. After escaping death, Fang Qin heaved a sigh of relief. Then he sent a message to Ada, indicating that he was fine. He asked him to speed up the process of erasing the 9-headed snake mark on the warship. As for himself, he returned to the Chaos Realm's realm wall to search for the inheritance of that mysterious expert. At the same time, all the creatures in the Chaos Realm felt a huge impact. All the top experts looked in the direction of the Chaos battlefield. Their faces were solemn, as they thought that an enemy had attacked. What's going on? Could it be that the leader has encountered a great enemy? Should we go and support him? Many people were worried about Fang Qin's safety. Only the great sage was relatively calm. Everyone, don't panic. Although the leader has encountered a little danger, it has been resolved. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Lung Xian frowned slightly, as if she was thinking about something. In front of the Black Palace in the realm wall, when Fang Qin came here again, he felt a solemn, murderous aura. Senior, I am from the Chaos Realm. I came here with no evil intentions. I just want to see if you are an almighty from my hometown. If you are, I hope that I can send your remains back to your hometown. When his voice fell, the murderous aura suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a gentle and familiar aura. Seeing this, Fang Qin was overjoyed. Sure enough, this senior was from the Chaos Realm. Creak! The door of the palace opened. A ray of light shone on the ground. Come in. A deep voice came from inside. It seemed to have traveled across the river of time and reached Fang Qin's ears. He stepped into the palace with a flicker. After entering and looking around, Fang Qin discovered that the decoration style of this palace was exactly the same as the human race's holy land, Saint Island. Moreover, there were some murals on the surrounding walls. Upon closer inspection, there was a person on each mural. What surprised Fang Qin was that these people were actually sage almighties of the Chaos Realm. He immediately recognized the one who was in front of him as Supreme Fu Jian. Supreme Fu Jian? The swordsman in the first row on the left had Supreme Fu Jian's mark on him. Besides, Fang Qin had received Supreme Fu Jian's succession before, so no one knew better than him. Meanwhile, he also saw a few other people on the murals. He knew some of them, and some of them were unfamiliar to him. In the end, his gaze landed on the bronze throne at the front. An old man in a black robe was sitting there quietly, like a living person. However, Fang Qin knew it was only an illusionary figure. His true self was most likely dead. Not bad. You have the bloodline and aura of the Chaos Realm. The old man in a black robe suddenly said. He would check anyone who came here, whether they were from the primal Chaos Realm or not. He could see through them with just a glance. It's finally here after waiting for so long. Chapter 4075. In the main hall, Fang Qin could clearly feel the oppression that came from the depths of his bloodline. He could imagine that this mysterious old man was definitely an extremely terrifying cultivator when he was alive. Just the aura he left behind made Fang Qin breathless. He racked his brains, but could not think of such a cultivator in the history of the chaotic realm. Could it be? Suddenly, Fang Qin had a bold guess. He raised his head and stared at the black-robed old man with his dark eyes. His heart was in turmoil. Perhaps this black-robed old man was a prehistoric cultivator. He had learned the great secrets of the chaotic realm from the great sage and the others. Before the primordial world was shattered, this place was called the original realm and was also the core of the entire primordial world. After the original realm was shattered, it evolved into the chaotic realm and was gradually forgotten by the cultivators of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. It even disappeared from people's sight. Generally speaking, for the people of the chaotic realm at this stage, the original realm was the prehistoric era that they spoke of. Thinking of this, Fong Chen's heart raced. He did not dare to imagine. If this person was really a prehistoric cultivator, then how powerful was he at his peak? How did such a powerful person die? How strong was his enemy? A series of doubts made Fong Chen not know what to say for a while. After a long time, a gentle voice woke Fong Chen up. "Elder." Fong Chen hurriedly stepped forward and bowed with cupped fists. He said, "I am from the chaotic realm. May I know your name?" "Ha ha!" The black-robed old man looked at Fong Chen with a smile on his face, as if he had seen the person closest to him. "Who am I?" He did not answer Fong Chen's question. Instead, he recalled some things from the past. Back then, the chaotic realm. No, to be exact, it should be the original realm. At that time, the original realm was the core of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Countless top cultivators gathered there. I was one of them, and I was born and raised in the original realm. Fong Chen listened attentively. An hour later, he finally understood the cause and effect. At the same time, he admired the black-robed old man even more. In order to hold on to the last hope of the bloodline of the original realm, he did not hesitate to smelt himself and use his own flesh and blood to nourish the broken heavenly path of the chaotic realm. "Senior," Fong Chen called out, "the origin realm is my hometown. Everyone here is my clansman. I cannot let my clansmen suffer any harm, even if I lose my own life. So don't grieve for me. I don't care about my own death," the black-robed elder said slowly. Although he did not talk about the original realm in detail, Fong Chen could hear the grandeur and power of the original realm from his words. Deep down, he yearned for an era where 100 schools of thought contended for supremacy. However, soon after, he gathered his thoughts and looked at the black-robed old man again. "Senior, how did others find out about the inheritance you left behind?" Fong Chen asked, puzzled. The broken original realm was completely hidden under the efforts of the black-robed old man and many other cultivators. It disappeared from the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Logically speaking, no one should be able to find this place, let alone the Saber Tao inheritance left behind by the black-robed old man. However, the Heavenly Saber King could find this place. This made Fong Chen very puzzled. "Once, I also traversed the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. I was young and impetuous and made countless enemies. Some of them were very powerful. As long as I left a trace, new clues would be found," the black-robed old man explained. "Perhaps one of my enemies discovered something but did not dare to come to me. Therefore, they sent a bait to test me." Indeed, according to the black-robed old man, when he was at his peak, it was difficult to find a match for him in the same realm. Those enemies would be terrified when they saw him and would hide, not daring to come out. Even if he had fallen, those enemies would not dare to believe it easily. After all, at their level, it was almost impossible to die. Many people guessed that the black-robed old man was pretending to be dead and deliberately lured them to the point that he sent a bait. Then, Fong Chen was a little worried. If that was the case, would the black-robed old man's enemies invade the chaotic realm if they knew the truth? After all, the current chaotic realm was no longer the original realm. He had cultivated to the 13th level of the Saint Realm and was already the strongest in the chaotic realm. If the black-robed old man's enemies invaded, he would not be able to resist at all and could only surrender. "Don't worry, those old farts will not dare to come here easily. Moreover, I have a backup plan. They will not be able to break the boundary wall of the chaotic realm." The black-robed old man seemed to have guessed Fong Chen's thoughts and said with a smile, the backup plan he had set was only for those old farts. As for ordinary supreme realm cultivators, as long as they could find this place, they could enter. This was also a kind of experience for the people of the chaotic realm. If even a supreme realm cultivator could not resist, then what was the point of living? This was also the reason why those from the White Emperor Palace of the White Cloud Realm could easily enter the chaotic realm. "Come here and let me take a look." As soon as the black-robed old man's voice fell, a force of attraction suddenly pulled Fang Chen to his side. Then, before the latter could react, his palm was placed on Fang Chen's wrist. Suddenly, a vast and majestic power drilled into Fang Chen's body, making him feel incomparably comfortable. A moment later, the black-robed old man withdrew his finger and sighed. Alas, such a good seedling can't cultivate my Sword Dao inheritance. It turned out that the black-robed old man had examined Fang Chen's bloodline and various aspects of his body and finally came to the conclusion that he could not cultivate the Sword Dao inheritance. However, you are a rare genius in the Sword Dao. Although the person in front of him could not cultivate his Sword Dao inheritance, the black-robed old man was still very happy. From now on, you have to do two things, the black-robed old man said. The black-robed old man said, First, you have to find me a successor of the Saber Dao in the chaotic realm as soon as possible, and let him inherit my mantle. Only when he completely inherits my mantle will my remaining aura materialize. At that time, it will be able to intimidate those old farts and make them think that I'm still alive. Although the peak experts could not sense the other party's exact location, they could sense the other party's aura through the karma relationship. Second, you go back and take care of the matters at hand. In 100 years, I will send you to a nearby realm to cultivate and train. Hearing this, Fang Chen's body trembled slightly. In the end, he still had to leave the chaotic realm. However, he still yearned for a more powerful stage. After all, the stronger he was, the more he could protect his hometown. After you leave, I will use a heaven-defying method to seal the entire chaotic realm. During this period, even you will not be able to sense the aura of anyone in the chaotic realm. You can go and explore without worry. Chapter 4076. Inside the Black Palace, in the chaotic realm's realm wall, the black-robed elder had gradually disappeared, leaving only a wisp of remnant consciousness sleeping on the bronze throne. Although Fang Chen did not obtain the Saber Dao inheritance, it was not as if he did not gain anything. Before the black-robed patriarch fell asleep, he had given him a large amount of cultivation wealth. He had also given him some powerful cultivation techniques. Most importantly, he had given him a supreme-grade battleship. After checking it briefly, Fang Chen put away the supreme-grade battleship and looked at the murals on the wall seriously. Each mural represented a powerhouse of an era, and each powerhouse represented the people of the primal chaos realm. Those who could be engraved on the wall by the black-robed patriarch had made great contributions to the primal chaos realm. Fang Chen strolled around. Besides Supreme Fu Jian, he also knew a few other powerhouses. For example, the experts before the Battle of Godfall in the chaotic realm. After looking at them, he was overwhelmed with emotions. Suddenly, he had a realization and entered seclusion. On the 9-headed snake battleship in the World Gap, the Heavenly Saber Monarch's aura was gradually weakening. He was already seriously injured and had been relying on medicine to maintain his life. However, ever since he was ambushed by his traitorous disciple, his injuries had worsened. He could no longer hold on. How hateful! I, the mighty Heavenly Saber Monarch, am actually going to die in such a desolate place. The Heavenly Saber Monarch roared at the sky, his heart filled with unwillingness. He had once dreamed of roaming the world with his sword and becoming a super expert whose name would shake the world. However, he was going to die just as he had begun. Most importantly, even if he died, no one would know. He was like an inconspicuous splash in the long river of history. It was as if he had never been to this world. Master. At that moment, Ada suddenly sensed Fang Chen's aura and revealed an ecstatic smile. What? The Heavenly Saber Monarch was stunned. Fang Chen had not died under the devouring power of the black hole. This shocked him. How can this be? He's just a Saint Realm martial artist. How can he resist the devouring power of the black hole? The more Heavenly Saber King thought about it, the more shocked he became. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao, saints were only considered the most basic cultivators. They couldn't enter the world gap at all. They didn't even have the strength to protect themselves. As for the planet behind Fangchen, the strongest expert wasn't even a supremacy. One could imagine how weak it was. However, it was unimaginable that such a weak planet could give birth to such a monstrous genius like him. What's going on? He was well aware that even though his wretched disciple had only just reached the utmost exalted realm, when he ignited the energy in his body and formed a resonance with the black hole, that kind of vast power was something that even he, at his peak, wouldn't dare to face head-on. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and stared at the chaos realm with his dark eyes. This planet that seemed to be dying was actually regaining its vitality. Where is this place? The heavenly saber monarch searched through his memories. He had once seen records of the 3,000 realms of the great Tao in ancient records. However, none of them matched the characteristics of the planet before him. No matter how weak the other realms were, there would still be supremacies. However, there was nothing here. Could it be? Suddenly, a secret that he knew of surfaced in the heavenly saber monarch's mind. He raised his head again and looked at the planet that was faintly glowing with vitality. His heart was in turmoil. Could this be the original realm that the experts of the 3,000 realms of the great Tao have been searching for all this time? The two words original realm exploded in the heavenly saber monarch's mind. He was completely dazed. Beside him, Aud saw the heavenly saber monarch's abnormality. He controlled the warship's defensive power and completely locked the heavenly saber monarch. You'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. At this moment, the heavenly saber monarch was startled awake. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Afraid that Aud would notice something wrong, he hurriedly said, "I'm just a dying man. What can I do?" After dispelling Aud's doubts, the heavenly saber monarch secretly began to frantically contact his good friends and the powerful factions that were related to him. Wang! Multicolored light shone in the black palace. When Fang Chen was cultivating, a special light shot out from every mural. Countless ancient almighties of the primal chaos realm seemed to have sensed that their juniors were cultivating here. They gave a trace of power left in the mural to Fang Chen. When all the different kinds of power entered Fang Chen's body, the 10,000 strands of ultimate power in his body began to circulate crazily. Then he was shocked to find that the ultimate power was actually merging. Could it be that I'm about to break through? Suddenly, Fang Chen thought of something. The supremacy realm was the so-called returning to one's original state. When everything was cultivated to the extreme, it would return to its original state. As time passed, the ultimate power merged at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. In the end, it became a thick and solid ultimate power that stayed in his body. At the same time, his bloodline, physical body, and primordial spirit were all undergoing a huge transformation. Fang Chen knew that he had crossed the last threshold. The supremacy realm was beckoning to him. Many thanks, seniors. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked them. If it weren't for the help of the ancient almighties on the mural, it would have been very difficult for him to step into the supremacy realm in such a short time. When time stopped at 50 years later, Fang Chen's physical body, primordial spirit, and bloodline had all transformed into a new him. The ultimate power in his body had also nurtured a supremacy seed. The moment he opened his eyes, the world changed colors. His body emitted a vast and mighty power. At the same time, the heavenly Tao power of the primal chaos realm crazily poured into him and completely merged with his primordial spirit. At this moment, he had become one with the heavenly Tao. As long as the primal chaos realm was not destroyed, he would not be destroyed. Buzz! When the supremacy seed in his body gradually stabilized, Fang Chen finally stopped cultivating. Hiss! Feeling the violent power coming from all directions, Fang Chen felt extremely comfortable. Is this the supremacy realm? He muttered to himself, but soon he realized that something was wrong. He immediately sent a message to Lung Xian and the others, telling them to stay calm and not be agitated. The abnormality of the heavenly Tao in the primal chaos realm was caused by his cultivation. At this moment, many experts gathered in the primal chaos realm, looking forward to it. Ha ha ha! It must be the leader breaking through to the supremacy realm. The supremacy realm. How long has it been since the primal chaos realm appeared? As expected of the leader. Chapter 4077. The black-robed patriarch wanted Feng Qin to do two things. First, help him find a saber Dao seedling as soon as possible and take over his legacy. Feng Qin guessed that this had something to do with him leaving the chaotic realm. The black-robed patriarch said that he might have to pay a certain price to send him away. After that, his remnant would completely dissipate or fall into a state of death. Therefore, he had to find a successor during this period of time. The second thing was to let Feng Qin handle the matters of the chaotic realm. This was also the most important thing for Feng Qin because he was about to leave the chaotic realm. Moreover, there were many experts in the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao. He still didn't know anything about it. Just an ordinary disciple from the White Cloud realm was already so strong. How strong were the experts of the White Emperor Palace? However, everything was difficult at the beginning. He had suffered a lot since he started cultivating. He had seen many bizarre things. He had long had a new understanding of everything in the world. Only when his strength reached the peak could he protect the people he wanted to protect. This time, leaving the chaotic realm to cultivate in the outer realm could be considered as starting from scratch. However, unlike the past, the environment this time was too harsh. The slightest carelessness could lead to his death. Therefore, he had to be careful. Fortunately, he had obtained a lot of information about the outer realm from Ada and the heavenly Saber Sovereign. Whoosh! The battleship in the World Gap had been driven to the chaotic battlefield by Ada. As for the heavenly Saber Sovereign, he was already dead. There was not much value to be gained from him. Moreover, he might leak the location of the chaotic realm. Therefore, he had to be killed. When Feng Qin returned to the chaotic realm, he immediately gathered the experts of the chaotic realm led by Lung Xian. What happened? The fishermen and the others also came out of seclusion one after another. They were all concerned about what had happened and why the leader had gathered all of them. This meeting was of the highest standard in the chaotic realm. Even the experts of the human race's sacred land in the primordial chaos were not qualified to participate. Those who participated in the meeting were at the level of Lung Xian and the great venerables. Feng Qin made a long story short and told everyone about the black-robed patriarch. The black-robed patriarch. Hearing this, the Great Exalted cried out in alarm. He hadn't expected that the Great Exalted of the primal chaos realm's history to actually exist. Moreover, he had even left behind an inheritance. I've heard of it before, but in our time, everyone thought it was fake and didn't exist. I didn't expect. Lung Xian sighed. Back then, she had explored it with Supreme Fujian, but it ended in failure. She didn't expect Feng Qin to find the ruins of the black-robed patriarch. Everyone, from now on, all of you will personally travel to every corner of the chaos realm to help the black-robed patriarch find Sword Dao geniuses, Feng Qin said. As for the following period of time, I will hand over all matters to Senior Lung Xian. At that time, after I leave, Senior Lung Xian will be the new leader of the chaos realm. All of you must listen to her. Once those words were said, Lung Xian immediately refuted. Supremacy Fu Jian's fate was unknown. She really wanted to leave the chaos realm and head to the World Gap to search for the love hidden in her heart. However, Feng Qin was firm and did not allow her to refuse. In the end, she could only agree, helplessly. However, Lung Xian's personality was very stubborn. Once she agreed, she would treat it seriously and would not be careless. Leader, please don't worry. From now on, Lung Xian will advance and retreat together with all living beings in the chaos realm. Lang Xian said with cupped fists. After handing over the matters, Fang Qin hurriedly returned to the human race's sacred land. The 4 disciples' cultivation progress was good. He used a month to personally teach the 4 disciples. One day, after the 4 disciples finished cultivating, Fang Qin sat on a stone bench and swept his gaze across the 4 of them. Finally, his gaze landed on his eldest disciple, Tian Xen. Tian Xen, as the eldest senior brother, tell me. Tian Xen nodded. He seriously thought about his cultivation in the past month. Then he said, Master, your teachings during this period of time have enlightened me, especially in terms of comprehending the origins of the 5 elements. I have a deeper understanding. In the following time, Tian Xen spoke a lot. Almost all of it was related to his cultivation. During this time, Fang Qin nodded repeatedly to express his admiration for his eldest disciple. Yes, continue to persevere in your cultivation path. If you can reach the Saint Realm completion in the future, you will definitely be able to step into the Supreme Realm. Fang Qin said. He thought highly of his eldest disciple. Tian Xen was brave and resourceful, and his cultivation was different from ordinary people. He often dared to use some methods that ordinary people did not dare to use to cultivate. He did not stick to a pattern. This drive was a bit like when he was young. As for the second disciple, Kongjiu, his personality was the complete opposite of Tian Xen. He was more calm and collected. However, the more he was like this, the more stable he was in his cultivation. He did not dare to seek a breakthrough. In the long run, he would lose his spirituality. After instructing Kongjiu, Fang Qin focused on Qin Yu and Lin Zhan. Qin Yu had the bloodline of the ancient super-divine beast, White Tiger. With his help, it had gradually awakened. However, it had not fully awakened because, with her current physical strength, it was impossible for her to withstand the full power of the White Tiger bloodline. Qin Yu, your cultivation level has already risen very quickly. Next, you have to pay attention to the situation of the fusion between the White Tiger bloodline in your body and strengthen the tempering of your body. As he spoke, Fang Qin took out a red pill from his bosom and threw it to Qin Yu. Use this pill when your physical body reaches the extreme realm. At that time, the White Tiger bloodline will be completely activated. After a series of instructions, Qin Yu nodded and listened seriously. After that, it was the 4th disciple, Lin Zhan. To be honest, Lin Zhan's talent was not the best among the 4 of them. It was only because he had coincidentally obtained the inheritance that he had left behind in the universe. Hence, before Fang Qin left, he was most worried about his 4th disciple. Lin Zhan, continue to cultivate according to my method. You don't have to worry about the trivial matters. Your senior brothers and sisters are here, Fang Qin said. Master, don't worry. With us around, no one will dare to do anything to Junior. Tian Xen and the others also patted their chests and guaranteed. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 60 years had passed. During this period, Fang Qin spent most of his time dealing with the matters of the chaotic realm, accompanying his family and teaching his disciples. One day, Lang Xian and the others sent news that they had searched every corner of the chaotic realm and finally found some good saber Dao seedlings who had hopes of receiving the inheritance of the Black Robe ancestor. Upon hearing that, Fang Qin's eyes lit up. Had they finally found them? Whoosh! His figure flashed, and in the next moment he appeared in the chaotic battlefield. Lang Xian and the others had been waiting for a long time. Beside them stood 10 young warriors of different shapes and sizes. It was their first time coming to the chaotic battlefield, and their hearts were filled with respect. Chapter 4078. For more than 60 years, many top experts had spread out to every corner of the chaotic realm, looking for saber seedlings. With their strength, it was too easy for them to see through the essence of a person. Sometimes they would even use methods to trace back to see if there was any ill-fated relationship between some people, and so on. In short, during this period of time, the entire Chaos Realm was very busy. Star and Moon had been in seclusion in the human race's sacred land. She seemed to know that Fang Qin was about to leave, so she was determined to help her husband shoulder the responsibility of protecting the Chaos Realm. As for Fang Chen's children, Fang Shi, Fang Han, and Fang Yin, they disguised themselves and traveled the world. They used the identity of ordinary people to experience the world of mortals and seek breakthroughs in the martial path. The 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain focused all their energy on their precious disciple. Luo Xiao did not disappoint them. He completely inherited their legacy and even gave off a feeling that he had surpassed them. This made the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain even more excited. While teaching Luo Xiao, they were also constantly researching the fusion technique. They were almost obsessed with it. Apart from that, the Chaos Realm was calm. Fang Chen had also set up a heaven refining array at the Chaos Battlefield's realm barrier. Even if someone trespassed, they might not be able to enter. The only thing he was worried about was Heavenly Saber King. After all, this old fellow was a veteran expert who had roamed the world gap for countless years. Furthermore, he was a member of the Hydra organization. If he could find the black-robed patriarch's Saber Dao legacy, did that mean that others could find it as well? Although Fang Qin had killed Heavenly Saber King immediately after obtaining the items left behind by the black-robed patriarch, he still felt that something was amiss. However, there was no other way. He could only hope that Heavenly Saber King did not discover that this was the original realm. However, in fact, before Heavenly Saber King died, he had a sudden realization that the Chaos Realm was very extraordinary. It was very likely that it was the original realm. He immediately contacted his good friends secretly. At the same time, in various parts of the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao, some lone experts and sect factions were shocked. However, they appeared abnormally calm on the surface. The news that Heavenly Saber King sent back stirred up a storm in a small circle. Those who knew the inside story were dumbfounded. Even some top experts were asking for more detailed information. It was a pity. The news that the Heavenly Saber Sovereign sent back was intermittent. He only said that he discovered the origin realm, but did not specify its exact location. However, this did not stop the determination of many cultivators to search for the original realm. They began to investigate everything that had happened to the Heavenly Saber King when he was alive, as well as the people he had interacted with. They wanted to find some clues from his movements. That was it. Undercurrents were surging. The primal chaos realm was facing an unprecedented crisis, but no one was aware of it. Of course, this was a story for another time. 60 years after discovering the inheritance left behind by the prehistoric powerhouse, the black-robed old man, Lung Xian, and the rest finally searched through the entire Chaos Realm. In the end, they selected 10 of the most outstanding Sword Dao youths. They had one thing in common, and that was their youth. After all, youth was capital. Only when one was young could one be qualified to pursue a higher level of martial arts. Moreover, the younger one was, the more it could prove how powerful their potential was. In the primal chaos battlefield, Lung Xian and the others stood side by side. Behind them, 10 young people stood quietly. Their faces were different. Some of them were nervous, some of them were excited, and some of them were frowning. Anyway, they had cultivated for many years and had never seen such a big lineup. At the same time, they were very curious. Why did these cultivators bring them here? Rumble. Just as everyone was making wild guesses, a deafening roar suddenly erupted in the primal chaos battlefield. Immediately after, a black figure floated in. The 10 of them widened their eyes. They could not believe what they were seeing. They could clearly see him in front of them, but they could not sense him. The crowd's hearts were in turmoil. However, the scene that followed caused them to be even more dumbstruck. Greetings, Lord Leader. The cultivators, led by Lung Xian, cupped their fists and greeted him. This scene deeply struck the hearts of the 10 young people. They suddenly realized that the unfathomable man in front of them was the legendary realm lord of the primal chaos realm, the Lord Leader of the human race. "Greetings, Lord Leader." No one knew who spoke first, but the others followed in a daze. The 10 of them are considered the strongest sword Dao seedlings in the primal chaos realm. Lung Xian made a long story short and introduced the 10 young people. They came from different regions, but their sword Dao talent was outstanding. "Lord Leader, take a look and see if there are any suitable ones," the great sage said with a smile. The sword Dao inheritance of the black-robed ancestor would certainly be able to create an expert. At that time, the primal chaos realm would be strengthened again. As a part of the primal chaos realm, the great sage was naturally very happy. The others were also the same. A prehistoric expert, like the black-robed ancestor, had left behind an inheritance. It was simply a shocking treasure. "The 10 of you, talk about your understanding of the Sword Dao," Feng Qin said. Although he majored in the Sword Dao, the Great Dao was simple. In the end, it was almost the same, so he had a certain level of attainment in the Sword Dao. "Lord Leader, in the beginning, these young people were still a little reserved, but as they talked more about the Sword Dao, they spoke freely and described a blueprint of their own. 1, 2, 3, a few hours later, the 10 young people had all finished speaking. Feng Chen's gaze swept across the crowd, and he nodded with satisfaction. Their talent in the Sword Dao was indeed very strong. "What's your name?" In the end, Feng Chen's gaze fell on a thin young man. He was the most inconspicuous of the 10 martial artists. His brilliance was completely overshadowed by the other 9 people, and he was the one who was least likely to be chosen. However, Feng Chen was very interested in him. "Lord Leader, I am from Hongyu Universe, and my name is Hong Feng." The thin man said a little cautiously. He did not expect that the high and mighty Lord Leader would take the initiative to ask for his name. The other 9 people were also a little stunned when they saw this, but they did not dare to say anything. "Well, from now on, you are the successor of the black-robed ancestor. I will help you to receive the black-robed ancestor's Sword Dao inheritance." Feng Chen made a decision. Hearing this, Lung Xian and the others did not say anything. They believed in the Lord Leader's vision. However, the other 9 people's faces were obviously a little unconvinced. After all, this was an opportunity to rise to the top in a single bound, but it slipped away under their noses. "Don't be unconvinced. Although he is not as good as the 9 of you now, in the future his achievements will not be less than the sum of the 9 of you." Feng Chen's words were full of majesty. Chapter 4079. To see a person's potential, one should not look at the present but at a deeper level. The other 9 people felt that it was unfair because they thought that their strength was much stronger than Hongfeng's. Why should he be chosen? The reason was that they only looked at the surface and did not see the deeper level. But Feng Qin was different. He was the realm lord of the chaos realm and the well-deserved leader of the human race. Even an ancient expert like Lung Xian respected him, let alone others. In Feng Chen's view, everything about Hong Feng met the criteria for him to choose the successor of the black robe ancestor. As for the other 9 people, they were also very outstanding. After all, they were selected from the entire chaos realm. However, his ideal choice was still Hong Feng. As for the others, he did not need to explain. Time would explain everything. Obviously, Hong Feng did not expect that he would be chosen. He was so excited that he stuttered a little. "Well, this selection is over." Feng Qin looked down at the crowd, exuding a powerful majesty that made the 10 people a little breathless. After Hong Feng receives the inheritance of the black robe ancestor, he will definitely become the leader of the human race in the future. As for the 9 of you, you can choose to support him or refuse. Their choice was up to them. Feng Qian would not interfere. Soon, the 9 people made a decision. Although they were not convinced, they still believed in the leader and chose to support Hong Feng. In this regard, Feng Qin nodded in satisfaction. Then he brought Hong Feng to the place of inheritance of the black robe ancestor in the realm wall space. Buzz! Hong Fong naturally received the approval of the Black Robe ancestor and began to accept the inheritance. During this period, Fong Qin also gave him a lot of help. Until 40 years later, Hong Fong had completely accepted the Black Robe ancestor's inheritance and had already comprehended a small part of it. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds and had reached an extremely high level. After checking, Fong Qin was very satisfied with his growth. Now you are considered the disciple of the Black Robe ancestor. From now on, your task is to protect the Chaos Realm, Fong Qin said. Hong Fong nodded. After the baptism of time, he had become more profound and restrained. His body exuded a faintly discernible, terrifying blade qi. Many thanks, Lord Leader. Hong Fong cupped his fists together in thanks. In my life, I, Hong Fong, am someone from the Chaos world. Even if I die, I will not allow an outside force to invade. Seeing Hong Feng's attitude, Fong Qin grinned and said, "Let's go. It's been more than 40 years. We can go back now." Chaos Battlefield. Lung Xian and the others arrived with the 9 people from before. Lord Leader, did everything go well? Fong Qin nodded. Everything went well. Then he signaled for Hong Fong to step forward and challenge the other 9 people. I know the 9 of you aren't convinced why the Chancellor chose me back then, but now I'll give you a chance. All 9 of you come at me together. If he wanted to gain the recognition of others, he could only speak with his fists. Therefore, Hong Fong wanted to use this opportunity to prove that the leader's choice back then was not wrong. Secondly, he wanted to prove that he was fully capable of being the leader of the 9. All right, then we won't stand on ceremony. The 9 of them looked at each other and then attacked together. Rumble. In the primal chaos battlefield, saber light filled the air, dazzling everyone's eyes. And Fong Qin, Lung Xian, and the others were slowly admiring it. Is this the black-robed ancestor's saber technique? The supreme sage exclaimed. Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, he was still shocked to see the black-robed ancestor's inheritance reappear in the world. As expected of a prehistoric powerhouse, the black-robed ancestor's understanding of saber Dao has probably reached the pinnacle. Lung Xian said. Back then, Supreme Sage Fu Jian was known to be invincible in Sword Dao, but Lung Xian felt that his understanding of saber Dao was not as deep as the black-robed ancestors. This was the gap. Between experts, the slightest difference could lead to 1,000 miles of difference. It could only be said that the black-robed ancestor was too strong. He was once an original realm powerhouse and was also known as a prehistoric powerhouse in the primal chaos realm. No matter from which aspect, his strength was undeniable. After a long while, Hong Fong and the others' battle ended. The 9 of them bowed their heads, and the atmosphere was a little gloomy. Only Hong Fong held his head high. After 40 years of cultivation, he did not embarrass the black-robed ancestor. In the Battle of Saber Dao, he fought 1 against 9. This was just the beginning. His goal was to become a pinnacle powerhouse like the black-robed ancestor. Are you convinced now? Fong Qin asked with a smile. Lord Leader, we were wrong before. From now on, we will wholeheartedly assist Boss Hong Fong. The leader said. Fong Qin smiled. His smile was brilliant. It was as if he had seen the arrival of an unprecedented golden age. The matter of choosing a successor for the black-robed ancestor had come to an end. It took a total of 100 years. He had basically handed over the matters at hand, and he also wholeheartedly guided his disciples, as well as his sons and daughters in cultivation. The only ones who felt a little sorry were Star and Moon, as well as his 2 former confidants. Well, before I leave, I'll go and say goodbye. Fong Qin sighed. Immediately, his figure flashed and appeared on a nameless island. He stood above the island and looked down. This island was very unique. It was surrounded by a very powerful formation. Ordinary people could not set foot on the island at all. In the middle of the island, there was a palace. In the palace, a person in a green dress sat. She was Bai Qingqing. Suddenly, Bai Qingqing sensed something. She raised her head and looked at Fang Chen across the air. Her eyes were filled with tears. "I'm leaving." After a long period of silence, Lu Qin finally spoke. "Wherever you are, my heart will be there." Bai Qingqing said. Everything was said without words. Later, Lu Qin said goodbye to Princess Xan in the same way. Although the two girls were reluctant, they still chose to respect Fang Chen's decision. After all, they were not his wives and did not want to interfere too much in his life. Back then, Fang Chen asked them to live in the Saint Island, but they refused. Now, they were living a carefree life. They could do what they wanted. The only regret was that they had missed each other for too long. On the chaotic battlefield, Ada controlled Tiandao Sovereign's battleship and was ready to set off. Fang Chen turned his head and looked. Led by Lung Xian and the others, almost all the human experts had come to send him off. "Boss, wait for us." The 5 tyrants of Mount Cheong no longer laughed as before. They said solemnly. Tian Xian, Kong Jiao, Qin Yu, and Lin Zhan also said goodbye to their master reluctantly. Fang Shi, Fang Han, Fang Yin, and their mother, Star and Moon, stood at the back quietly, watching their father leave. The moment he disappeared, everyone, including his former brothers, had the same thought in their minds. Fang Chen's name would definitely be engraved in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Chapter 4080. How big was the universe? How long was the river of time and space? How spectacular was the primordial world? In the past, these questions were illusory to Fang Chen. Now he was pursuing his martial Tao dream step by step. The person who had set out from the ancient sword continent's divine wind nation, blazing his way through all obstacles to finally reach the pinnacle of the primal chaos realm and become the leader of the primal chaos realm, the ruler of a primal chaos realm. However, Fang Chen wasn't happy. The martial path he pursued had yet to reach the pinnacle. The primordial world shattered and evolved into the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao. The Chaos Realm was only one of them, but this realm was too special. It was evolved from the core of the primordial world and was called the Origin Realm. The more he learned about these secrets, the heavier Fang Chen's heart became. It was not easy for him to destroy the Origin Realm, slaughter the Devouring Fiend clan, and come into contact with the crisis of the Chaos Realm. However, the responsibility on his shoulders was now heavier. He did not know what he would become in the future. Would he return home in glory or be buried in a nameless place? Even though the future was dark, he had no regrets because he wanted to protect the pure land in his heart. That was his hometown and the place he cared about the most. After arranging the matters in the Chaos Realm, Fang Chen left on a battleship. In the vast world gap, through the battleship's window, one could see terrifying black holes devouring some species at any time. They did not even have the chance to resist. After an unknown period of time, Fang Chen finally saw a Hydra battleship across endless space-time. They should also be interstellar pirates. However, before he could see it clearly, the huge battleship was swallowed by the black hole that suddenly appeared. Nothing was left. This scene was extremely shocking. Fang Chen was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. Although he had seen the power of the black hole devouring everything with his own eyes, the scene in front of him was even more shocking. He hurriedly turned around and looked at Ada. The latter was extremely calm. He explained to Fang Chen, "Master, don't worry. That Hydra battleship seems to be very close to us, but it's actually very far away. Even if we travel at full speed, we might not be able to reach it in 100 years. Therefore, there's no need to worry about the devouring power of the black hole. The world gap was caused by the shattering of the primordial world. The 3,000 realms of the Great Tao were within it. It was extremely vast and boundless. What one could see might not be what was in front of one's eyes. How long have we been traveling?" Fang Chen asked after he heaved a sigh of relief. "We've been traveling for 100 years," said Ada. For 100 years, they did not see any life-bearing planets. There was only a boundless gray space-time. Such days were torturous, but fortunately, Fong Chun was already used to it. He sat cross-legged in the battleship, cultivating as he traveled. Ada seemed to have thought of a legend. Could it be that Master wants to fuse the 5 elemental origins into his primordial spirit? After the primordial spirit reached the Emperor realm, it was infinitely close to the immortal realm. At this time, it was extremely difficult to improve the strength of the primordial spirit. However, there was no lack of adventurers in the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao. They experienced thousands of failures and finally came up with a very risky method. The slightest bit of carelessness in this method would result in death. Furthermore, the success rate was extremely low. Only those extremely rare geniuses would have a chance of succeeding. Therefore, this method was called a forbidden method. Very few people dared to use it. A long time ago, as an interstellar bandit, Ada had only heard of it. He didn't expect to see it with his own eyes today. Buzz. The process of fusing the 5 elemental origins with the Emperor realm primordial spirit seemed simple, but it was actually very dangerous. However, all of this was within Fong Chen's calculations. After years of cultivation, he had completely understood the characteristics of the 5 elemental origins. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the 5 elemental origins had completely fused with the Emperor realm primordial spirit. At this time, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled above the battleship as if a heavenly tribulation was about to descend. However, this kind of weather only lasted for a quarter of an hour. Ada breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Fong Chen in shock. "Master! You!" Fong Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. His hanging heart was relieved. If his primordial spirit had been slightly lacking in the past, then now it could be said that he had truly attained a higher level of mastery. He was still a low-level supreme master in martial arts, but his cultivation of soul arts had reached the mid-level or even higher. Buzz! Fong Chen moved his mind. The terrifying power of soul arts spread out. Ada knelt on the ground with a plop. His whole body trembled and his heart was filled with fear. Was this the forbidden power? Wasn't it too terrifying? Whoosh! After feeling the strength of his primordial spirit, Fong Chen withdrew his aura in time. The battleship returned to normal. Ada's body was still trembling. Fong Chen's face was full of smiles. He was very satisfied with this closed-door cultivation. No wonder so many people want to become the lord of a realm and merge with the will of the heavenly way. Fong Chen muttered to himself. He learned from the great sage that in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there were many experts who specialized in hunting down realm lords in order to become the lord of a realm. Now he finally understood that to become the lord of a realm, he could absorb the great fortune of this realm and nurture his primordial spirit with the help of the will of the heavenly way. This was also the reason why he could fuse the 5 elemental origins with his primordial spirit so easily. Come to think of it, the realm lords of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were not easy to deal with. Whoosh! Fong Chen gradually collected his thoughts. His expression also turned grave. He needed to hide his identity. He absolutely could not be discovered by others. Otherwise, he would end up attracting a fatal disaster. Buzz! At this moment, a blinding white light shot toward them. Fong Chen and Ada raised their heads and saw a planet of life in the distance. It was faintly discernible. "That's a planet of life," Ada shouted excitedly. After more than 130 years of sailing, the battleship's performance had decreased a lot. It urgently needed to go to a planet of life to replenish. This was great news. "Do you know which realm is in front of us?" Fong Chen asked. Ada shook his head. He had come to the edge of the chaotic realm in a daze. He knew very little about the planets of life in the world gap. "Let's go. This is our first stop." before the remnant consciousness of the black-robed ancestor dissipated. He had given Fang Chen a mark. If he left the chaotic realm and went to the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, he could go to a realm called the Nine Heavens to find a peerless expert. According to Fang Chen's memories, the black-robed ancestor had said that the Nine Heavens realm was not too far from the chaotic realm. He had been there before. As long as he was close to the Nine Heavens realm, the mark would flash. I wonder if it's the Nine Heavens realm. Fang Chen thought to himself. De drove the battleship. After 10 years, they finally arrived at the planet of life. Chapter 4081. The primordial world shattered and transformed into countless fragments. The world gap gradually took shape. Then the fragments transformed into the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao. The Chaos Realm was also one of the realms. However, it was the most special one. Moreover, it was the core of the entire primordial world. It was once known as the Origin Realm. As time passed, generation after generation of experts died. Coupled with the terrifying tearing power of the world gap, the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao rarely interacted with each other. After countless years, cultivators became stronger and stronger. More and more unknown world gaps were explored. Gradually, the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao began to interact with each other. There were even experts training everywhere. The appearance of the Hydra organization, the interstellar battleships, and so on meant that cultivators were gradually conquering the world gap. However, as people's pursuit of power became more and more intense, their desire for the Origin Realm also reached an unprecedented intensity. However, the Origin Realm had disappeared into the world gap. No matter how many generations of experts searched for it, they all ended in failure. Although before Fang Chen, there were also experts from the Chaos Realm who left to train in the world gap. Most of them died. As the controller of the Chaos Realm of this era, Fang Chen personally led the human army to defeat the Fiend Devour clan of the Origin Realm. From then on, the declining Chaos Realm gradually developed. However, this was far from enough. He wanted to become stronger, at least before the experts of the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao discovered the Origin Realm. He wanted to increase his strength so that he could protect himself and even protect the Origin Realm. However, this was too difficult for Fang Chen. Therefore, he resolutely left the Chaos Realm and headed to the World Gap. Swoosh! In the endless darkness of the World Gap, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the entire battleship. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. He stood on the deck and looked into the distance. At that moment, Ada walked out of the cockpit excitedly and said, "Master, we have arrived at the planet of life." After leaving the Chaos Realm and drifting for more than 100 years, they finally saw a planet of life. The two of them planned to set foot on this planet and use it as a springboard to gain a deeper understanding of the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao. After all, Fang Chen's current realm was only at the initial stage of the Supremacy Realm. Although he could retreat and scathed against mid-stage and high-level supremacies, this was still the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao. Who knew what kind of top experts would appear? Therefore, it was better to be careful. Rumble. In front of the life planet, there was an illusory layer of clouds. Sometimes some people could be seen above the clouds. Suddenly, a deafening explosion arose, which attracted people's attention. Whose warship is that? Hydra? Many people were discussing whose battleship it was. After all, the roaming dragon world was too remote, and there were very few outsiders. Even if there were, it would be a passing Hydra battleship. However, they did not find the Hydra mark on the warship, so they were even more curious. Fang Chen naturally noticed the experts in the clouds. Their auras were very strong. Roughly estimating, there were many supremes, but there were also some sage realm martial artists. He was a little curious as to why a Saint Realm warrior dared to leave the vital planet and appear in the clouds. Although the clouds surrounded the planet, they were still part of the world gap. Normally speaking, the terrifying pulling force could tear them apart. "Master, There are many races in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Among them, there are many special races. Their flesh and blood are extremely special and can withstand the terrifying power of the clouds. Ada gave a simple explanation, and Fong Chen understood. Speed up and enter the city, Fong Chen ordered. Ada immediately controlled the battleship to pass through the clouds and enter the roaming dragon world. In the clouds, many people's expressions changed greatly. Something big is going to happen in the roaming dragon world. The roaming dragon world was the most remote world in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. It was Fong Chen's first stop in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The martial arts civilization here was not very prosperous. According to Ada, 10 roaming dragon worlds were not as good as one white cloud world. The White Emperor Palace in the White Cloud world was the absolute dominant force. It even had subordinate worlds like the roaming dragon world. Crack! Thunder flashed above the battleship. It swooped down and collided with the battleship. Ada controlled the battleship to land on the ground. Splash! Fong Chen and Ada left the battleship and put it away. Then they looked up at the sky. At this time, the sky was covered with dark clouds and thunder flashed. It was as if someone was going through a tribulation. It was very terrifying. Even Fong Chen's blood was restless. Master, look! Ada suddenly exclaimed. Fong Chen followed Da's finger and looked under the dark clouds. He suddenly saw a man in purple clothes holding a saber, resisting the sky thunder with his saber. The power of the heavenly thunder should be comparable to the supreme realm. This man in purple obviously has not stepped into the supreme realm, but he can resist the purple heavenly thunder. Fong Chen touched his chin. He did not expect to see someone going through a tribulation as soon as he arrived in the roaming dragon world. He should have cultivated a special method. Just as Fong Chen was deep in thought, the purple heavenly lightning suddenly exploded. Immediately after, it transformed into a purple flame. The instant he saw the purple flame, the unmoving, purple-clothed man's pupils shrank. His body could not help but tremble. But soon he calmed down and activated all his strength to resist the purple flame. Damn it! Why did I encounter the purple fire heavenly thunder? The man in purple cursed. Not far away, Fong Chen felt that the purple flame was dangerous to the man in purple, so he decided to take action. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The saber in the man's hand had been burned by the purple flame and showed signs of breaking. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of the man's mouth. His internal organs had been damaged, and his vitality was declining rapidly. If this went on, he would definitely be completely killed by the purple flame. I can't accept this. The man in purple roared to the sky. After cultivating for so many years, it was not easy for him to reach the supreme realm, but he was going to fail. Crack! Another loud sound was heard. The purple flame completely destroyed the saber in the man's hand and was about to swallow him. At this moment, a strange scene appeared. The violet-robed man felt as if he were in a dream. He couldn't believe his eyes. He saw a large hand grab the violet flame with lightning speed. Then he discovered that his body was constantly being pushed back. Moreover, his life force was rapidly recovering. What's going on? The man in purple was shocked to the extreme. That was the purple fire heavenly thunder. Someone dared to take it with his bare hands. Did he want to die? Chapter 4082. The world fell silent and returned to nature. Only the man in purple was dumbfounded. He had received a strong visual impact and could not believe what he had seen. The heavenly thunder of purple flame was a very, very dangerous heavenly thunder of the heavenly tribulation. However, this tall figure in front of him had actually taken it with his bare hands. In his impression, even the strongest in the clan would not dare to do this. Who was this person? Suddenly, a gust of wind blew across the purple-robed man's face, startling him awake. He shook his head forcefully and looked at Fong Chen again. He discovered that it was not an illusion, but something that had actually happened. He could not care less. He hurriedly adjusted the strength in his body and thanked Fang Chen repeatedly. Junior Z, you greet Senior. Thank you for saving my life. The man in purple was called Ziyu. His family was considered an overlord nearby. He was a third-generation disciple. Fang Chen turned and glanced at Ziyu. He felt that the chaotic aura in Ziyu's body had gradually calmed down. He said, "You're too anxious." He could see at a glance that Ziyu had great potential and outstanding talent. However, he had forced himself to break through to the supreme realm before reaching the peak of his cultivation. This caused the heavenly thunder of purple flame to descend. If he had not happened to pass by, Z, you would have been a pile of bones. As long as you accumulate for a few more years, you will definitely be able to easily step into the supreme realm. You might even be able to break through to the mid-level supreme realm, Fang Chen said. Ziyu lowered his head in shame and said somewhat sadly, "Senior, I understand what you're saying, but time waits for no one. My position in the clan is especially awkward. If I don't break through soon, I might even run the risk of being chased out of the clan." Kicked out of the family? Fang Chen was puzzled. He said, "Tell me about your family." Although his goal was the Nine Heavens realm, he had just left the chaotic realm and traveled through the Gap of Worlds. With his strength, it was difficult to go to the Nine Heavens realm. Therefore, he could only use the Wandering Dragon realm as a springboard to start a new journey. Moreover, he would definitely not leave in a short time. Therefore, he wanted to understand the division of forces in the Wandering Dragon realm. This would be beneficial for his future cultivation. Senior, my family is the Zilong family. It belongs to the Zilong region. You spoke with assurance, telling Fang Chen about his family and most of the situation in the Wandering Dragon realm. 6 hours later, Fang Chen finally had a preliminary understanding of the division of forces in the Wandering Dragon world. He learned from Ziyu that the cultivation resources in the Wandering Dragon world were extremely scarce, so the major forces often fought over cultivation resources. The roaming dragon world was divided into 8 regions, and each region was named after a dragon. For example, the Zilong region where the Zilong family was located was one of the 8 regions. The Zilong region was located at the most remote edge of the Zilong region. It was closest to the World Gap. The cultivation conditions here were extremely harsh. Many people had no choice but to forcefully enter the World Gap. There was only one outcome, tragic death. When Fang Chen had entered the roaming dragon world on the battleship, he had discovered that there were many cultivators in the clouds. He guessed that they were from the Zilong region. Named after the purple dragon, your purple dragon family should be very strong in the purple dragon region, right? It should be an overlord level faction. Why would such a top faction lack cultivation resources? You smiled bitterly. Senior, you might not know this, but the factions of the various regions have to pay tribute to the Golden Dragon Palace in the Golden Dragon region every year. Those who don't pay tribute or those who lack resources will be punished violently. The Black Dragon family of the Black Dragon region is an example. They used to be very powerful a long time ago, but after being punished by the Golden Dragon Palace, they gradually declined. Now they are at the bottom of the 8 regions. Fang Chen sighed. Cultivation was really cruel. He thought that the cultivation environment in the Chaos realm was already very bad compared to the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao. Who would have thought that the Wandering Dragon realm was just as bad? However, the difference was that the Wandering Dragon realm had a foundation and many experts. Unlike the Chaos realm, they had a complete heavenly Tao. Although it was difficult to break through to the Supremacy realm, it was still possible. Even for large families, the Supremacy realm was only the basic threshold. It was very difficult to obtain cultivation resources below the Supremacy realm. Whoosh! Collecting his thoughts, Fang Chen took a deep breath and looked at Ziyu. I'm traveling in the World Gap and accidentally entered the Wandering Dragon realm. I don't have anywhere to go for the time being. If you don't mind, can I visit your family? Fang Chen asked. He decided to stay in the Wandering Dragon realm for a short time for two purposes. First, he wanted to understand some secrets of the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao. Second, he wanted to use this time to constantly improve his strength. Only by becoming stronger could he protect himself. And the Wandering Dragon realm was just right for him to hone his skills. "Senior, if you want to visit my purple dragon family, I can't ask for more," Ziyu said excitedly. If the Zilong family could rope Fang Chen in, his position in the family would rise steadily. Moreover, Lin Fan was his savior who helped him step into the supremacy realm. This favor must be repaid. Most importantly, Ziyu was really shocked by Fang Chen catching the purple flame, heavenly thunder, with his bare hands. He firmly believed that Fang Chen should be comparable to the Patriarch, or even stronger than the Purple Dragon Region Lord. If he brought such a big shot to the family would definitely reward him. Fang Chen sent a message to Ada, asking him to find a place to hide and gather information, and to listen to his orders at any time. He followed Ziyu to the Purple Dragon family. On the same day, a shocking news came out of the Wandering Dragon realm. An expert had arrived in the Wandering Dragon realm, and it was suspected that the inheritance of an unparalleled expert had appeared, causing a great commotion. Even the forces of the 8 regions were inquiring about the news. However, no one knew that the expert, who was regarded as an outsider, had quietly followed Ziyu to the Purple Dragon family. There are a total of 5 major forces in the Zilong region. In the past, our Purple Dragon family was the leader, but in the past 100 years, the Moke family has been expanding with the support of the Golden Dragon Palace. They have been secretly targeting our Purple Dragon family. Along the way, Ziyu explained the current situation of the Purple Dragon family to Fang Chen in detail. No wonder. After listening, Fang Chen understood. No wonder the Purple Dragon family was so short of cultivation resources that they would be expelled if they did not step into the supremacy realm. It turned out that their situation was not optimistic. On the other hand, Ziyu looked at the latter in surprise. He did not expect that this ordinary-looking guy was the son of the previous patriarch. After his father died in battle, their bloodline lost power and became what it was now. Purple Dragon bloodline. He was a little curious about the bloodlines of the Wandering Dragon realm. There were 8 extremely special bloodlines in the 8 regions. By combining the 8 bloodlines and the bloodline of the Golden Dragon Palace, it was possible to give birth to a dragon emperor. However, for countless years, almost no one had succeeded. Chapter 4083. Roaming Dragon World, Zilong Region. After all, the Zilong family clan was once an overlord faction. Even though it had declined, it was still terrifying. Under Ziyu's lead, they quickly arrived at Zilong City. From afar, they could see the dazzling sight in the distance. It was the complete opposite of the World Gap. Senior, Zilong City is up ahead. The Zilong family clan was named after the Purple Dragon. Their ancestors once possessed the Purple Dragon bloodline, and it was the purest kind. However, it gradually declined, resulting in very few people in the family clan being able to activate their bloodline. Zilong City, where they lived, was the core of the entire Zilong region. The Moke family clan was also in Zilong City. They were the Zilong family clan's most threatening opponent. They had always been eyeing them covetously. If they were careless, the Zilong family clan would fall into eternal damnation. This was also why Ziyu risked his life to forcefully break through to the Supreme Realm. It was all for the sake of surviving in the family clan and not embarrassing his father, who had died in battle. How spectacular! Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. After experiencing more than 100 years in the World Gap, he felt a little dazed when he suddenly arrived at Zilong City. However, he quickly stabilized his body and followed Ziyu into Zilong City. Look, isn't that the trash from the Zilong family clan? Is he Ziyu? It's said that he's already very talented. He was recognized as the future of the Zilong family clan the moment he was born. Why is he in such dire straits now? Humph! What bullsh asterisk T-genius? He's just pretending to be mysterious. He can't survive after being exposed, right? It won't be long before he's chased out of the family clan like a stray dog. When that happens, he won't even be comparable to a dog in my family. As soon as they entered the city, countless mocking gazes shot over. Some were filled with pity, while others were mercilessly mocking him. Most of them were furious. After all, the Zilong family clan was a big tree that attracted wind. After so many years, they had made countless enemies. Many people kept adding insult to injury when they saw Ziyu in such a state. To Fang Chen's surprise, the mockery of the surrounding people didn't cause any trouble for Ziyu. He chose to ignore them and led Fang Chen towards the Zilong family clan. This child's mentality is quite firm. On the path of cultivation, one's mental state was very important. Being disturbed by the enemy's words was a great taboo. Soon, Ziyu brought Fang Chen to the entrance of a luxurious residence. He pointed inside and said, "Senior, this is the Purple Dragon clan. Please come with me." After entering the mansion, Ziyu asked Fang Chen to wait in the garden while he quickly walked into the meeting hall to report the matter to the elders. Although the Purple Dragon family is in dire straits, it's not something that the chaotic world can compare with. Fang Chen secretly observed and discovered many supreme stage auras. There were even auras that made him feel pressured. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path were indeed filled with cultivators. Although the chaotic realm was once the original realm, it was now recovering after experiencing a blow from the destruction elemental. It was difficult for even the supreme plane to emerge. Swish! Just as he was thinking, a sharp knife suddenly shot towards him at a speed invisible to the naked eye and carrying a terrifying force. Buzz! Seeing this, Fang Chen's face instantly turned gloomy. He felt a strong killing intent from the sharp knife. He slammed his palm, and a vast palm force collided with the sharp knife. At the moment when the knife paused, he caught it with his bare hands. Deadly poison. Seeing the white smoke rising from the blade, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent. Obviously, the person in the dark wanted to kill him. Although he didn't know what this deadly poison was, even Fang Chen wasn't confident that he could resist it. Clap, 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 clap. A man in luxurious clothes walked out from behind a towering tree in the garden. With a bright smile on his face, he clapped at Fang Chen. "You caught my flying knife with your bare hands. You're not bad." Fang Chen raised his head and looked forward. He could feel the special aura of the man in luxurious clothes. He should be a disciple of the Purple Dragon clan. The man in luxurious clothes stretched out his hand. "Hurry up and return the flying knife to me." Kacha! In front of the man in luxurious clothes, Fang Chen secretly activated his ultimate force and smashed the flying knife with his palm. Countless fragments fell to the ground. This scene, the man in luxurious clothes' face instantly changed. Then it turned gloomy. "Do you want to die? The flying knife is contaminated with deadly poison. You attacked me for no reason. Is this how the Purple Dragon clan treats their guests?" Fang Chen was furious. "Humph, kid, I don't care where you came from or who brought you back as a guest. Since you dared to break my flying knife, you will pay a heavy price." As he spoke, the man in luxurious clothes' figure flashed, and he launched a barrage of attacks at Fang Chen. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Soon the commotion attracted many people. They were dumbfounded when they saw the man in luxurious clothes fighting with a stranger. Die! The man in luxurious clothes displayed the Purple Dragon clan's unique skill. He closed in on Fang Chen step by step. His moves were fierce and overbearing. Every move wanted to take his opponent's life. Fang Chen's expression was cold. He was completely enraged and wanted to pull out his sword. However, at this moment, a voice stopped the battle. "Stop!" Ziyu ran over from afar and shouted, "Zimu, don't be rude." At the same time, he stood in between the two. Only then did the man in luxurious clothes stop his attack. Humph, so he was brought back by you. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. What happened? Ziyu asked curiously. He broke my flying knife. I want to cut off his arm. Zimu was overbearing. Senior. Ziyu looked over with a questioning gaze. Fangchen said he used the poisonous flying knife to attack me first. Ziyu instantly understood. Zimu, you've gone too far. Since you're the one who brought him back, then you'll have to bear the consequences of his mistakes. Ziyu was in dire straits in the Purple Dragon clan. Zimu did not give him any face at all and even wanted to humiliate him. However, at this moment a shout came from afar. The Great Elder had arrived. Enough! The Great Elder's dignified voice echoed in the garden. Zimu's heart tightened. He hurriedly walked in front of the Great Elder and complained, "Great Elder, it's him!" However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the Great Elder. "All right, I know. Anyone who comes as a guest." The Great Elder finished speaking and walked in front of Fangchen. He smiled and said, "Little brother, I've let you see a joke. I'll teach these arrogant guys a lesson later." Fangchen also greeted the Great Elder with a fist salute. The onlookers were very curious. What was Fangchen's background? He actually made the Great Elder come out personally to mediate the grudge between him and Zimu. "Disperse," the Great Elder said. Humph! Before Zimu left, he gave Fangchen a vicious look, but the latter ignored him. "Little brother, come with me," the Great Elder said gently. Chapter 4084. Looking at Fangchen's departing figure, Zimu's face was ferocious, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Humph, I want to see how long you can be proud of yourself." In fact, Zimu was not targeting Fangchen, but Ziyu. When Ziyu's father was still the patriarch, Ziyu had limitless glory. He had used his identity as the patriarch's son countless times to suppress Zimu and humiliate him in public. At that time, Zimu swore that one day he would return it 100 times over. Later, the Zilong family changed. Ziyu's father died in battle, and their bloodline gradually declined. Ziyu's situation also became worse and worse. There were even rumors that Ziyu was about to be expelled from the Zilong family because of Zimu. Now that Ziyu had brought an outsider back, Zimu naturally wanted to find trouble. Who would have thought that he would run into a tough nut this time? Humph, just you wait. You dare to go against me, Zimu? You're dead. A trace of black light flashed in Zimu's eyes, making them even darker and more terrifying. However, no one caught this scene. Ziyu and Fangchen followed behind the First Elder and soon arrived at the meeting hall. "Little friend Fang, sit." Fangchen nodded and sat on the armchair. The First Elder also sat down, and Ziyu poured tea for the two. "Ziyu has already told me about your matter. Here, on behalf of the Zilong family, I would like to thank Mr. Fang for saving Ziyu." From his words, it could be seen that the First Elder doted on Ziyu, but the situation forced him to do so. "It was just a matter of convenience," Fangchen said calmly. "I'm sorry for troubling you by coming to the Zilong family as a guest." The First Elder waved his hand. "Little friend Fang, you're too kind. A young talent like you will be welcomed by big forces wherever you go." Speaking of this, the First Elder went straight to the point. "Little friend Fang, I heard from Ziyu that you're an interstellar cultivator who came to my roaming dragon world by accident. You won't be leaving for a while and want to hone yourself here?" Fangchen nodded and did not say anything. Before figuring out the situation, it was best to speak as little as possible so that there would be fewer flaws. "Since that's the case, I represent the Purple Dragon family to invite you to join us. Don't worry, as long as you become a guest elder of our Purple Dragon family, you will receive countless cultivation resources. Furthermore, there will be no restrictions. You only need to act when the Purple Dragon family is in danger," said the First Elder with a smile. Ever since Ziyu's father had died in battle, their bloodline had been getting weaker and weaker. From Ziyu's description, they could feel that Fang Qin was very strong. At the very least, he could be considered a top powerhouse among the Supremes, especially when he resisted the heavenly tribulation with his bare hands. It further proved his strength. The Great Elder also hoped to rope in such a person. Sure, Fang Qin said. I won't be leaving in a short period of time. Becoming a guest elder of the Purple Dragon family isn't a problem. However, there's one thing I want to say first. I want to be able to use the Purple Dragon family's intelligence network at any time to gather information for me. Moreover, if the Purple Dragon family is in danger, I can help. However, if it's beyond the scope of my ability, I won't die in vain. Of course, although Fang Chen was strong enough, it wasn't enough for the Great Elder to spend a lot of effort to rope him in. What he truly cared about was the expert behind Fang Chen. An expert who could freely travel through the world gap definitely had a powerful faction backing him. Both parties reached a consensus. The Great Elder handed the token that represented his status as a guest elder to Fang Chen. On it was written the number 9, which meant that Fang Chen was the 9th guest elder of the Purple Dragon family. Although this number was small, the conditions to become a guest elder of the Purple Dragon family were very harsh. All right, Ziyu, send guest elder Fang to rest. I still have some matters to attend to, said the Great Elder. Lord Guest Elder, let's go. Ziyu's attitude towards Fang Chen was very respectful. After watching the two of them leave, a figure suddenly appeared at the back of the meeting hall. He was enveloped by a purple aura and exuded an oppressive might. It was obvious that he was the current patriarch. You're wasting the only guest elder token to give it to such a person. The patriarch's dignified voice sounded. The Great Elder said, I think this little fellow is pretty good. Humph. The patriarch snorted coldly and disappeared. Although he didn't understand the Great Elder's decision, he respected it. Who knows what the future of my Purple Dragon family will be like? When only the Great Elder was left in the meeting hall, he revealed a melancholic expression. He was physically and mentally exhausted, as though he had aged more than 10 years. His turbid eyes looked through the door at the boundless sky, filled with helplessness. The internal strife in the Purple Dragon family seems to be a little serious. You brought Fang Chen to an independent courtyard. This was the residence of the guest elders. It was very quiet and elegant. Fang Chen said as he sat on a stone bench, Senior Marshal Brother, you are a disciple. You shook his head, helplessly. If it weren't for the internal strife, the Purple Dragon family wouldn't have ended up like this. You even heard something even more unbelievable. Someone within the Purple Dragon family was colluding with the Moke family. Every time he heard such news, he would tremble in anger. Those who betrayed the family were worse than scum. With internal strife and external aggression, the Purple Dragon family's days are indeed not easy. Fang Chen even doubted whether it was good or bad for him to temporarily join the Purple Dragon family. However, since he had already joined, he had to first understand the major forces of the Wandering Dragon Realm. He asked Ziyu for a dossier on the Wandering Dragon Realm and then asked Ziyu to leave so that he could read it alone. The news of the 9th guest elder's appearance quickly spread. After Ziyu and the others heard it, they felt incredulous. Ziyu went directly to an elder to express his dissatisfaction. Elder Mu, what qualifications does the person Ziyu brought back have to be a guest elder of our Purple Dragon family? Ziyu asked. Don't worry, he won't be there for a few days. If he knows what's good for him, he'd withdraw. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Elder Mu smiled eerily and sent a message to a guest elder of their faction. Soon, he received a reply from the guest elder. There's a good show to watch, Elder Mu said. In Purple Dragon City, there were cultivators competing for the position of guest elder of the Purple Dragon family all year round. However, now that the news of the 9th guest elder had spread, coupled with some people with ulterior motives, many people were extremely angry and threatened to defeat this reckless guy. In addition, The other 8 guest elders also had the attitude of watching a show. Some people clearly opposed and did not approve of Fang Qin, while others remained neutral. However, Fang Qin, who lived alone in the courtyard and was carefully reading the dossier, did not know that the outside world was in an uproar because of his position as the 9th guest elder. Finally, on the 3rd day after he became a guest elder of Purple Dragon City, the noise outside the courtyard disturbed him. He put down the dossier in his hand and slowly stood up. Challenging me? Chapter 4085. Over the past few days, Fang Chen had been carefully reading some of the files brought by Ziyu. Basically, he had a new understanding of the Wandering Dragon Realm. Although this realm was considered a relatively remote and savage place in the World Gap, and its martial arts civilization was backward, it was still not something the current chaotic realm could compare to. At least, the heavenly Tao rules here were perfect, and the cultivation system was very orderly. As long as one's talent was outstanding, it was only a matter of time before they stepped into the supremacy realm. However, for the people of the chaotic realm, the supremacy realm was the ultimate goal of countless people. Some people could not even catch up to it in their entire lives. Of course, ever since Fang Qin became the realm lord of the chaotic realm, the heavenly Tao rules began to gradually perfect, and the chaotic realm began to recover. It was walking the path of the original realm. If everything went smoothly, the chaotic realm would definitely become the core of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path in the future. It would become a cultivation, holy land that countless experts dreamed of. Of course, for the current Fang Qin, everything was still too far away. The most important thing was to improve his strength as soon as possible. Only when he was strong could he protect the chaotic realm. The thoughts in his mind gradually disappeared, and he heard the clamor outside the courtyard. It was very loud, and many people had come. It seemed that someone had done it deliberately. Zimu. A cold light flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. Last time, he attacked him for no reason. This time he was adding fuel to the fire? Creak! The door of the courtyard opened, and Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back. He walked out expressionlessly. Suddenly, the noise stopped abruptly. Everyone's eyes fell on him. Some people's eyes were filled with envy, while others were filled with jealousy. Of course, most of them were angry. "Are you the 9th guest elder of the Zilong family?" Standing at the front, and the one who shouted the loudest just now, he questioned, coldly. "Yes, that's me." Fang Chen was calm and composed. He was not intimidated by the aura of these people at all. "Humph! What qualifications do you have to be the 9th guest elder of the Zilong family?" This person smiled disdainfully, his eyes full of mockery. "If you know what's good for you, obediently withdraw from the Zilong family and never step into the Zilong domain. Otherwise what?" Fang Chen asked. Boom! This person exuded a terrifying black energy. At the same time, a black crescent moon appeared above his head. It was as if he had been demonized. "Otherwise you will die." The demonic sound reverberated in the sky. In the next instant, everyone felt that the sky was covered by a black crescent moon. The surrounding temperature plummeted, giving everyone a suffocating feeling. Everyone retreated, stabilized themselves, and continued to watch the battle. Old Black is making his move. He's dead for sure. Old Black has always been a strong contender for the guest elder position. Originally, he had the best chance, but who would have thought that an outsider would beat him to it? This fellow doesn't know what's good for him. He can't blame anyone for his death. While the man called Old Black was fighting fiercely with Fang Chen, Ziyu saw that something was wrong and hurriedly left to call the Grand Elder. At the same time, in a dark corner, Elder Mu, Purple Eye, and the others were watching from the sidelines. "I think this kid won't be able to survive Old Black." Purple Eye was quite confident in Old Black's strength. "Purple Eye, don't jump to conclusions too early. Don't underestimate any enemy. Only by understanding the opponent's background can you beat him to death." Elder Mu lectured. "Elder Mu is right." Purple Eye nodded. a crazy look flashing in his eyes. Boom! 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 The battle was about to start. Old Black displayed all his skills and tangled with Fong Chin. However, the latter only threw a punch and sent Old Black flying. Dong! A deafening sound reverberated in the air. Old Black's body slammed heavily on the ground. What happened? Everyone exclaimed. They originally thought that Old Black would be able to crush his opponent. Who would have thought that Old Black would be defeated by a punch? Wasn't this too exaggerated? Everyone thought that it was an illusion. They rubbed their eyes hard and found that the scene in front of them didn't change. Their hearts were in a state of shock. Those who were originally cursing very fiercely, subconsciously shrank their necks and retreated into the crowd. Their strength was not as good as Old Black. Even Old Black was defeated. They did not think that they could defeat Fong Chin. You're courting death. Old Black got up from the ground. His body was full of demonic aura. He was furious and was ready to attack again. However, this time, what greeted him was still Fong Chen's iron fists. This time, Fong Chin used the ultimate power in his body. The power of his punch was enough to break mountains. Crack! Old Black was just a mid-level supreme being. He could not withstand the power of this punch. His body was struck by lightning. He was sent flying and fainted. The strongest competitor of the guest? You're just SO. Fong Chen returned to the gate of the courtyard. He patted the mud off his clothes and grinned. Then he raised his head and glanced at the crowd. I don't care what your purpose is. From now on, I will accept all your challenges, Fong Chen said sternly. I won't hurt anyone this time, but next time I won't be merciful. As soon as these words came out, the troublemakers retreated. Old Black was crushed, which deeply hit their hearts. They were afraid. No one wants to challenge me. Fong Chen asked, In that case, don't bother me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the side. Everyone turned their heads and found that it was the 8th guest, old Mr. Gongyang. Old Mr. Gongyang, everyone said respectfully. Mr. Gongyang laughed as he walked. I heard that the 9th guest is powerful. Today, I see that you live up to your reputation, but he changed the topic and said coldly, This is the Purple Dragon family. It's not a place for you to behave atrociously. Fong Chin did not speak. He wanted to see what this so-called 8th guest wanted to do. You want to challenge me too? Challenge. Mr. Gongyang despised. Are you worthy? Since you don't want to challenge me, then I won't accompany you. Fong Chin turned and closed the gate. Everyone was stunned. This was the famous 8th guest, old Mr. Gongyang. He didn't give him any face. He was simply courting death. Sure enough, they found that old Mr. Gongyang's face instantly became gloomy. He gathered strength in his left hand and smashed the gate of Fong Chen's courtyard. After the splinters fell to the ground, Fong Chen's back appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. He stopped abruptly and slowly turned around. He looked straight at Mr. Gongyang and asked, You don't want to challenge me, but you deliberately destroyed my courtyard. What is the meaning of this? Nothing. I was just itching. Mr. Gongyang sneered. He didn't give Fong Chin any face. If your hands are itchy, you can go find other guests to vent your anger. You think I'm easy to bully? Chapter 4086. You can smash someone else's door just because you're itchy? It had to be known that this area was a guest's area. Even the younger generation disciples of the Purple Dragon family did not dare to be rash there. Moreover, the family had a clear rule that they could not carelessly destroy the guest's residence. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. Guest Fong, you and I are both guests. Why would I bully you? Mr. Ram was still smiling, but that smile contained killing intent and mockery. He spread out his hands and said, I just said that my hands were itchy. As for your door being destroyed, it was purely a mistake. Fong Chin stopped in his tracks and turned around. His pitch-black eyes stared at Mr. Ram. "You're really good at being a hypocrite," Fong Chin said coldly. "As a foreign dignitary, do you have to play such petty games?" "Presumptuous! Who do you think you are? What right do you have to talk about Mr. Ram? Humph! Do you really think you're so great just because you're the 9th guest? Let me tell you, even if Mr. Ram kills you, you deserve it." In the beginning, everyone was shocked by Fong Chen's thunderous method of crushing Lao He. However, now that Mr. Ram was here, they were full of confidence. They kept mocking and cursing in order to provoke him. "Kill me?" Fong Chen's eyes were cold. "You just said that I'm not worthy of being challenged by you. Let me tell you now, you're not worthy of being challenged by me." With that, Fong Chen turned around and left. Boom! At this moment, Mr. Ram's lackey could not help but launch a sneak attack at the back of Fong Chen's head. However, just when everyone thought that he would be seriously injured, even if he did not die, Fong Chen retaliated. He calmly turned around, raised his hand, and slapped the person who had ambushed him. The person was sent flying as if he had been hit by a force as heavy as Mount Tai. Crack! His body was split into two and fell to the ground. He died instantly. Dead. Someone died. Everyone's face was extremely gloomy. If the previous battle was merely a result of people challenging Fong Chen because they were not convinced that he was the 9th guest minister, then the meaning of this battle was different now. As a guest elder, killing someone in public was already a serious violation of the Purple Dragon family's rules, and he had to be punished. "What a vicious method," Mr. Ram said. "Originally, I didn't want to do anything. However, you dared to kill in front of so many people. You are simply insane. Let me execute you on the spot." Fong Chen shrugged and said disdainfully, "If you want to deal with me, why do you have to make it sound so dignified?" At the same time, he took a step forward and pointed at the dead cultivator, saying, "I've said it before. I won't hurt anyone the first time. But from now on, if anyone comes looking for trouble with me, I will definitely hurt them." The people who had just died were a good example. Many people's minds were shaken, feeling a bit scared. They couldn't help but back up. Only Mr. Ram stood with his hands behind him as if everything was under his control, looking down at Fong Chen. "By the way, it's not up to you to decide if I'm qualified to be a guest elder. If you don't agree, feel free to fight me. However, I can't guarantee that you'll leave here alive." Mr. Ram's face turned cold upon hearing this. "Do you think you're strong?" Mr. Ram asked. "At least I'm stronger than you." Fong Chen immediately saw through Mr. Ram's cultivation. Even though he was in the advanced stage 9 Heaven Supreme Realm, his foundation was not solid enough, and he had a fatal weakness. Fong Chen was aware of all these. He had an absolute chance of winning against Mr. Ram, unless a peak 9 Heavens Supreme came to attack him. He was not afraid of anyone. He knew that there were countless pairs of eyes watching him in the dark. It was a good opportunity to start with Mr. Ram. As long as he defeated Mr. Ram, there shouldn't be any trouble for a short time. How arrogant! I've been in the Purple Dragon family for so many years. Has the world forgotten the person who made the world tremble? Mr. Ram was so angry that his body was trembling. He couldn't wait to tear Fong Chen into pieces. "Is that so?" Fong Chen retorted, not giving Mr. Ram any face. "Then I'd like to see if you can withstand 3 moves from me. You're courting death." Every word of Fong Chen was like a needle that pierced deeply into Mr. Ram's heart. It was an insult to Mr. Ram that he couldn't withstand 3 moves. Boom! 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 Mr. Ram roared. His figure flashed, and a violent force rushed over. He instantly engaged in a fierce battle with Fong Chen. "Humph, this guy is too arrogant. Just wait to be taught a lesson by Mr. Ram. Mr. Ram, don't show any mercy. It's better to kill him. How can such a cruel person be qualified to be the Purple Dragon family's foreign minister?" Many people were ridiculing Fong Chen. They all thought that there was no suspense in this battle. Mr. Ram would be the final winner, and he would crush the new foreign minister in an extremely shocking manner. However, things didn't go as planned. Fong Chin said that Mr. Ram might not be able to withstand 3 moves from him. He had always been a man of his words. Therefore, he displayed the ultimate sword art in his first move. The sword principle had been nurtured by his blood and sweat, and it had reached an extraordinary level. In addition to the amplification of the ultimate power, the sword principle was shocking. The entire space seemed to have become silent, and only the sound of the sword reverberated. Buzz! Just as Mr. Ram was in a daze, a dazzling sword light shot over, wanting to pierce through his body. Luckily, his eyes were sharp and his hands were fast enough. He dodged and dodged. However, he still found that his sleeve was pierced by the sword light, leaving a deep mark. The 8th foreign minister? You're just S.O. Fong Chin grinned. This Mr. Ram was much worse than he had imagined. The first move was just to test the waters. The second move was the key to ending the battle. Boom! Fong Chin didn't give Mr. Ram any chance to breathe. The sword light was endless, interweaving into a huge sword net in the void. On the sword net, there was a terrifying sword chi flowing. The ultimate sword art was fully unleashed. This was Fong Chen's strongest attack so far. Where did this person come from? Someone secretly asked. This sword art is a little strange. They all felt that there was something wrong with the sword art. It seemed to contain the philosophy of the heavenly Tao. Although Mr. Ram had the upper hand, he couldn't resist the terrifying ultimate sword art. Swoosh! The ultimate sword chi covered the sword net, surrounding Mr. Ram. At the same time, countless ultimate sword lights pierced towards Mr. Ram like thousands of swords. Infinite universe kill! Mr. Ram put away his previous contempt and began to fight back. Chapter 4087. Infinite Universe. At this time, Mr. Ram finally realized how powerful Fong Chin was. The young man in front of him was not as simple as he looked. The swordsmanship he displayed contained great power and seemed to be able to communicate with the power of heaven and earth for his own use. In an instant, Mr. Ram felt extremely pressured. Therefore, he did not hesitate to use his famous ultimate skill, Limitless Universe. Infinite Universe had a total of 3 moves, each of which could destroy heaven and earth. So far, Mr. Ram had only comprehended 2 of them, but these 2 moves were enough for him to dominate the Zilong region. Even in the roaming dragon world, he could be considered a famous powerhouse. This skill was also his greatest reliance. Rumble! A deafening explosion rang out. Mr. Ram was dressed in white and had the demeanor of a transcendent being. No matter how strong the wind was, it was unable to move his clothes. A fiery red halo appeared on his cheeks. At the same time, a terrifying power condensed into 2 words on his forehead. Heaven and Earth. The so-called universe was heaven and earth. His first move was to let heaven and earth devour it. Shatter! However, he still underestimated Fong Chen's strength. The latter's swordsmanship was an ultimate swordsmanship that contained a terrible ultimate power. Who could resist the power of 10,000 ultimate forces? Most likely, only top-tier 9 Heaven Supremes would be able to withstand it. Although Fong Chin had just become a supreme being, his strength was not something an ordinary person could compare to. More importantly, he had another identity, the Lord of the Original Realm. He was the faith of everyone in the Original Realm. He was also the supreme existence in the hearts of everyone in the Original Realm. He enjoyed the willpower of hundreds of millions of people in the Original Realm. With the power of the heavenly path supporting him, it could be said that he was almost invincible in the same realm. Crack! As his voice fell, the terrible ultimate sword light smashed the word universe on Mr. Ram's forehead in an unstoppable manner. A huge crack appeared on the remaining word earth. Looking back at Mr. Ram, he seemed to have suffered a strong recoil. A trace of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, and his aura was rapidly weakening. Kill! 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 At this point, there was no turning back for Mr. Ram. He was the 8th honorable guest. If he couldn't even last 3 moves against the 9th honorable guest, how could he survive in the Zilong region? Therefore, his heart had sunk into a state of madness. His entire being had gone insane. At that moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fong Chen at all costs. Even if it meant hurting his internal organs, he would not hesitate. Therefore, after his body shook violently, he released all the power in his body and stabilized the Kuan word before reforming the Qi word. When the 2 Qian words appeared above his head again, Mr. Ram seemed to have been reborn. The blood in his body was burning as the second move of limitless Qian Kuan was completely unleashed. Countless exclamations came from the crowd of onlookers. First, they were shocked. The 9th guest was too strong. He was not someone the challengers could compare to. Moreover, he was able to force Mr. Ram into such a corner. Lao He, who had previously challenged Fong Chen, lowered his head in shame. His heart was trembling. Fortunately, Fong Chen had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have died. Second, they were amazed. Mr. Ram was indeed the 8th honorable guest of the Zilong family. He was too strong. Secretly, the other guests had their own thoughts. Everyone's eyes were focused on the battle. Even the first elder and the patriarch were secretly watching. What do you think? The first elder grinned. In the darkness, the patriarch's face was cold, but there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. This kid is not bad. In the end, he disappeared after saying those 4 words. The battle continued. Although the first move did not defeat Mr. Ram, it had forced him to retreat. In the second move, Fong Chen fully activated his ultimate sword technique. Thousands of sword lights appeared out of nowhere, illuminating the whole world. Limitless Qian Kuan. Mr. Ram roared angrily, wanting to crush Fong Chen with an unstoppable force. However, when the two collided, only 3,000 sword lights were damaged. The remaining 7,000 sword lights directly pierced through the 2 Qian words. Oh no! Mr. Ram was shocked. He could not care less. His figure flashed and dodged the attack of nearly 7,000 sword lights. However, at this moment he was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Even until the end of the battle, he did not recover. How could this be? He was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his internal organs were damaged. He kept shaking his head and muttering like a madman. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. This battle was supposed to be a battle without any suspense. Everyone thought that Mr. Ram would definitely win. Indeed, there was no suspense during the battle, but the outcome was unacceptable to everyone. The 8th honorable guest of the Zilong family, Mr. Ram, was defeated by the 9th honorable guest in 2 moves. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a sensation in the entire Zilong region. Senior Ziyu, who had been nervous, clenched his fists tightly. His vision could not be wrong. The scene of Fong Chen blocking the heavenly tribulation with his bare hands was still vivid in his mind. What was ridiculous was that these people thought they were infallible. What was a genius? This was a true genius, a one-of-a-kind genius. In the dark, there were exclamations of surprise and jealousy. In short, after this battle, Fong Chen's name would be completely spread. My vision was still limited. Putting away his long sword, Fong Chen shook his head and concluded. He thought that with his strength, it would be more than enough to crush Mr. Ram in 1 move. However, Mr. Ram's technique was also beyond his expectations. As expected of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, no cultivator could be underestimated. Their techniques were so strange that at least the current chaotic realm could not compare to them. Fong Chen could only defeat Mr. Ram because he had condensed more than 10,000 ultimate forces. If he had met a stronger cultivator, it would not have had any effect. Therefore, after this battle, Fong Qin was even more eager to find a special technique that was suitable for him. He collected his thoughts and stood with his hands behind his back. He glanced at the crowd and said, "Who else wants to challenge me?" As soon as he said this, everyone could not help but shrink their necks and take a few steps back. Guest Elder Fong, we were blind before. I hope you don't blame us. Yes, with Guest Elder Fong's strength, you are fully qualified to be the 9th Guest Elder. We were really blind to come here to challenge you. Guest Elder, please don't blame us. This was a world where the strong were respected. The fist was the absolute truth. In the previous battle, Fong Qin had won the respect of the crowd, but he had also made them fearful. The atmosphere had suddenly changed. The voices of condemnation from before had now turned into voices of flattery and apology. Even Mr. Ram, after coming to his senses, got up and walked to Fong Qin and bowed deeply. Thank you for showing mercy. H.F. Chapter 4088. The 8th Guest Elder of the Zilong family, Mr. Ram, couldn't last more than 3 moves against the 9th Guest Elder. When the news spread, it instantly caused a sensation in the entire Zilong city. Even the archenemy, Mok family, began to pay attention to Fong Qin. They even secretly wanted to investigate his background. Ram. After Mr. Ram lost to Fong Qin, he returned to his courtyard. However, at this moment he heard a voice. He turned around and saw that it was the 5th Guest Elder. You actually lost to that kid. The 5th Guest Elder couldn't believe it. However, after seeing the battle with his own eyes, he knew that the guy wasn't a pushover. It was enough to show that his talent was amazing. You're here to humiliate me? Mr. Ram said coldly. There were also factions among the Guest Elders. The 5th Guest Elder belonged to the 2nd Guest Elder's side. He had been trying to rope him in before, but Mr. Ram rejected him. He liked to be alone. Of course not. The 5th Guest Elder waved his hand. I'm here to ask you, how strong is the 9th Guest Elder? Mr. Ram had fought with Fong Qin personally, so he should know best. I don't know. Mr. Ram shook his head and calmed down a little. Thinking back to the previous battle, his face was full of shame. He was defeated in 2 moves, and he didn't know what was good for him. It was really embarrassing. I have a feeling that he didn't use his full strength when fighting with me. After a brief explanation, Mr. Ram went back to his courtyard and ignored the 5th Guest Elder. Did he hide his strength? The 5th Guest Elder frowned and fell into deep thought. Ever since Fong Qin defeated Mr. Ram, no one dared to challenge him, and no one dared to question his position as a Guest Elder. The courtyard he was in was exceptionally quiet. Only Ziyu would come to ask him about cultivation from time to time. Thank you for your guidance. After Fong Qin finished, Ziyu cupped his fists and thanked him. After these few days of interaction, Ziyu felt that this Guest Elder was too mysterious. His understanding of cultivation was simply incomparable to ordinary people. It's your fortune that you can understand. I didn't do anything. Fong Qin smiled. As a newcomer, he needed to familiarize himself with the environment. Ziyu could bring him all the information and intelligence of the outside world. Moreover, he felt that Ziyu was a pretty good person. He valued friendship and had tenacious willpower. In the future, he would definitely become a proud son of heaven. Therefore, he was willing to share his cultivation experience. Unsurprisingly, Ziyu's comprehension ability was very light. It was just that he had been restricted previously and could not make a breakthrough. Now that he had successfully stabilized his cultivation and become a true utmost exalted, he no longer had to worry about being expelled from the clan. Does anyone in your family cultivate demonic arts? Fong Qin took a sip of tea and asked casually, Demonic arts? Ziyu shook his head. Our Zilong family is an orthodox force and strictly forbids our people from cultivating demonic arts. However, our mortal enemy, the Mok family, I heard that their demonic arts are extremely tyrannical. Oh, Fang Qin nodded. His eyes flickered as he revealed a puzzled expression. Honorable guest, what do you want to say? Ziyu asked. I've been guiding you these past few days. In addition to discovering your shortcomings in cultivation, I've also discovered an important matter. Fang Qin said, I sensed a demonic art's power in your bloodline. The reason why you can't make a breakthrough should be that the demonic arts have sealed the power of your bloodline. One had to know. As the son of the previous clan leader, Ziyu's talent was needless to say. However, he was stuck in the 5 elements sacred realm and could not make a breakthrough for a long time. What was the reason for this? Everyone thought that Ziyu's talent was too poor. However, who knew that he was cursed and sealed? Otherwise, with the orthodox bloodline of the Zilong family, he could easily reach the utmost exalted realm. Hearing this, Ziyu stood up and asked in confusion, Honorable guest, what's going on? Fang Qin did not speak. He just gently pressed his palm on Ziyu's wrist. At first, Ziyu did not feel anything. However, after a while, he felt that something was wrong. There were traces of black halos on his wrist. When these black halos appeared, Ziyu's mood became obviously irritable. The blood in his body surged as if he had fallen into a state of madness. Buzz! Fang Qin flicked his finger, and the ultimate power dispersed the black halos. Suddenly, Ziyu returned to normal, and his mood gradually calmed down. What was that just now? His heart was in turmoil. The black halos had been in his blood all this time, but he did not know about it. Wasn't this too terrifying? Who was it that was plotting against him? He thought of Fang Chen's previous question and realized that the matter was more serious than he had imagined. He immediately asked, Honorable guest, do you suspect that it was a clan member who did it? Have you fought with the Moke family before? Fang Chen asked. Ziyu recalled for a moment. Although our 2 forces are mortal enemies, we rarely fight head-on. Previously, I had some friction with the younger generation of the Moke family at the Purple Dragon Inn. However, he was too weak, so I beat him up and he left with his tail between his legs. Did you have any other contact? Fang Chen frowned. According to Ziyu's description, it was unlikely that it was done by the young man from the Moke family. After you came back, did you come into contact with anyone else? Elder Mu. Ziyu said, As soon as I returned to the family, Elder Mu came to find me and asked about my situation. He also warned me not to go out easily. During that time, he patted my shoulder with his palm. At that time, I felt uncomfortable, but that uncomfortable state was gone in an instant. I did not suspect anything. After hearing this, Fang Chen roughly understood. The root of the problem was Elder Mu. He was the person behind Ziyu and had always been at odds with Ziyu's bloodline, trying to expel Ziyu from the family. Fang Chen closed his eyes and placed his finger on Ziyu's wrist, carefully sensing it. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes. I understand. Honorable guest, what's going on? Ziyu asked anxiously. If my guess is correct, Elder Mu has most likely betrayed the Zilong family and colluded with the Moke family. Fang Chen said, You fought with that person from the Moke family and defeated him. At most, you were contaminated with demonic qi, but you couldn't let the demonic qi enter your blood. The problem lies with Elder Mu. Elder Mu used an extremely special method to inject demonic qi into your blood and put a curse seal on you. What? Ziyu exclaimed. Betraying the family was a serious matter. Of course, I'm only suspecting it. Fang Chen said, Before we have concrete evidence, don't spread it. Ziyu naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. His heart raced. He didn't expect the Zilong family to be so cruel. Chapter 4089. Ziyu, who knew the truth, was shocked and furious. He was shocked that someone had done something to him without him knowing. He was furious that his clansmen had colluded with the Moke family. Were they betraying the family? Thinking of Elder Mu's recent actions, Ziyu felt that something was wrong. However, after calming down, He looked at Feng Chen with a complicated gaze. "Honorable guest, do you have a way to solve this?" There was no concrete evidence for Elder Mu's matter at the moment, so it was not good to investigate further. However, if the curse seal in his bloodline could be removed, his cultivation would definitely reach a higher level. He might even be able to recover to his previous state. "Of course, I can," Feng Chen said. To be honest, this kind of curse sealing technique wasn't very advanced, but ordinary people wouldn't be able to see through it. If it wasn't for the fact that he had condensed a perfect bloodline and had an unusually strong bloodline perception, he wouldn't have been able to see through it. "Then, honorable guest, can you help me?" Ziyu was so excited that he was about to cry. Feng Chen asked him to sit down cross-legged and said, "Actually, your curse seal is very easy to remove, but I need your cooperation." Then Feng Chen explained the process in detail, and he needed Ziyu's cooperation. "Okay, honorable guest, I will listen to you completely." Ziyu was about to explode. Not only had Ziyu not been expelled from the family, but he had also completely stabilized his foundation as a supreme being. He even brought back a guest of unknown origin. I should have killed him last time. Ziyu's face was ferocious and filled with killing intent. "Is there any use in saying this now?" Elder Moose said impatiently. If he had known this would happen, he would not have held back. However, when he thought of the curse seal in Ziyu's bloodline, he sneered and said, "Don't worry, Ziyu won't live for long." Then Elder Mu turned to Ziyu and asked, "How about you? How's your cultivation of the cultivation technique I taught you?" When it came to cultivation techniques, Ziyu stammered and seemed a little afraid. "Elder Mu, will that demonic cultivation technique really not be discovered?" "Don't worry. As long as you don't use it carelessly, you won't be discovered. On the contrary, if you can successfully cultivate the demonic arts, it will be of great help to your cultivation." Elder Mu made a solemn vow. "Furthermore, if you successfully cultivate the demonic technique, the position of the Purple Dragon Clan's patriarch will definitely be yours in the future." Violet, I gritted his teeth and said, "All right, then I'll listen to Elder Mu." Zilong City, southwest corner. In this area, the temperature of the air was relatively low. It was also very quiet because the headquarters of the Moke family was here. Everyone knew that the Moke family cultivated demonic arts. However, the Moke family announced to the outside world that they did not cultivate demonic arts. Furthermore, they had received the approval of the roaming Dragon Realms experts. The Moke family had recently risen to power and was known for their ruthless methods. Very few people dared to go against them. Their goal was very clear, and that was to replace the Zilong family and become the ruler of the Zilong region. Today, the atmosphere within the Moke family was tense. The upper echelons of the family were gathered in the meeting hall. Everyone should have heard about the Purple Dragon family, right? The Moke family patriarch, who was sitting at the head of the table, asked. "That new guest elder seems to be an outsider. Could he be a helper invited by the Purple Dragon family?" "Humph, a mere low-level supreme being. What kind of helper is that? Is the Purple Dragon family at the end of their rope? Did they just casually find someone to help them?" The elders of the Moke family seemed to be very disdainful of the Purple Dragon family. They even snorted. "No matter what, this is the most critical moment of our competition with the Purple Dragon family. All the major forces in the outside world are paying attention. There must be no mistakes," the Moke family patriarch said. He would not allow any accidents to happen midway, nor would he allow anyone to cause trouble. Since a guest elder has appeared in the Purple Dragon family, then our Moke family will use the name of exchanging pointers to probe his background. If he doesn't have any background, then send someone to assassinate him. It can be considered a challenge to the Purple Dragon family. With that, the Moke family patriarch disappeared. A few days later, the Purple Dragon family's first elder found Feng Chen and told him the purpose of his visit. "The Moke family's purpose of exchanging pointers with our Purple Dragon family this time should be to probe your territory." He probably thinks that you are a helper that our purple dragon family has found, the first elder said. Then, Ziyu was worried for Fangchen. But you don't have to worry. Just stay in the purple dragon family and don't go out. At the same time, the first elder told Fangchen to prepare well. When the Moke family's people arrived, a fight would be inevitable. He just had to try his best not to lose face for the purple dragon family. Moke family? Fangchen was speechless. He had just arrived and didn't want to get involved in the matters of the two major forces. However, the Moke family treated him as an enemy. Did they have to be enemies just because they were friends? He was a little tired of the Moke family. After the first elder left, Ziyu asked anxiously, "Guest elder, what should we do?" "We'll deal with it as it comes." At the same time, the other 8 guest elders also received the news. Some were gloating and wanted to see Fangchen make a fool of himself. Others thought that the Moke family had come prepared and he needed to be careful. The 8th guest elder, Mr. Ram, unexpectedly came to Fangchen's courtyard. "Guest elder Fang, I know the Moke family very well. They are probably targeting you." Mr. Ram said, "Once they investigate your background, they will have no fear and will definitely make a move against you." In fact, which guest elder hadn't been targeted by the Moke family before? But they had all survived. "Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Ram," Fangchen said. Before Mr. Ram left, he threw a scroll to Fangchen and said, "I don't have anything to help you with." This scroll records a supreme cultivation technique. I accidentally obtained it when I was exploring the ruins a long time ago. I haven't been able to comprehend it until now, so I might as well let you have a look. Fangchen took the scroll and expressed his gratitude. "You showed mercy that day. I'm returning the favor." After saying that, Mr. Ram turned and left. "This Mr. Ram is quite interesting," Fangchen said with a smile. Then he slowly unfolded the scroll. At first, he didn't think much of it, but soon he was deeply attracted by the contents of the scroll and couldn't extricate himself. Just like that, while the other guest elders were preparing for battle, Fangchen was engrossed in the scroll and completely ignored the outside world. Ziyu came several times but was refused entry. There were even rumors that the 9th guest elder was afraid and hid in his residence, not daring to come out. That coward! In a courtyard, the violet-eyed man sneered. "It seems that he doesn't have any background. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so timid. After this exchange, we can carry out the assassination plan," Elder Mu said as he stroked his beard. Chapter 4090. Every realm in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path was extraordinary. The cultivation environment, cultivation methods, secret skills, cultivation resources, and so on were not comparable to the damaged original realm. Therefore, even though Fangchen had comprehended the strongest swordsmanship, the ultimate sword art, he was somewhat powerless in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Of course, this did not mean that this swordsmanship was not strong enough, but that it had a huge flaw that required a perfect Great Path to gradually heal. During this period, Fangchen wanted to find other cultivation methods that were suitable for him to improve his strength. Although he had stepped into the sovereign realm, this was the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. There were many warriors who were stronger than him, not to mention other things. Just in the Wandering Dragon realm, he only had the strength to protect himself. Therefore, he was willing to stay in the Purple Dragon clan as a guest and endure for the time being. This Mr. Ram, at the most critical moment, actually gave him a cultivation technique. After slowly unfolding the scroll, Fangchen's face revealed a bright smile. Although he did not know the origin of this unification sword art, his intuition told him that this swordsmanship was not simple. He even vaguely felt that if he cultivated it to the extreme, there would be unexpected surprises. In the following time, Fangchen began to study the swordsmanship seriously. When he opened the first page, the 4 bold and powerful words of unification sword art were imprinted in his eyes. Just by seeing these 4 words, Fangchen instantly entered a state of confusion. His eyes drifted, and countless battle scenes appeared in his mind. Roars reverberated in the sky. It was as if he had personally experienced an ancient war. Brilliant sword glows flashed across his mind, each time causing him to exclaim in astonishment. In the end, there were countless screams and strong resentment. Buzz! After an unknown period of time, the ultimate power in his body automatically operated, and he suddenly woke up. Whoosh! After waking up, Fong Qin felt a lingering fear. What a terrifying illusion! At this time, he looked at the scroll with a more dignified expression. Just the name of the cultivation method made him see an ancient war. Wasn't this too terrifying? After that, he carefully continued to flip through the scroll. There were many small words on it, which recorded in detail the creator of this swordsmanship. Unity, Sword Sovereign. Fong Qin muttered this name. He had just come to the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and did not know who this Unity Swordlord was. He thought that he should be a famous figure in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Then he saw some of Sword Venerable, his experiences. With his own strength, he fought against the 10 peerless experts and won the final victory. He also comprehended a supreme secret technique of the Sword Tao and became a supreme expert of the Sword Tao. Whoosh! After reading it, Fong Qin couldn't help but gasp. If he had guessed correctly, the strength of this Unity Sword Venerate had already surpassed the Supreme Being realm. This sword art is similar to the ultimate sword art that I've cultivated. It's very suitable for me. Soon, Fong Qin felt that this sword technique seemed to have been created for him. In the following days, he began to study the Unity Sword technique day and night. In fact, when Mr. Ram received this sword technique, he had been studying it diligently. However, there was no progress over the years. In the end, he concluded that this was an incomplete cultivation method and an evil sword technique. If one's will was not strong enough, it would be easy to fall into an illusion and be unable to extricate oneself from it. It would then cause one to go crazy. Therefore, Mr. Ram dared to study this sword technique in depth. Coincidentally, he owed Fong Qin a favor at this time. Therefore, he took advantage of the situation and gave this sword technique to him. For some reason, after fighting with Fong Qin, Mr. Ram always had a feeling that Fong Qin would definitely become a top expert in the future. Therefore, he took the initiative to befriend him. As Fong Qin expected, this Unity Sword technique was an incomplete version. This was also the reason why Mr. Ram could not comprehend it. However, he was different. His talent in the Sword Tao was extraordinary and rare. Just by comprehending the ultimate sword art on his own, it was enough to show disdain for the entire 3,000 realms of the Great Path. After a night of meditation, Fong Qin successfully learned it. The Unity Sword technique had a total of 9 moves. The power of each move was enough to destroy heaven and earth. According to the records, a supreme stage expert could cultivate at most 6 moves. However, in the current scroll, only 7 moves were recorded. This meant that the 2 most powerful moves were missing. While Fong Qin was immersed in cultivating the Unity Sword technique, the Purple Dragon clan was not calm. Zi Mu questioned the 9th guest elder on the grounds of the Moke clan sparring. Why was he a coward? Moreover, because of his arrival, the Moke clan had accelerated the pace of their invasion of the Purple Dragon clan. It was very likely that he would bring disaster to the Purple Dragon clan. Yu was the first to stand up and refute Zimu. However, Elder Mu also spoke up. He felt that the clan's appointment of the 9th guest elder was a little hasty. He earnestly requested the clan's upper echelons to reconsider the matter of the 9th guest elder. However, from the beginning to the end, the clan leader did not appear. The great elder also did not bother to pay attention to Elder Mu's line. In short, the Purple Dragon clan was in a state of panic. After the Moke clan learned of this, everyone roared with laughter. Humph, the Purple Dragon clan is getting worse and worse. Our Moke clan only proposed a sparring exchange with them, and they're already so scared? Humph, they probably think that we're going to launch an all-out attack. Just as well. We can use this opportunity to see what the Purple Dragon Clan has and then wipe them out in one fell swoop. In any case, the Moke clan had the support of a powerful figure. They had nothing to fear in the Purple Dragon region. However, because the situation in the roaming dragon world was relatively stable, the Moke clan could not rashly start a war. They had to find an excuse and reason. This exchange of pointers was the best excuse. The Moke clan's ideal situation was to use the sparring exchange as an excuse to severely injure the 9 guests of the Purple Dragon Clan. Then, they would take the opportunity to propose a sparring exchange between the younger generation and cripple them. Finally, they would cooperate with Elder Moo's line and completely destroy the Purple Dragon Clan. Whoosh! The great elder of the Moke clan stood up from the rattan chair. There was a sinister and terrifying smile on his withered face. He raised his head and looked at the blue sky. It was as if he could already see the endless blood under this blue sky. "It's time to let the world know the true strength of our Moke clan," said the great elder slowly. However, Fong Qin did not know that this was the first major danger he was about to encounter after coming to the 3,000 great Dao realms from the World Gap. He was still immersed in cultivating the Unity sword art. Furthermore, the effects of his cultivation were unexpectedly good. He seemed to have grasped the outline of this sword art. Chapter 4091. The Unity sword technique was much stronger than he had imagined. Fong Qin was immersed in the world of swordsmanship, unable to extricate himself. His understanding of swordsmanship had already reached an extremely high level. Coupled with the ultimate sword Dao that he had created, it was much easier for him to comprehend the Unity sword technique. In just a few days' time, he had gradually grasped the essence of the Unity sword technique. Swoosh! In the courtyard, Fong Qin, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, a violent wind blew, and leaves fluttered in the air. He stood up, drew his sword, and suddenly began to practice swordsmanship. At first, the sword light was disorderly, but as he continued to practice, it gradually became orderly. Swoosh! One after another, the sword light pierced through the void and condensed in the sky. Finally, under his guidance, they merged into one and erupted with the strongest power. Boom! The void in front of him exploded. As the sword light shattered, sword chi swept out, causing people to tremble in fear. The dust settled, and the world returned to normal. Fong Qin held the sword in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. Is this the essence of the Unity sword technique? In the past few days, he had been studying this swordsmanship. Finally, when he had performed it, he had discovered the essence of the swordsmanship. Then he felt a dense amount of information about the Unity sword technique appear in his mind. This information was completely consistent with his previous conjecture. Whoosh! After carefully reading this information, Fong Qin was overjoyed. This swordsmanship was practically tailor-made for him. It was extremely special and required ultimate power to fully activate it. No wonder Mr. Ram had studied it for so long without any results. Dang, dang, dang. Hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Before Fong Qin could say anything, Mr. Ram hurried in. Guest Elder Fong, were you practicing swordsmanship just now? Mr. Ram asked. Fong Qin nodded. I had some comprehension. Mr. Ram didn't mind. He didn't believe that Fong Qin would be able to comprehend the Unity sword technique in just a few days. The people from the Moke family have arrived. They specifically asked to spar with you. Mr. Ram really wanted to remind Fong Qin to be careful. On the surface, the Moke family seemed to be here for the new guest elder. However, everyone knew that this was just an excuse. It was an excuse, but it was also a breakthrough. The Moke family? Fong Qin asked. What level of combat strength did the Moke family send for the sparring session? This wasn't the primal chaos realm, so he had to understand the enemy's battle prowess clearly. He definitely wouldn't make a rash decision. We agreed that it would be a spar between guest elders. The Moak family wouldn't dare to break the rules. They have a total of 9 guest elders, and most of them are high-level supremes. High-level supreme being. Fortunately, he was still able to deal with high-level supreme beings. He was also eager to give it a try. He really wanted to see how powerful they as one sword technique was when combined with the ultimate power. However, there's one person you have to pay attention to. When Mr. Ram mentioned this person, his expression was very serious. The Moak family's first guest elder is said to have reached the level of a peak supreme being a long time ago. He hasn't fought in all these years, but legends about him are circulating everywhere. Oh, although there was only a small gap between a peak supreme being and a high-level supreme being, the difference in combat strength was definitely huge. Although Fang Chun was confident that he could defeat a high-level supreme being, he still didn't dare to be careless against a peak supreme being. He'll also fight. However, you don't have to be too worried. If the Moak family's first guest elder fights, our Zilong family's first guest elder will also fight, Mr. Ram said. Is our Zilong family's first guest elder also a peak supreme being? Fang Chun asked. After coming to the Zilong family for so long, he more or less had a certain understanding of the strength of the other guest elders. However, only the first guest elder was too mysterious. There was no useful information at all. Even Ziyu wasn't too sure. He only said that he had seen him once from afar. That was when he was conferred the title of guest elder. After that, the first guest elder never appeared again. Let's go quickly. Everyone is waiting, Mr. Ram urged. Zilong family, martial arts, practice field. Before they arrived, they heard a cold laugh. Great elder, I think your Zilong family is declining more and more. The person who spoke was the elder of the Moak family. He was also the person who led the team this time. His words were full of ridicule. On the martial arts practice field below, the younger generation of the two families were sparring. The Zilong family was almost completely crushed and lost miserably. Bang! When the last of the younger generation was defeated by the Moak family, the people of the Zilong family couldn't sit still. The younger generation hasn't fully matured yet. It's normal to win and lose. The great elder forced a smile and placed all his hopes on the guest elder. Oh, so the great elder is still placing his hopes on the guest elder. Well, since that's the case, let's get to the main topic. The elder of the Moak family waved his sleeve, and all 9 guest elders appeared. I heard that your Zilong family has recently added a new guest elder. I'd like to meet him. After speaking, the 9th guest elder of the Moak family, a bald man, jumped onto the martial arts practice field. The 9th guest elder of the Moak family challenges the 9th guest elder of the Zilong family. This voice echoed above the martial arts practice field. At this moment, Fang Chun followed Mr. Ram into the martial arts practice field. Challenging me? Fang Chun rubbed his nose. He had just arrived, and he was already being challenged. Guest Elder Fang. Mr. Ram wanted to say something, but Fang Chun had already jumped onto the martial arts practice field. Ha ha ha. The elder of the Moak family let out a mocking laugh. I thought the 9th guest elder of your Zilong family was powerful. It turns out that he's just a low-level supreme being. After seeing Fang Chun's realm, the people of the Moak family shook their heads. Their eyes were filled with disdain. The great elder of the Zilong family was silent. His face was ashen. On the martial arts practice field, Fang Chun smiled as he sized up the bald man. Kid, just admit defeat. It wouldn't be good if I hurt you and accidentally killed you, the bald man said. Fang Chun shook his head. I can admit defeat, but not to you. This sentence undoubtedly raised the flames of war to the maximum. The bald man was furious and attacked like thunder. The Zilong family sent this kind of trash to fight? I don't even bother to fight. 9th brother can sweep the Zilong family by himself. Mocking voices came from the mouths of the Moak family's guest elders. On the other hand, the guest elders of the Zilong family were relatively calm. Although some of them had targeted the new guest elder, they wouldn't fight among themselves now that they were united against an external enemy. A person who could easily defeat Mr. Ram shouldn't be too weak, right? He should be more than enough to deal with the 9th guest elder of the Moke family. End of chapter. Chapter 4092. Fong Chin rubbed his nose helplessly. Why was it that no matter where he went, there would always be people who thought they were infallible? One had to know. Ever since the ancient sword continent's divine Wind Nation, he had seen countless geniuses. How many of them had died because of their arrogance? Although the bald man in front of him was the 9th guest of the Moke family, Fong Chin couldn't sense any danger from him. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Seeing that Fong Chin didn't move, the bald man mocked. His words caused the entire hall to roar with laughter. The Moke family took the opportunity to mock the Zilong family. However, the great elder was calm from beginning to end. He knew that if Fong Chin could defeat Mr. Ram in one blow, what was a mere 9th guest of the Moke family? Let's see how the Moke family will deal with this later. Under everyone's gaze, Fong Chin walked onto the stage. For some reason, when facing the bald man, Fong Chin didn't even have the thought of attacking. Imagine if a high school student was asked to deal with a primary school student. Would you do it? This was simply lowering your status. However, the bald man continued to clamor, thinking that Fong Chin was scared. If you're afraid, it's not too late to admit defeat. You just need to kneel and kowtow to me. The bald man laughed sinisterly. Admit defeat? Fong Chin didn't understand. Why should I admit defeat when I'm sure I'll win? Is there something wrong with my brain, or is there something wrong with your brain? With this, the bald man attacked Fong Chin even more unscrupulously. Ha ha ha! Is there really no one else from the Zilong family that they can use? They actually sent such a useless and arrogant person as a guest? It's useless to say more. We'll only know who the final winner is after the battle, Mr. Ram said coldly. The other guests were silent. Only Elder Mu sneered in his heart. A mere new guest wanted to win against the bald man? On the side, Purple Eye also cursed Fong Chin in his heart. In short, everyone present had their own thoughts. Guest Fong, you can do it. Purple Eye believed in Fong Chin and cheered for him. Rumble. The battle began. The bald man got into a big battle array. He spread out his hands, and a fierce wind blew around him. He looked like a demon as he stood on the martial arts stage. Above his head, a terrifying yin-yang fish appeared. Brat, I'll let you know that arrogance will cost you your life. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man unleashed a thunderous attack at Fong Chin. That kind of unparalleled power caused the faces of the other guests to change. Everyone believed that Fong Chin would not be able to resist at all. There was no suspense in this battle. However, just as the bald man was about to touch Fong Chin, the latter disappeared into thin air. That's right, he disappeared into thin air. Boom! The bald man's thunderous attack missed, and he shook his head forcefully. He was in disbelief. He had clearly used his aura to lock onto Fong Chin. So how did he disappear without a trace? He released his divine sense to search, but found nothing. What happened? Below the martial arts stage there was an uproar, but soon there was a burst of exclamations. Because they saw the space behind the bald man distort, and Fong Chen's figure gradually appeared. Bang! As Fong Chen raised his foot, the bald man was sent flying with a bang. Who is the arrogant one? As soon as Fong Chen's voice fell, the bald man was struck by lightning. His body fell heavily below the martial arts stage, and he was directly paralyzed, losing his ability to fight. How could this be? The crowd exclaimed. They thought that the bald man would be crushed, but it was actually crushed. What was the background of the 9th guest of the Purple Dragon family? That kick of his? Although the people of the Moke family were furious, they fell into deep thought. Fong Chen's kick seemed simple, but it was incomparably ruthless. It was aimed at crippling the bald man. As he wished, the bald man's bones were shattered, and his meridians were all broken. He was directly paralyzed and became a cripple. This reversal was too shocking. Even the calm Great Elder was sizing up Fong Qin for the first time. Mr. Ram shouted excitedly. Ziyu clenched his fists, and Elder Mu frowned. He was hiding his strength before. Elder Mu said in a hoarse voice, "No, impossible, absolutely impossible." Ziyu was unwilling to believe the truth before his eyes. As for the other guests, they were deep in thought. Some of them were glad that they didn't blindly challenge Fong Qin, while some of the guests were itching to spar with Fong Qin and couldn't wait to spar with him. This was Fong Qin's first battle as a representative of the Purple Dragon family. He had defeated his opponent so cleanly, which was a huge boost to the Purple Dragon family's reputation, and a slap to the Moke family's face. "Good, very good," the Great Elder said. This time, it was the Moke family's turn to be silent. They gritted their teeth and swallowed their bitterness. Previously, they had said that there were no rules to the competition. Only when one side admitted defeat could the competition be stopped. Otherwise, they could not stop even if they died. Now, the Purple Dragon family's unremarkable ninth guest had crippled the bald man with a single kick. This was too embarrassing for the Moke family. However, the Moke family members quickly recovered. Their goal was to suppress the Purple Dragon family and take the opportunity to kill a few guests. The show had just begun. A mere ninth guest. How strong could he be? Crash! The eighth honorable guest jumped onto the stage. "Kid, aren't you too vicious?" Crippling the ninth guest. The Moke family will remember this grudge. Facing the threat of the Moke family's eighth guest elder, Fong Qin completely ignored it. "Do you want to follow in his footsteps?" Fong Qin's words were filled with arrogance. "You're courting death." The Moke family's eighth guest attacked in anger. Mr. Ram was secretly delighted. The Moke family was a bunch of idiots. Even he had been defeated by guest Elder Fong. This eighth guest elder was inferior to him. This time, the Purple Dragon family members were surprisingly calm. It was as if the outcome was within their expectations. On the other hand, besides anger, the Moke family members were seriously investigating Fong Qin's situation. They wanted to completely understand him. Boom! It was another casual attack. However, this time it wasn't a kick, but a sword. A single sword cut off the eighth guest elder's arms. Ah! A miserable scream came from his mouth. He had fallen into a state of madness. Due to the excessive blood loss, his body was trembling. He had no strength to support himself. The stage was filled with a murderous sword aura, giving people a bone-chilling feeling. Bang! The Moke family's elder was completely enraged. 2 guests had been crippled by the same person. This was a provocation to the Moke family. The Purple Dragon family has gone too far. What? The rules were set by you. Are you going back on your words now? The Purple Dragon family's elder curled his lips and said indifferently. The stage was in an uproar. Chapter 4093. The Zilong family's martial arts field was in an uproar. What the hell was going on? The rumor that the 9th guest of the Zilong family was a piece of trash was spread throughout the city. The reason why he was promoted was because of some unspeakable secret. The Moke family had always been targeting the Zilong family, but they didn't have a good excuse. This time, they finally found a breakthrough. They thought that they could use the 9th guest to force the Zilong family. Who would have thought? The outcome had been reversed. 1 kick and 1 sword had easily defeated the 2 guests of the Moke family. One had to know that to become a guest of the Moke family, one's strength was naturally unquestionable. Even if they couldn't defeat Fong Qin, they shouldn't be defeated in a second, right? After a short silence, everyone's eyes were focused on Fong Qin. The Zilong family was also incomparably shocked. Only Mr. Ram smiled faintly. Everyone thought that Fong Qin wasn't strong, but the price of underestimating him was great. The guest of the Moke family is only SOSO. Fong Chin shrugged. Boom! Everyone in the Moke family's area was furious. Terrifying auras crisscrossed. If it weren't for the elders of the Moke family stopping them, some people would have already taken Fong Chen's head. Good, as expected of the Zilong family's guest. All of a sudden, someone shouted, followed by applause. Following that, countless people cheered for Fong Chen. Even the other guests nodded in satisfaction. Although in their eyes, Fong Chen was ultimately unable to enter the Hall of Elegance, they still had to be united against outsiders. The two battles were enough to prove that Fong Chen's strength was qualified to become a guest of the Zilong family. Kid, you're crazy. The Moke family couldn't bear it in the end. Their plan wouldn't change. It couldn't be stopped because of some unexpected events. Even if the 9th and 8th guest were defeated, they still had other guests. The person who spoke was the Moke family's 7th guest. Fong Chen looked at his shiny bald head and wanted to laugh. How could this guy be so sloppy? His clothes were dirty, and he didn't even have the slightest bit of energy. He looked like a beggar. After he jumped onto the martial arts stage, he kept touching his bald head. You can only be arrogant if you have the strength, Fong Chen said. Do you know what I did before I joined the Moke family? Before Fong Chen could speak, the bald man continued. I specialize in hunting geniuses. Many people call me Sky Hunter. Upon hearing this, Fong Chen couldn't help but ridicule. I thought you would say hunter, but good Lord, a heaven hunter directly came? Who do you think you are? How dare you hunt the heavens? So, Fong Chen asked, being able to catch my eye is enough to prove that you are a genius. Are you prepared to receive my bombardment? The bald man said, You talk too much. Fong Chen couldn't help but complain. How could the Moke family have such a weird guest elder? He really couldn't stand this guy's narcissism and kept touching his bald head. Boom! Fong Chen took the initiative to attack because he felt that if he continued to listen to this bald man, he would collapse. As soon as he came up, Fong Chen used his strongest strength and grabbed the bald man and hammered him. I say, aren't you a little unbeatable? When the bald man saw Fong Chen attack, he complained that he had an unfair advantage. However, before he finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp. His movements were slow, and even the power in his body was somewhat sluggish. He couldn't release it. **T. He cursed inwardly and prepared to fight back. Who knew that at this moment, Fong Chen would appear above him and hammer his shiny head. Bang! 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 Every punch that landed on the bald man's head would explode with a loud sound. Ah, don't hit my head. The bald man was furious. He protected his head with both hands and wanted to rush out of the swamp. At this point, he still cared about his bald head. This Fong Chen was in a mess. I'm about to smash your head open, and you still care about your bald head? He couldn't bear it anymore. Bang, bang, bang. After another round of chaotic hammering, the bald man was directly knocked to the ground by Fong Chen. The latter also discovered that the bald man was actually very strong, but his weakness was his bald head. As long as he hit his bald head and disturbed his mind, he would be able to take advantage of the situation to defeat him. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. Everyone turned their heads abruptly to look, only to discover that the bald man had plunged headfirst into the soil of the martial arts practice field. Ah! The dirt covered his bald head and he let out an angry roar. You dare hit my head? However, the battle was already over. Fong Chen had defeated the Moke family's 7th guest elder in a strange way. This was something that no one had expected. This idiot. In the Moke family's area, everyone couldn't help but curse. Their faces were ashen, and they couldn't wait to kill the noisy bald man. That's it. Heaven Hunter? I think it's more suitable for you to hunt yourself. The Moke family actually invited such a strange person to be a guest elder. The Zilong family's people mocked. The Moke family's people were incomparably ashamed. On the stage, Fong Chen was deep in thought. This was because when he was hammering the bald man, he felt a hidden power in his scalp. That power was indescribable. Could it be that I sensed wrongly? Fong Chen muttered to himself. He shook his head hard and regained his calmness. His gaze fell on the Moke family's direction. He also wanted to take this opportunity to see what kind of power could force him to be at his strongest. At the same time, he wanted to let the Zilong family know that he was qualified to be a guest elder. By displaying his strength, he would be able to gain the attention of the Zilong family and obtain more cultivation resources to quickly improve his strength. Then, he would find a way to leave this place. Haha, it seems that the Moke family's guest elder isn't much. The Zilong family's first elder laughed. Their 9th guest elder had consecutively defeated 3 of the Moke family's guests. He was very happy. At the same time, he glanced at Ziyu. This little fellow had good eyesight. He had actually found such a good helper. Humph, old thing, what are you so proud of? This is only the beginning. The Moke family's first elder coldly replied. In his opinion, the 9th guest elder was still the 9th guest elder. As long as the Moke family sent out a few powerful guests, they would be able to suppress him. Their goal was to force the first guest elder to appear and understand the truth. How could they let a 9th guest elder ruin their plan? Is that so? I'll wait and see, said the Zilong family's first elder. Mr. Ram, who was standing below, looked at Fong Chen with a fiery gaze. Good fellow, when you fought me, you probably hid at least half of your strength, right? Chapter 4094. Even though the various forces in Zilong City weren't optimistic about the Zilong family's chances in this competition. After all, in order to contend with the Zilong family, the Moke family had secretly recruited many experts in the past few years. The 9 honored guests were only a superficial force. But even so, the Zilong family would find it difficult to contend against them. However, the scene in front of them shocked everyone, especially those from the Zilong family. They didn't expect the new 9th guest to be so powerful. Fighting above one's level. These words appeared in everyone's mind. One had to know that the gap between the Supremes was like an insurmountable chasm. Those who could fight above one's level were definitely geniuses among geniuses. More importantly, no one could see through Fong Chen. Although he was a low-level Supremes, he gave off an unfathomable feeling. Mr. Ram's eyes lit up as he stared at Fong Chen. He wanted to pry open his head and see what was in it. The other guest elders shook their heads as well. With the strength that Fong Chen had displayed, it was enough to contend with them. Fortunately, they didn't rashly challenge him. Otherwise, they would have become a laughing stock. More importantly, many people from the Zilong family began to acknowledge Fong Chen. Only Elder Mu's faction hated him. That damn guy. Purple Eye clenched his fists. He wanted to use the Moke family to kill Fong Chen, but the latter was getting stronger and stronger. He had already defeated 3 guests from the Moke family. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even if Fong Chen was defeated in the next round, he would have a foothold in the Zilong family. At least no one would find fault with him. Why are you panicking? Elder Mu stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, the Moke family had planned for so long. How could they let a nobody ruin their plans? Just wait, there will be a good show to watch. On the martial arts stage, after the bald man was defeated, the Moke family's area was dead silent. Those who had mocked Fong Chen earlier also quieted down. They knew that they had to be serious. Otherwise, they would be played like monkeys. Voila! Suddenly, a figure jumped onto the dojo. The crowd took a closer look and realized that it was the 6th honorable guest. You are very strong, but that's all there is to it. The 6th guest elder of the Moke family sneered. So what if he won 3 times in a row? In the end, wasn't he still going to be defeated by him? What? The Moke family wants to take turns to fight? At this moment, the first elder of the Purple Dragon family spoke up. Although Fong Chen's talent was peerless, he still couldn't withstand the opponent's continuous attacks. His previous 3 consecutive victories were considered a ruthless slap to the Moak family's face. The people who came out to challenge him would definitely think of ways to kill him. Therefore, at the crucial moment, the Purple Dragon family's first elder ordered the 6th guest elder to replace Fong Qin. Your Moak family has already sent out the 6th guest elder. If our Zilong family doesn't respond, wouldn't we be not giving you face? As he spoke, the Purple Dragon family's first elder waved his hand. Immediately, the 6th guest elder understood tacitly and walked onto the martial arts stage. Fong Chun nodded in understanding and then walked down the martial arts arena. "Senior, you're so strong." Ziyu walked over excitedly. He was very glad that he had met Fong Qin when he was forcefully undergoing the tribulation. Otherwise, he would probably be dead by now. What made him even more grateful was that he had also found a powerful guest elder for the family. This way, the Purple Dragon family's battle strength was greatly reduced. Moreover, his intuition told him that Fong Chen's potential wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. In the future, it was very likely that Fong Chen would become a top figure and even a giant in the roaming dragon world. Yes. Fong Chen nodded and then turned his gaze back to the martial arts arena. The battle had already begun. Both sides had sent out their 6th guest elders. From the beginning, the battle was very intense. Both sides displayed their own unique skills. Deafening sounds resounded through the sky. On the surface, it seemed that it was difficult to determine the winner. However, the faces of the Purple Dragon family's people were incomparably solemn. This was because they could all see that the guest elders on their side were obviously lacking in stamina. If they continued to fight, they would definitely be defeated. At this time, Fong Chen's face didn't reveal any expression. Instead, he fell into a state of epiphany as he watched the battle. The cultivators of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path had endless means. However, he was in the original realm, and his cultivation method was too simple. If he didn't use the ultimate power of the Great Path in his body, it would be very difficult to fight against them. At this time, the details of the previous battle with the 3 appeared in his mind. He slowly played it frame by frame, and from it, he looked for some traces of the battle. Buzz! Suddenly, the battle on the martial arts arena came to an abrupt end. The 6th guest elder of the Purple Dragon family had been defeated. Wild laughter came from the Moak family's area. "Humph, we were just being polite before. Now the Moak family is serious. You will lose without a doubt." In the world of cultivation, the winner was king and the loser was a bandit. If you won, everything you said was right. Obviously, the Purple Dragon family also knew this truth. Everyone was silent and didn't refute. Only the 5th guest elder silently walked onto the martial arts arena. "Do you want to change?" What he meant was that they admitted defeat in the battle of the 6th guest elder. However, now that they had sent out the 5th guest elder, if they were afraid of losing, they could change. "Do you need it?" The 6th guest elder of the Moak family was very arrogant. He directly fought with the 5th guest elder of the Purple Dragon family. At this time, someone suddenly discovered that Fong Qin had fallen into an epiphany and screamed loudly. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on Fong Qin. The Purple Dragon family's first elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. "This guy is having an epiphany at this time." Many people were very curious. Of course, there were also some who were slightly unsettled. Entering an epiphany right after the battle was enough to show that this person's potential was abnormally strong. The Purple Eye glanced at Elder Mu beside him and shook his head, but the latter was indifferent. In the end, the Purple Eye could only watch angrily as Fong Qin entered an epiphany. The battle on the martial arts arena continued. Soon, everyone's eyes shifted from Fong Qin to the martial arts arena. One had to admit that the 6th guest elder of the Moak family was very strong. In the fierce battle with the 5th guest elder of the Purple Dragon family, he didn't fall into a disadvantage for a long time. However, there was still a gap between them. After about 15 minutes, the fifth guest elder of the Purple Dragon family seized an opportunity and defeated the sixth guest elder of the Moke family. Next, the guest elders of the two families fought one after another. Although the Purple Dragon family was at a disadvantage overall, they still had a deep foundation and were the overlord of the Purple Dragon region. The battles were back and forth and were abnormally intense. No one was paying attention to Fongchen,